All right, this is King Bucho. Welcome to VDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena. This is the Kumite. That's right. Finally, we have another Kumite, and we have some very interesting matches. 1-versus-1 debates. Nobody can jump in. No tag team. Just 1-versus-1. First of all, shout out to everybody in the chat. Blue Collar Sports TV, official scorecard boxing science, Abracadabra, J Perez, Triple JJJ, Kid, Top Skull. What else do we have? Got a lot of people already. That's good. All right. So, recognizing marks will be joining us in about 45 to an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. But we have other matches, so don't worry, guys. This is going to work out. We already have Stu on the line. Stu, are you there?
Yeah, what's happening?
What's
Butch?
up? What's up? Are you ready to debate?
Yeah, I'm just putting my phone, my charger in. So,
All right.
Jay
Yeah,
can hear every second of his beatdown.
exactly.
I wouldn't want to run out of power when I'm throwing them Emil Griffith combinations in the corner.
Blue Collar Sports TV says, hopefully it isn't like a top ranked pay per view card with lots of fluff in between fights. Hopefully not. You know, we can't promise anything.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it's like Bob Arum card, we'll be playing the BDA documentary in between fights and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We're fucking lowing it out. Do you know what I mean? Look, there's some good fights on this. This is one of the best cards of the year, isn't it? Got to be.
I think it is. I think it is. We have the main event. Well, let's start
This
with the.
is 1990s Don King card. This is, man.
That's right. That's right. Don King used to put on some very good cards in the 90s.
He did, bro.
Dee Jefferson will be debating the Brotherhood. Mark,
that's a good one as well. I like that. I think D will rip him a new ass, but
yeah, apparently
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, they were disagreeing on Tank Davis and that Barrios fight. Yeah, it's something that's been going on. This debate has been raging on this channel. So it's gonna be interesting to see them get it on 1-versus-1. Then we have Mark versus Johnny Boy. So apparently Johnny Boy is calling AJ a pussy and a docker. So Mark is ready to debate Johnny Boy on that. We have Action Jackson versus H Money. Apparently H Money said that Kovalev whooped Andre Ward. Action Jackson did not like that comment, and so he has now challenged H Money to a debate. We also have Johnny Boy versus the Brotherhood. They want to debate. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what Johnny Boy meant, but he just said something about Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez. And Brotherhood is down for that debate, so they're gonna get it on. And then T-Tone doesn't have an opponent yet.
BDA just texted and said Johnny has had to pull out through family reasons, apparently. So BDA's just texted that now. So if anyone wants to, mate, if anyone wants to replace Johnny, you know, pull out through, be a last minute caller. It'd be like one of Canelo's opponents. Give him like 10 minutes to prepare for the fight, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Well, we're gonna have to take Johnny Boy's name.
Yeah, because I was looking forward to that. So I'm sure someone could step up to the plate.
Yeah. Listen, this is just like this card can change as we go along, and don't worry, anybody can join.
In the sport. A lot of divas around these days, man.
Yeah. Well, guys, click the StreamYard link if you want to jump in and debate 1-versus-1, 10 to 12 minutes, a 12-minute debate. We have everything ready. We have the gong. Hold on, let me play the gong.
Is anyone out there that thinks AJ's a pussy and a coward and a ducker that wants to go up Mark and bring their case to the juries?
That's right.
Is there anyone out there that thinks what Johnny Boy's been saying about Joshua is true, and you've got a good argument to back that case? If you have, then give Butcho a quick message, and you can be on the show. swinging it out with one of BDA's finest, Mark, from the Republic of Ireland.
All right, before we go to StreamYard, I want to just read a super chat from Steve Brown. He's there. He says, sorry, I need to fucking... Is there going to be an official judging panel so we can get a clean winner or on every debate? Yes, we discussed that. I think Stu suggested that we have a judging panel.
Actually, if Del Boy's not doing anything, Del Boy can be a judge if he wants.
Yeah, I trust Del Boy.
Del Boy, if you're listening, bro, you fancy being a judge? Don't be doing no Adelaide Birds on us. Just
Well, what do you guys think? I'm down for Del Boy to be the judge, but I also,
me too.
People in the chat can also jump in, I guess, and so we can have some sort of interaction. If you have any suggestions in the chat, let us know. But I'm gonna go with Stu's idea as of now. Unravel Boxing Talk says, "I'm listening whilst cooking. I can't judge." Okay, Mark can judge.
What we'll do then? If there's 4 judges, is BDA coming on tonight?
I don't know. I think so.
Well, if BDA does come on, then we'll have 4 judges, and if it's a 2 draw, then there'll have to be a rematch for another day. But if Del Boy can come on, help us out, then just me, you, and Del will do the judging. 3 judges.
Well, Gonzalo's here. Gonzalo's here, so Gonzalo, if you want to judge as well.
Gonzalo's here with you. Gonzalo could be a judge as well.
No, I'm just standing by him.
All right, we have on StreamYard, we have Billy. Billy again. What's up, Billy?
There you go.
All right. Is he muted?
Get on with it, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin. All right. I don't know what he wants. Is he muted? Sorry, people.
We could put Kevin in a little 4-rounder.
All right, here he is. Kevin, don't go,
man. Give him a bit of confidence.
Go ahead, Kevin. What do you want?
I just want to ask Stu, did you watch those UFC fights?
I haven't watched it yet, bro. I'm gonna have to catch up on it.
Did you see the
run? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Did you hear about the results?
No, I don't want to really hear the results, but if you're gonna do a spoiler, then you might as well do it. But I did want to catch up on. I've been out and about all day today. I've not long got in. I see you put Lewandowski got a hat trick. I saw that. Look, Lewandowski's one of the best around, best in the business, an out goal scorer. It's just a pity he plays for Poland. He's never going to win anything at national level. But hey, he's at Bayern Munich, so they're a top side. So I'm sure he'll win club medals. It's just I'm sure he'll ever win a national medal. But yeah, very, very good player.
Are you talking about UFC or football, soccer? I'm confused.
Well, he was mentioning both. I think. I think he was mentioning both. Did he say? Was it him in the chat was talking about Lewandowski? Abracadabra. I mean, he's got so many accounts. I lose count who he is.
Oh, that's him. I mean, oh, Jesus Christ! All right.
I think so. Yeah. I think Kev's got about 10, hasn't he? But if Kev behaves himself, he can come back. Kev from Chicago. I mean, I'm quite happy for you to unblock the guy if he's going to come on and talk boxing and be normal instead of being a weirdo. That's all I'm asking.
That's what I told him. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday.
Yeah, that's all he's got to do. I've not asked for nothing from this guy. I'm not asking him to agree with everything I say. I can take a bit of flack off him as well, but just you know what I mean. It needs to back off a little bit because it's getting a bit tiring.
It's like criminal harassment. To that
level. I mean, look. Yeah, I mean, if I went to the courts, man, I think it's a misdemeanor. There's a misdemeanor on the cards for him, man. He's been stalking me.
They don't. No, not in America. In England, they probably would. In America, we got more freedom, so a little bit different cultural values.
In America, I want to play so. Yeah, I mean, look, but the thing with stalking is, I mean, it can get very dangerous, especially when it's women being stalked. And the police in this country have let a lot of women that they should have prevented being killed, sort of thing. They could have done. They've let these guys keep harassing these women and stalking them, and in the end, they flip and end up killing them. And the police have got blood on their hands for that sort of shit. I don't think any sort of stalking should be allowed. But the problem with women is there's a lot of women out there that overreact on stuff, you know, and
All right. This is second Renaissance topic.
You're going to pick your clothes up or something because you're split up with, and that'd be her ringing up saying he's harassing me. So it's getting the balance right, isn't it? Yes.
All right, Kevin.
Did you see Jan Blachowicz defended his title? You said he was going to lose. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't even know who you're on about, so I don't know. I never said he was going to lose because I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
You said the Polish lad was going to lose to Adesanya. Wrong.
What did Adesanya lose then?
He lost.
Well, I'm happy about that, to be honest with you, because I don't like Israel Adesanya. Is that the one you're talking about?
Absolutely.
Well, but fair play to my Polish brother. I'm happy for him. I don't like Israel Adesanya. I didn't agree with Dee when Dee was saying that this guy was a future star that was going to keep the UFC afloat. I agreed with you on that one, actually. I actually did. But yeah, I'm not shedding a tear for that one. So I don't really look. I'm not really an MMA guy anymore. I will catch up that now. I know he's been beat.
All right. People are saying in the chat this is a boxing show, and Saint Brit says, "What's going on?" Yeah, what's going on?
Well,
right.
You know who Michael Bisping is?
What is it? What are they going to do? Throw their toys out the pram because they're not getting boxing talk for 5 minutes? We'll talk about what we want. All right. Don't like it? Switch off. Sick of people telling me what to talk about, how to think, how to behave. Fucking bunch of control freaks, man. You're lucky we're giving you our time. How about that? And look, Kevin's rang in. He's asking a question. It's about UFC. We do talk UFC on here as well. So look, he's the one made the effort to call in. So let him ask his questions. I haven't brought this topic up. Kevin has.
Friendship.
It's not like there's some big boxing fights to talk about. There ain't shit in boxing. What are they going to do? Have Canelo fight some Turkish bum again?
So Kevin and Stu are agreeing on something. That's good. I like where this is going.
Friendship again. Friendship.
Look, you know me. I forget. I forgive and forget. I always make up with people when I fall out of them, and I don't hold grudges. But there has to be a limit to the trolling I will accept. And I thought Kev went over that limit. But look, here he is now. I'm talking fine with him. He's being sensible. Obviously, he's not on the cheap vodka tonight, so he's got his senses about him, and he's talking sense.
All right, so I'm gonna unblock Kevin's account, and it's done. There you go.
You better believe it.
All right.
Well, there you go, Kevin. Now calm down and enjoy
the show.
Talking boxing with the boys. Look, I can handle a bit of banter. You can give me a bit of stick, but there's got to be limits to it. You know what I mean? But enjoy coming back as Kevin from Chicago.
I'm in a good mood after Jan Blachowicz got that belt retained, but I am a little bit pissed off at Peter Yan and that whole debacle. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I guess we'll stick it to boxing.
When I give you stick about Polish fighters, I'm talking about boxing. There's no doubt. I live in England where there's a lot of Polish people. There's some real tough Polish guys on the streets. I can assure you that would crush you in half. I'm not saying Polish people. Boxing is not. They're just not world-class boxer. They're nor we at the moment. So I'm not one to talk, but history will tell you that we've produced some of the best fighters ever. So I'm quite happy with what we produce, but that's the stick I'll give you. I'm not down for 1 minute that Polish people can't fight because there's a lot of Polish people that can fight. So that's where I was on that. The boxing, that's what I'm talking about.
What's your thoughts on Dariusz Mishushiski?
So say that again, Kev.
Dariusz, I don't know if I say his name, Mishushiski.
Not seen a lot of him.
He was
heard about him.
Polish out of Germany. He was fighting during the Roy Jones era. He had like 28 title defenses. Roy Jones ducked him.
Yeah. Michalewski, I think his name was something like that. I can't remember. I know he was fighting out of Germany. Yeah, and Jones. He was meant to fight Jones, but I think you're right. I think Jones did duck that one. But Jones ducked quite a few people. I'm not saying Jones wouldn't have won the fight, but yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, look, the problem is too many Eastern European fighters got stuck in Germany, fighting out of Germany, and building up some real good records like Sven Opka for a start. Even Brian Nielsen fighting out Denmark, fighting 49 cans in Copenhagen and stuff. A lot of these that just doesn't get you onto the next level. To break the American scene, you've got to go over there and beat a top guy, and they just didn't do it. Sturm was I know Sturm got robbed by Oscar De La Hoya. I had Felix Sturm winning that fight, but just didn't really happen very often. Where big German, even Klitschko. I mean, Klitschko, he could have gone over to America and fought a big guy over there, put on a decent performance, and he probably would have got a bit more respect in America. But I think that's probably why he didn't. And when he did go over there, he stunk the joint out. I thought he was dreadful against Brian Jennings. Just a dreadful performance. And the thing with Americans, like you said, you've got to go on and put on a show in America, because America's all about the bright lights. If you're not putting on shows, they're not interested. And this is why they're not interested in a lot of their own fighters. If it's not just other fighters, they're not interested. This is not a fucking nationality thing. Even their own, they turn their back on if they're not exciting. I mean, this is the problem. When you go to America, you have to put it on the line. You have to be exciting, in or out the ring. Tyson Fury managed to break the American market by having a lot of charisma, and he had a good story behind him. And I think he ended the myth of this Wilder hitting people and them staying down sort of thing. He got up, rose from the dead. It was like a WWE Undertaker sort of scene, weren't it? And they loved that. And I think that's what broke through. You can't just come over speaking like a fucking robot, being boring. You're just not going to break the scene. Golovkin, the reason he broke the scene is because he had to perform in the ring, because he's not exactly a bundle of laughs outside it, is he? There's not much going on with Golovkin when it comes to charisma, so he has to perform inside the ring. So you've got to have one or the other. And a lot, like I said, these guys, Michael Oscar is another one that very good record. A lot of people thought he could beat Jones. I'm not sure about that one, but there's people that back then thought he could beat Jones, but he never went and proved it. It's like saying Jones ducked in, but was that guy prepared to come to America to fight Jones? I highly doubt it.
All right. We have Jay and Revolucion. Guys, welcome to the show.
What's up, Bobby?
What's going on, y'all? How we doing today?
Pretty good, man. What about you?
Doing well. I just got home from training. Had a nice match. Fucking just watching it back when you guys hit me up.
All right.
Feeling real good right now.
So you can be the voice of the Kumite then.
Oh yeah, brother, I could do it.
Perfect. Pigeon in the chat. Pigeon, jump in, man. I know you want to debate somebody. Yesterday you kept calling people out, but then when he came to joining, you're taking a shower.
It's pronounced Michalewski or something. It's one of them where it's very hard to pronounce. I'm not very good with my Eastern European pronunciations. I'm actually better at the Hispanic ones.
I don't know.
Is that the one you're talking about, saying you don't think he was prepared for Jones?
Sorry, bro?
Is that the guy you said that you didn't think was prepared to come and fight Roy Jones?
No, I said that. I said it. The thing is, people saying that Jones ducked him, but the real questions are, would that guy have left his comforts of Germany to come and fight Jones in America? And I highly doubt that.
Glad you brought that up, because I got a little bit of news about that most people don't cover, is the fact that that fight was being pushed really hard by HBO, and they wanted to bring him over to fight. I don't remember the guy's name, but the guy that Roy Jones fought in Radio City Music Hall. You remember that particular event? I don't remember that. Telesco, I think.
You're going back a long time now, brother.
This is the time frame where that was at. So it's David Telesco, I believe was his name, and they were going to put him in with David Telesco. The purse they were going to give him was $500,000, but he was making $3.5 million in Germany. He's like, I'm not coming over for that much of a pay cut, and that was the end of that discussion. After that,
look, they pay good money in Germany. I mean, this is one of the reasons why a lot of them stay over there. Even when the UK fights, I mean, even when Hearn had a bit of clout, and when he was making fights in Germany, a lot of our British fighters had to go over there because it made sense. It was only getting Klitschko. It was only because Joshua had the belt and Wembley Stadium was appealing to Klitschko. But otherwise, that would have been in Germany. Fury didn't have the clout to bring Klitschko over. A lot of these German, like Martin Murray, had to go over to fight Sturm. You know,
Felix
Froch
Sternberger,
had to go and
Gerard,
fight-
those
well,
guys.
no, I think Froch fought Abraham in Finland, I believe, actually. So yeah, but a lot of the times our British guys have to go to Germany. David Hay had to fight Valuev in Germany. You know,
Right.
so it's Germans pay good money, they really do. But the Germans are the deadest fans in the world. They're just sitting there. They don't even know what they're watching. Half of them, do they?
I don't think they do.
I'm inclined to agree because I do have the Richard Hall, Darius Mikucheski fights, and the crowd's just quiet the whole time. It's 11 rounds of those two beating the crap out of each other, with Mikucheski obviously getting the better of him in 2 fights. But there was competitive fights, unlike the Roy Jones fight, which is one-sided. But the fans just weren't engaged at all. It wasn't until the end when the referee stepped in to stop it. Rudy Babel stopped the second one. I don't remember who the referee was in the first one, but they were not engaged at all, cheering. But they were going toe to toe. Both fighters' faces are swollen, and they just didn't say much.
I mean, they'd go to a Klitschko fight and be satisfied with the entertainment they got, when most of us are pulling our fucking hair out. Do you know what I mean? So they're not. They're an easy bunch to please, the Germans, when it comes to boxing. I can assure you.
It does seem that way because they like Sven Aki. I mean, that's all.
Oh God, yeah, that guy, undefeated. No.
Oh mate, that guy undefeated thanks to poor judging and backhanders.
Yeah, undefeated with 21 title defenses. But again, Stu's got a point. There were some fights that a lot of people, especially Robin Reed, was the one. I've never finished that fight. I've never finished that fight. But a lot of people, especially from the UK, are telling me how poor of a decision it was. And one day,
Robin Reed got robbed in that one. But if you go through Sven Opka's career, there's a few of them.
Wait, did he only hold the IBF belt?
There were a few of them there.
Didn't he only hold the IBF?
IBF super middleweight.
And he never tried to unify or anything? Like,
he did pick up another one, I thought. Either that or he fought another world champion. And he's a Croatian guy, last name Kramic or something like that.
I remember I remember when we did a video. It might have been super middleweights. I think it might have been with Boxing Beats and Rhymes, actually, when we did one with him and Errol Jarrett. This was many years ago. You're talking about 8-9 years ago. And I remember we did a super middleweight of all time list, and I didn't even have Sven Opka in my top 5. And this is a guy was unbeaten, I believe. We lost one. I can't remember that. As I'm getting older, I'm starting to lose a lot of my memories. But you know, I didn't even have him in my top 5, mate. I didn't. I just thought he was one of the most overrated fighters in boxing at the time. He just never left his comfort zones. You had to kill the guy to get a draw. I mean, come on, man.
I did finally watch his fight with Glenn Johnson, though, and that one, even though Glenn likes to think he may have won that one, that was a terribly boring but just decision. He won it. It just wasn't. There was no substance to it. You know, it's kind of like watching some of your Pernell Whitaker fights. God rest his soul. Some of the fights he fought against some of the guys, especially the B-rate competition and his non-title fights, were okay. You won, but did I get my money's worth?
And, Mark, come on the show, bro, because I know you're in the chat and you're putting us right with these. Because I know Mark's like a fucking encyclopedia, so I think you should just come on, bro. Instead of typing them, get on here, and then you can. When we forget something, you can put us right.
I'm not in front of my computer, so I can't see what he's saying. I'm in through my phone.
He's saying he unified against Byron Mitchell. Because I remember.
Yes, that's right. That is right.
Yeah.
That was a unification. I wasn't sure if that was him or, the WBA champ went over there, and he picked up. So he did have 2 belts before he went out.
All right.
I remember when Byron Mitchell Kawasaki was a good fight. And Byron Mitchell dropped Kawasaki with a big shot, you know, and
yes, and then Kawasaki finished him off.
I mean, Kawasaki got up. And that showed you what a great fighter Joe Kawasaki is, because he got hit with a massive shot, and 30 seconds later, Byron Mitchell's getting stopped. That's how good Kawasaki is. I mean,
I agree with that. I agree completely with that. I think the fight could have gone on. They could have given him more, but I don't think he was going to win. And like
he was doing the Zab Judah. He was doing the Zab Judah a little bit, weren't he?
Yep. Hey, but I have to give Byron Mitchell this. He lost like a champion. He didn't come up with any excuses. He congratulated Joe Kawasaki. He lost like. I mean, not many fighters do that.
All right, we have somebody on StreamYard called Not Jason Bourne. So if this is what's up, Were you the one calling yesterday?
Yeah, we're Stewart at.
Stu, where are you
here
at?
we go.
Who is this?
What do you want?
Want
Who
to
do I
debate?
want? I want the smoke.
All right.
Listen, you smoke, you'll be
Don't
going
forget,
up in flames very
Stu and
quickly.
I got a round later too. Don't forget.
Yeah, no, listen, don't worry about it. He'll be going up in flames very quickly. There'll be no smoke.
Stewart, I'll have you shaking like a mini bike. Calm down.
All right. What do you want to debate?
Well,
So
yeah,
we get this
me,
party
man,
started, man. Let's start a debate.
Don't
Let's.
come on, don't come on here giving it the Barry Big Bollocks. You've called in wanting to talk to me. I don't even know who you are.
Choose a topic.
Get it on.
I want to know what all the. I want to know what's up with all the Brits. How come they're not knocking out people? What's going on?
Look,
What's up with the
we're
trainers
having
out
a
there?
bad time. I'll tell you what's happening with the Brits. I think we're at a period now where most of our best fighters are getting too old and are past their best, and the younger ones coming through are just not good enough or not ready at the moment. It's between. You've got obviously forget Fury and Joshua. Then obviously they rule that division, but in the other divisions, it's just all our best fighters are coming to the end or they're past their best, and the younger guys are just not ready. And this is the problem when you build up young fighters. You have to make sure you pick the right fights for them, and you've got to give them tests. It's no good giving them walks in the park, and then you stick them in there with a lion, and they freeze on the night because they don't know what to do. And this is the problem with a lot of British fighters. Just not ready for. I mean, look, if you're going to stick one of your young fighters in with a tough, schooled, seasoned Mexican, you better fucking know that he's got the heart or the bollocks to go. Because if he hasn't, he's going to get found out very quickly. And this is the problem. You know what I mean? It's the skills. Josh Kelly's got all the skills in the world. Looks pretty, doesn't he? But when you take the fight to him,
I like Josh
folds.
Kelly. Yeah, Josh Kelly's good.
Yeah, look, Josh Kelly on the eye, very technically very good. I mean, very impressive to when he's throwing punches. But put it on him, falls to pieces. So the thing is, you've got to have a bit more than talent and skills in boxing. You've got to have heart, will, toughness, will and desire to win. You've got to have a good chin. You know, you've got to have good enough power to get your opponent's respect. Skills,
the intangibles that you can't measure without.
The biggest lie in boxing: tested. Skills pay the bills. Skills don't pay the bills because skills don't mean anything if you fold the minute someone puts it on you.
True. Everything you're saying is the truth.
So that's it. You guys agree?
Hey, thank you.
All right, man. Well,
Peace.
take care, man.
Jerk off.
What a debate. What a way to start the night.
Did he just call me a jerk off?
No, that was me calling him a jerk off.
Oh, I was going to say.
That was me getting. I was getting him on the way out.
All right.
Well, I don't mind you. I don't mind. You're my friend. Revolution is my friend. I don't mind him calling me a jerk off.
Yeah.
Guy comes in, brings up 1 point. Stu makes a counterpoint, and then gets off the phone.
Listen, them guys. The thing is with these guys, they can't live with me. I'm no boxer. There's guys out there that destroy me in boxing. Topic. I know that. I'm no Bert Sugar here. But when I'm dealing with people that have got about 30 IQ, so I know I'm going to win. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's cherry picking, really. But they're calling me out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit like you know. Sometimes you can better, you know, be very careful what you wish for. And a lot of these guys are wishing for something, and it's going to go wrong for them when they get it.
Stu, why do you think that all these people want to debate you?
It's maybe because they think they can break me because that's what they're trying to do, but they won't because every time they're the ones I'm breaking. Look at, Kev the other day. I mean, how that guy hasn't committed suicide is an achievement in itself to me. Respect to Kev, how he held it together. I thought he was going to have a breakdown and throw himself off a bridge or something. But these guys are not winning. They're coming at me, and it's like sort of get people behind them, aren't they? Because I'm the one they all love to hate. So you get a Stu, and you think you get people behind you, but after I've destroyed you, there's just, even they're laughing at them.
Hold on.
All right. Friendly Fire says because everyone goes for the best. I don't know about
Damn,
that.
I must be up there. I must be up there a little bit then. I've been
No,
getting shit
Neil,
on
it's
since I
not
got in
because
here.
I'm gobby. It's not because I'm gobby. Listen, this is a chat show. You have to talk. What do you want us to do? Sit here in fucking silence to keep you happy? I can imagine. I bet you're real fun at parties, you, ain't you, Neil? I
Just
bet you're
breathe
real
heavy
fun
into
at
the
parties.
mic.
You can imagine him, innit?
Hmm.
Him at parties.
All right, well,
yeah. What's the next debate, boys? Come on, let's get this
come
thing
on.
started.
I mean, Jesus Christ, where's H Money? Let's look at the fucking list here.
Bunch of fake studio gangsters.
All right, D is not even here yet. Brotherhood's not here yet. Mark is gonna be joining us soon. Johnny Boy pulled
Who
out.
wants some?
Action
Who wants to take
Jackson.
me on right now? Any topic.
Tito.
What
Let's
are the
go.
lists? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Stu's got the white card. Bucho, you got the buildings in the gray. I don't remember your
Revolution.
name.
That's me.
It's Revolution.
Yeah,
So, can you guys hear me?
That's old.
Yeah,
Revolution.
Kevin.
Revolution. Okay.
That's the old New Haven Coliseum. You respect that.
Believe
I
it.
don't care what it is. I just didn't. Okay.
All right,
I just
all
want
right.
to know your name.
it's Revolution.
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 I go by Jay. Nice to meet you unofficially.
Hi, Jay. What's up, bud?
Not
right,
much.
Kevin.
You wanted to debate a topic before me and Stu get started. Let's go. Let's.
Yeah,
what
well,
do you have in
listen,
mind?
Jay. I see you're ready to debate. Maybe you can debate Kevin or something. Kevin, are you there?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Josh Taylor. I thought he was Scottish, not English.
Yeah, he's Scottish.
UK.
Sure.
Yeah.
Look, it's
The
still
United Kingdom.
it's still United Kingdom. I mean, look, Scotland is part of the United Kingdom, so he's British still, but he's Scottish. You can be Welsh and British. You can be Scottish and British. You can be Northern Irish and British, and you can be English and British. Britain is not England. I see a lot of Americans. They call Britain England, and that's not the case. You know, it's just one part of the United Kingdom.
That's right.
Yeah, I know that, but we're
England-
talking
England
about
and
nations,
Wales make up
nationality.
Britain, right?
We're not talking about the union, like it could be a part of the European Union or whatever. We could go down that line. I don't know. Josh Taylor is Scottish. He wears a freaking kilt to the boxing
Yes,
ring.
but he is Scottish, but he's still British. I mean, if you had
Yeah.
any sort of geography knowledge, you'd know that, but you don't. I mean, like I said, your life's like the Truman Show. Anything outside Illinois, you haven't got a fucking Scooby.
Kev,
Come on,
it's like
No,
the
you
motherfucker.
think
He's
everybody in the
American. He's
UK is
American,
English.
and he's from Virginia.
Different
People.
countries. Wales,
No, that's
Scotland,
like saying Virginia is a
Ireland,
different country.
it's
from
all
the
different
US.
countries, man. It's not the same
in
thing.
the U.S.
People are
Did the
trying
guy
to
bring up
claim
Holland?
Josh Taylor is English. He's Scottish.
Okay, what country? What state were you born in, Kevin? What state were you born in?
Illinois.
Okay, so are you from America or Illinois? Which one?
I'm from the United States of America, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, yes, the United Kingdom, which includes Scotland.
I'm not talking about the United Kingdom. I'm talking about England.
Okay. What we're trying to tell you is that Great Britain is made up of these sub-countries, but
Yes.
they're still considered under the crown of England, and that goes back. And I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but that goes back to world history knowledge of a 10th grade level and how it breaks forward. Again, I'm not trying to be an asshole when I say 10th grade level, but it's the area my son's studying right now, and they're all under the crown. Am I right, Stu?
Okay, ask Irish people what they think of that.
Telling it how
They'll
it is
say
not being an
they'll
asshole,
say they're
bro.
a
Fact
sovereign
of fact.
country. They're all sovereign countries.
No, they're not sovereign. That's what they
Yeah,
wanted
they
to.
are.
No, but listen,
With their
Kevin,
own rules
I know
and their
there's
own laws.
some.
They all got their own rules and their own laws.
No,
their own
no,
history.
no,
Hold on,
no,
Puerto
Kevin,
Rico and
Yes,
Kevin.
yes,
Kevin,
yes,
what
yes.
is-
No,
what is
but they're
this-
still
United Kingdom?
commonwealths of the United States.
They're not sovereign. Listen, anybody, shut up, please. Scotland. Why do you think they had a vote to try and separate? Because they're still part of the United Kingdom. They're not completely sovereign, right? It's like a federal state in a federation,
Oh,
like
they're
United
not
States.
completely sovereign.
Scotland cannot even be part. Scotland cannot even be part of the EU because it's not a country.
Exactly.
It's not classed as the EU has took the United Kingdom in. They don't take separate states. Sorry, it's not just like a state. They won't take that. They'll take it as one or none, and that's why Scotland wanted to leave the UK to get in with the European Union. But even if they had left the UK, the EU wouldn't have accepted them.
That's what
So,
they wanted.
look,
the
Full.
European Union
Look, there's
is
a
a
lot of
joke.
Scottish people. Look, there's a lot of Scottish people that tell you that they're not British, and that's fine. There's a lot of Irish people that have got Scottish people with Irish roots, so that's where that comes from. But then there's also the other side that like to be called British. Look, they had a referendum and chose to stay with the United Kingdom. And who are you, Kev, from Chicago, to tell the Scottish people who they are?
I'm talking about nations. We're talking about nationality. England is separate from the United Kingdom, from Britain. Two different things.
No,
This
it's
is
not
basic
separate.
knowledge.
It's part of it.
This is basic
It's not
knowledge.
separate.
No,
It's
that's
part of something.
Listen, wait.
How can it be separate? If it was separate from the United Kingdom, then I wouldn't be calling myself British, would I? Oh, come on, man.
All right, Great Britain is the landmass, which includes Scotland, England, and Wales. Right? It's
Northern
like one
Ireland.
big, like you could call it a country or an island or whatever, but that's Britain.
Oh, you're talking
And that's
about...
cut into three different things. And then there's Northern Ireland,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is on a different piece of land.
Yeah.
You
All
fools.
of that together is
You
the UK.
fools.
All right. Like, listen, Kevin. What's the point of this? So you wanna?
Yeah, come on, Kev. I mean, look, Kev.
The
What
point
is
is,
this?
people
man?
are trying
I mean,
to say Josh
this
Taylor's
nationality
English.
bullshit. Look, can't we
Nobody
just be
said-
one? Hey,
They're
can't we
part
just
of
be one big
they're
family?
part of the
Does it really
UK.
matter where
That
we're
means
from?
he's English or something.
Oh,
No,
jeez.
it's different nations. Period. That's what I said.
All right, then.
It's
So be it
different
then.
nations.
So what? So when if Josh Taylor gets beat by Ramirez, I don't want to hear you ringing me up and bashing British fighters because he's not British according to you. So don't be bashing me. Don't be ringing me up. Don't be saying anything to me.
That's a
Jesus
good point.
Christ.
That's
No,
a
he's
good
not. He is British. He's not English.
Okay, that's all
Yeah,
cool.
but I
and
agree
stuff,
with you.
but Stu's never
I
said
never
he's
said he.
English.
No one said
Stu's
it.
never-
Mark, deal with this guy.
And he's not Welsh either.
I got like 30 seconds to just kill this noise. Kevin, shut the hell up. You have no idea what you're talking about sovereignty in the United Kingdom. First of all, Josh Taylor's gone to America. For him to go to America, what is his passport? What is his passport?
Scottish.
There's no such thing as a Scottish passport, you dumb cunt.
All right.
I'll be
I mean,
back on in a few minutes when I finish my food, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Kev is a product of liberal education in the Western world right now. We've got the problem over here.
The failing American education that I.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got the same over here, but America's a little bit worse. I mean, the teachers over there are fucking hell. Space cadets.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
pretty
wonder
soon
people
all
like
you'll need to
Kevin
get into
don't know
college is a
difference between
fucking
his
pencil.
nose and his ass.
The fight scouts.
Okay, like Kevin, thank you for calling. Do you have any boxing questions
Yeah,
outside
let's-
of nationality issues?
Let's debate something. All right, Jay. Let's see if you have some disagreement. Let's see if you disagree with Kevin on something. Fuck. Any ideas?
Kevin finna be like, man, Carlos Takam, he's from France, he's black. How?
Oh my god.
He's gonna start getting that shit twisted.
Yeah.
All right.
Is Kevin still on?
Yeah.
Kevin, you want to talk some boxing? Please let me know.
Hi, Kevin.
Go on once.
Kevin, who do you have
Nope.
in that fight? Let's say Beterbiev fights Joe Smith. Oh, I think we lost Kevin. Kevin, yeah, he
I
has.
think we lost him.
He's been
I
having.
think
mic
that
issues.
hey, that fucking Vlaskov, whatever, Vlasov,
Mhm.
whoever Joe Smith is facing, I don't think that fight happened yet. You know, let's not think too far ahead of ourselves here.
That's a good
Good point.
point.
Because
Yeah,
I'll
that's a
tell you
good
about this, Joe Smith. We're really high on him. We like him a lot, but he has been outclassed. And you saw him, like, you know, getting beaten by who? Like Sullivan Barrera and Bivol. I mean, these are good fighters, but he's a guy where it could be a style versus style. And if his style doesn't go good, it could go bad for him.
He has the power.
If he's
Kinda
getting a guy
reminds
that's
me
on the,
of,
if he can't get into the brawl, if the guy won't let him get into the brawl,
Yeah.
then it's going to be a tough night of work.
But Joe, I'm just going to go and make a coffee, Matt. I think I need
Yeah.
one now after that discussion with Kev.
All right. Good points, Revolution.
Yeah, Joe Smith, I mean, we're all high on him. He works hard. We're excited that he's doing good. But he is beatable, guys. Now, when is that fight taking place? It's been postponed. I think they have a date set.
Let me check.
Because yeah, you guys we're just talking right about Beterbiev, you know.
Well, he's checking that.
Yeah.
I can't remember the fighter's name Ray Leonard won that light heavyweight title off of. I keep wanting to say De Leon. I know that's not it. Anyway, Joe Smith reminds me of that guy. He was a tough guy. He had a good right hand. His left hand was destroyed.
What are you guys
his left
talking
arm
about?
Was destroyed with What's that?
What are you guys talking about? You said Josh Taylor is English. He's not English. He's Scottish.
No, he's ill. No, we never said. Nobody said he's English. No one. Maybe somebody in the chat, Kevin.
British.
He's British.
Technically.
Is British and English the same thing? I didn't think so. No.
Is Virginia and America the same thing?
Yeah, it's like
Kevin. Did you come back?
Yeah, I came back. I'm trying to figure this out because a lot of smartasses in the chat think I'm wrong, but England and Scotland are two different things, right? Great Britain and England are two different things.
My friend, we're not going to
United Kingdom. That's a different thing. What's going on here? You guys confused or something?
Kevin,
no,
all right. Kevin, hold on. I'm gonna.
Is this a soundboard? Did somebody just pull a soundboard of them up?
What's the problem, nerd?
In the Olympics.
Okay, listen, Kevin. It starts with the UK. The UK, that's like the United States, all right? And the UK is made up of England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. Now, Northern Ireland is with Ireland, and the rest of them, Wales, Scotland, and England, they make up Britain.
No, you're wrong.
They're all
because they
on
all
the same
have different constitutions. They all have different history. United States was all founded as one country, one nation. The difference is
it
was colonized.
No.
Ireland was colonized. That's the difference. They're all different nations, but they were colonized by.
I don't care how Louisiana.
Wasn't Louisiana independent
at
some point? Wait, hold on.
Okay, well, first of all,
Texas.
I'm going to put my 2 cents on this nationality thing to bed. Each state in the 50 states has its own constitution also, which also falls under a federal constitution.
Yes.
So just because these other quote-unquote countries, I say that loosely because I do know that they have their own kingdoms per se, but just because they have their own constitutions does not make them separate from Great Britain. Now, with all respect, my friend, I've asked this more than once. This is a boxing show. Do you have a boxing topic you would like to debate other than where everybody comes from? If not,
don't worry about it. It's not it's none of your business. None of your business. I said what I said.
It's damn sure my business.
Is Scottish.
This damn show is
he
about
comes from Scotland.
Debating boxing. It's about debating boxing. And I'm ready. I'm ready. But you have no topic right now. So if you don't have one, feel free to listen to the show.
People in the chat saying Josh Taylor's from England or something. They said he's English. They're trying to claim him as an Englishman. He's not English. He's a Scottishman.
Okay.
Apparently, people don't know the difference. And they think everybody in the UK is English or something. I don't know.
Kevin,
it's crazy.
Kevin, an Englishman can claim, if you claim, let's use that word, claim Josh Taylor as British, right? But they cannot claim him as an Englishman. So we kind of agree there. If somebody from England's claiming Josh Taylor's an English, then that's incorrect because he's not from England. He's from Scotland. But if he claims him as a British,
exactly. No one with any sort of fucking, any sort of brain really would say that though. It's only Kev saying that. I mean, everyone knows. Well, not everyone because this is the boxing community we're talking about. But most people know that Scotland is not. It's not England. Of course, it's not. We've been warring for centuries at one time. So look, there's not a lot of love lost in certain parts of Scotland to the English and vice versa. So I know that, but as a unit, we are the United Kingdom, Great Britain. Josh Taylor is a British fighter, whether you like it or not. Go to Wikipedia or BoxRec and go and see what flag he's got beside him. That is not a Scottish flag.
Okay. Once again,
if you look at the Union Jack, the Union Jack
Britain
is like
and
a
England
combination of all the countries.
We're talking in circles here. What I said earlier was factual. And everyone tried to dispute it and say, "Oh no, it's all the same thing. It's all UK."
Stop saying facts, because when you say facts, listen, nothing you're saying is factual. I can't sit here and listen to this anymore. Honestly,
Kevin, just
I'm
admit you
losing
were
the
wrong.
will to live.
Kevin,
I can't listen.
That's
let's
not a
move on,
boxing
man.
It's like
No,
talking to some
no.
fucking.
We're gonna move
What
on.
I said
Some
was Josh Taylor
special
wasn't
needs
English,
kid.
and that's a fact.
Well, that's a fact, Kevin. We all
Okay,
agree with that. He's not
Look,
English.
I'll tell you what is a fact, that you're a fucking retard. That is a fact.
Outstanding.
Come
Nah,
on, man.
it's you. You're a
We've
smug
explained
idiot.
it.
That's
We've
You're a
explained
smug,
it to you.
arrogant, limey Brit. who
Yes,
don't know
I'm
the
arrogant.
difference
I like
between
being arrogant.
England
I
and
like being
Britain.
arrogant. Guess what? You'll never beat me. You'll
Arrogance
never
gets
beat me.
results.
All right, this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of hand.
Just get me this fucking
All right.
clown.
Can we hit the gong on this one?
All right.
Fucking idiot.
When people
Think, man.
See what I mean
people
about it?
live in one place.
All right,
When people live in one place, they like to get
Ken's
together.
got
and
five
say,
Revolution,
this is
don't
our
get
land.
Revolution, please
let's
don't
put a name.
no. We're ending this geography fucking
We
debate.
draw borders
Please.
and we make
No,
rules
no,
and we
no,
make
no.
agreements.
Jesus Christ. Can we move on? Jay, where's Jay? Jay, I need Jay here.
I'm right. I'm
J
here.
Dog.
Fight Scout,
Alright,
Fight
alright.
Scout. The reason I'm name calling, because we've just spoke normally, trying to break it down for about 30 minutes to this kid, and he doesn't want to listen. And I haven't got the time or the energy to be wasting on people that are narcissists that just won't accept true knowledge that's coming their way because they know better when they know absolutely fucking nothing. So look, this is why I've got to come to name calling, because this is the only language he knows. I don't want to talk about this no more, about this fucking Josh Taylor, Scotland, England, Britain. Why are we even fucking debating this?
There's nothing to talk about. We're on here to debate boxing, and a fighter's nationality is like 0.00001% of what matters in the sport.
Yeah.
It's exactly.
All
Joe.
right, Kevin, I have a question. Is Kevin still there? Let me check. All right. If Joe Smith ever fights Beterbiev, who do you have in that fight?
Oh man, that is a tough one. I'm yawning. I'm sorry.
Hey, stop yawning, man, on the air. Come on.
Fuck,
Right.
dude, my bad. I was trying to. All right, I didn't try to get to mute, but listen to me. Joe Smith against Beterbiev, that's a scary one. That's a true shootout. You know, we've seen Beterbiev hurt before. Let's see, his last opponent, like major opponent, he had the Vazdik. Vazdik, hard-hitting guy, but a different style than Joe. Not a pressure fighter, more of a mid-range guy. Keep you at a certain range and hit you with that full extension on his shots. Joe Smith is just gonna get in there and clubber away. I wonder how Beterbiev's going to respond to that. Is he going to try to institute some of his, boxing knowledge and ring IQ and try to outclass Joe Smith like the other guys have? Or is he going to try to match fire with fire and turn it into a true fucking war, which everybody's anticipating?
All right.
Like,
So,
you know what it is? The beauty of it is Joe Smith has an actual shot to pull it off. I don't think he's going to get it.
Agreed.
I don't
Agreed.
think he
But Smith to me reminds me of Donnie Lalonde. That's the name I was looking for earlier. Reminds me of Donnie Lalonde. Tough, powerful, doesn't have everything polished in the right places, but has enough to make a fight exciting, make people want to watch, and pull off an upset every once in a while.
so you think
Is this the fight he can pull that off in? I highly doubt it, but I'm willing to watch to see.
all right, Chris K.
We
thank
know
you for
he's a hard worker. We know that. You could see his Instagram. He is a hard worker. He trains hard. And this could be it for him. You know what I mean? This could be the precipice, this is the big one.
All right, quickly.
Who you talking about?
Wait,
You
hold
talk
on,
about
Stu. Let me just read a super chat. Chris K, thank you for your contribution. He says Josh Taylor is Mexican. Well, yeah, let's just say that at this point. I mean, he's anything. So he's
Look,
Mexican.
To be
Yeah.
fair, does it really matter? I mean, Kev's the only one that makes it about nationality and race all the time. I mean, he's got some obsession with it. And give it that. Look, to be fair, I don't give two shits where Josh Taylor's from. All I care about is where I'm from. That's
Joe
it.
Smith Jr.
All
Yeah,
right.
and Joe Smith and who?
and Beterbiev.
Oh, that's going to be... Oh, mate. Joe Smith is tailor-made for Beterbiev. Honestly, he's tailor-made for Beterbiev. Joe Smith will take one of the biggest beatings of his career in that fight. I know he's going to bring it. Beterbiev can be hurt. He can be. But just the way Beterbiev fights, he's just very technically sound, solid. He just keeps chopping away at you. Every shot he lands just takes something out of the tank. It does. And he sort of like these guys, they get hit with just even a jab, and they're thinking, "Fuck me, I don't want another one of them." But you can get the Beterbiev. I mean, Callum Johnson proved that, but Beterbiev obviously proved that. You know, he's got
world class power can make a
to
difference.
do a job. But look, this guy, I think Smith's got it all to do in that one. He's going to have to get Beterbiev early. He really is. He's going to have to start. Look, I think he's just going to have to put it on the line early on. I think the longer he's in there, the bigger beating he's going to take. Beterbiev's he's very methodical. He does everything. He does everything well, and you know, he just keeps chopping away. You know, and every one of these shots he's landing is causing damage.
Yeah, like I said, it's a mix. You know, Beterbiev is a mix of that, just straight brawling and power punching, but also the Eastern European technical pick your spots kind of fighting. So, and that's the counter. You know, that technical shit counters Joe Smith's style. And I think we're going to find out a lot about the kid. If he's got the heart, it could be a Ward Gaddy fight. But I don't know if he has the chin.
I don't know if he can. Yeah.
Yeah, the chin, actually. Not the heart, but the chin.
All right, you got to get through. All right, hold on, guys. I got to get through these fucking super chats. Savior Sammy, thank you for your contribution. He says, feed me more, feed me war. I am the alpha dog. All right, that's Slugger Sam, I'm sure. OG Boogie, thank you for your contribution. He says, Vladimir Klitschko is actually Puerto Rican. Viva Puerto Rico. Viva Puerto Rico. Like Don King used to say. Thank you, G Boogie. Jason Bourne, he says, this is for Kevin from Chicago, a voice of reason and not full of arrogant English behavior like the diva on your panel. Make sure Kevin gets his money, Bucho. All right. We'll wire transfer him the money. Another friend of Stu, Jason Bourne. And then Slugger Sam says...
Is that Jason Bourne who put that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's another surprise. Another fucking Polish stalker.
All right, let's calm down. Savior Sammy says, Boogie...
Another Polish stalker. What is it with these Polish people keep stalking me, man?
I don't know, man. Savior Sammy says, G Boogie, take your $5 and shove it wherever the sun don't, you know what, I guess. All right, Savior Sammy... Yeah, and OG Boogie with a very juicy, big contribution, $50. He says, this is for Slugger Sam with his little $5 ass that I made change for with my Arab money. That's right. You can't beat G Boogie, thank you. You don't need to give us those big contributions, but yeah, G Boogie, he's loaded. He has the Arab money. Chet Collins, a contribution. Thank you for your contribution. He says, Canada rules. That's right. I love Canada, man. Chet Collins. And Mr. E, thank you for your contribution. He says, Kevin tried to make a point, but ill-informed. Yeah, Kevin, I think you lost that one. You gotta admit.
Go lick your wounds, Kev.
Yeah.
I might. Hey, Butcher, I might have to take a trip over to Canada sometime soon. Come and see him, man.
Yeah, you better come here, man. Well, when they open the pubs,
I'm coming too, bro.
Definitely. We'll go out and I'll come for like 5 days, get a hotel, and then just come and see you guys, man. Because I need to. I need a holiday. Yeah, I need to get away.
Well,
what part of Canada do you guys live in?
Man. Come to Quebec. I'll show you around, man.
Yeah, man, definitely. Yeah, man.
Bucho, what part of Canada are you from?
Montreal, Quebec.
Okay.
Quebecois. Yeah.
Hey, boys, I'm starving, yo. I gotta jump in and make some food quick.
All right.
I'll hop back on later.
All right, then, Revolution.
And I got a fucking surprise too. I got a wrestling match I fucking videotaped today. I was in. If you guys want to watch afterward, little BDA after dark, the after part.
I bet you come out to HBK's music, don't you, sexy boy?
Well, they keep insisting that I do it. You know, the girls say it, but I come out to some hard shit.
By the way,
do you do professional wrestling?
Do you know my favorite? My favourite song entrance music, I think, it's got to be Dillian White's AC/DC Back in Black. That is just that is a perfect tune to come out to as a boxer. And the way Dillian White comes out with his finger across his face, just sick, man, sick.
Yeah, and in ECW, Chris Candido used to come out to that. So,
hey, have you ever checked XPW?
That's what makes me laugh. Can you remember back in the day? I mean, they stopped doing it now. But in America, they used to a lot of fights used to come out to these rappers, but they used to give them a mic. You couldn't even understand what they were fucking saying. It was a poor sound. It was like just dreadful to listen to. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm glad boxers got away with that. Got away from that, having these rappers coming in, fucking stinking the joint out. I don't want to hear these fucking clowns. Like I said, half of them couldn't wrap a Christmas present. You know, and they're coming out on this distorted mic. No, I don't want to hear that. I want to hear fucking AC/DC coming blasting out the speakers, mate. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Amen, brother. Speak it. Speak it.
All right, I'll be back, boys.
All right. Well, let's get some debates happening here. Where's Sage Money? Where's Mark? I don't think he's ready. He's in the chat. What's going on, people?
I was told it was supposed to start at 5, and we got about 4 minutes. Maybe that's what's taking everybody so long.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucked up yesterday with the fucking time.
That's the time I told Stu, because I thought this was what you sent me. So I was at a friend's house, and I got the call. I was like, hey, guys, hey, gotta go. Got the show to do.
That's right. Devotion. Devotion to the Kumite, man.
Most of you guys have other shows. I'm just lucky to be here. You know, most of you guys do different online shows, different streams, and you have your own. You guys just like welcomed me in. I'm lucky to even be here. If you guys do a show, I better have an excuse not to be around if I'm invited.
Well, you know, you're boxing. We're trying to build, like Stu calls it, the all-star team. So we're always
listen, Jay's a very important part of the team is becoming, and this is what I mean. When you bring good content to this channel, you will be appreciated. I mean, if people want to make a name for themselves on the BDA, God knows why they would. But if they do, then the way to do it, it's the way Dee did it, the way Jay's gone about it. Come on, talk sense, have a bit of charisma, and we welcome anyone on. But when you come on acting like a retard, fucking just, you know, drunk from cheap Russian vodka, acting, you know, just causing chaos, that's not going to get you anywhere with us.
I can get you anywhere. I mean, if, like you said, if you're trying to make a name off of this, and like I said, when I first told BDA this, I've never accepted a cent for anything I've done in boxing, from training fighters to when I used to work with the Boxing Truth, and now with you guys. This is all volunteer for me. It's just because I love the sport. But if you're trying to make your name off of it, you got to do it professionally, because if anyone's going to listen to the resume and you're acting like an idiot online, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to laugh you right out of the room.
That's right. That's right. The most important here is the most important thing is to entertain people, and that's what we're trying.
It's not an easy thing to do. Trust me. To sit on a, it might sound easy, but it's not. I mean, to make sense as well, and to bring different points up, you've got to have a bit of charisma, and you've got to be quite intelligent to come on a YouTube channel and hold it together. You've got to be an intelligent guy. If you're stupid, it will show very quickly, you know, and that's why I believe we've got the best panel around. We've got a very diverse panel of different sort of characters, different nationalities, as Kev would like to say. And yeah, I think we're in a real good place. We've got rid of the cockroaches, you know, that were just hovering around, making the place look untidy. We've got rid of them now. We've stamped on them, and we've replaced them with good guys. And this is what me and Butcher used to have chats about this all the time, about upping the standards of the show. It's where you want to go. Do you want to be a fucking comedy show, or do you want to be a fucking circus act, or do you want to be a respected boxing channel? And I think we've got the blend quite nice. I think there's a bit of fun, a bit of banter. We have some arguments, and also we've got some boxing knowledge on here. So yeah, like the way the show's going at the moment.
I do too. And some of the quote unquote arguments are basically people just standing their ground on their stances, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's part of what brings the entertainment. So before I was lucky enough to discover this channel, my outlet was getting into Boxing 24 and, you know, posting stuff online, and just the amount of people that the keyboard warriors that are on there that just think they know everything. It just gets nauseating. And so when I got welcomed into this, I was like, well, don't need Boxing 24 anymore. So I'll just keep going this way.
All right. All right, people, come on. Let's jump on StreamYard. Let's debate.
When you think, Butcho, when you think about, like I said, the guys that are part of the team, you can go say obviously you've got the usual suspects, but then you've got Del Boy who comes on. You've got Mark who spends a lot of time here now. Do you know what I mean? You've got Thunderdome, Precise Presenter. You know, all these respected channels. You know. and they're all part of our team. So look, BDA is the place to be when it comes to having a bit of laugh and talking a bit of boxing. You know what I mean? It's the place to be.
That was kind of my point. Is you're saying how Mark's got a channel, Dee's got a channel. Most of you guys have a channel. I don't, and so to be welcomed in with all you guys that are when I say accomplished, have your own stream and you've started it up and you have a following, you have followers. I'm just a guy that you guys let in, and that's why I'm honored to be here. That's why I'm lucky.
This is my point, Jay. The reason you're let in is because you can hold it together. You come to the table and you're good for the show. You're a very knowledgeable guy, and that's what we want. We're not going to sit here and just hold people from coming on. We'll have the biggest team possible if they all bring something to the table. You can't just. So I said to Butcher sometimes. It's not about quantity; it's about quality. And it got to the stage where it was a lot of quantity, but no quality coming out of it. But at the moment, we've got the mix right, and you've to get on and be a regular panelist. You just got to bring it, innit? Just call in and bring it. Show that you're knowledgeable. Show you got a bit of charisma, and you're basically there with us. This.
Well, I want to save our debate for later in the show, but let's start a different one in the meantime. I got one for you right now, Stu. Donald Curry, prior to him getting overly famous and the partying, the women, everything else like that. My stance is that he, for a brief moment in time, had the skills to be considered right up there with all the best welterweights in the world for about a 2-year period.
Don Curry was actually pound for pound number one when he lost to Lloyd Honeyghan.
You're right.
That win is still probably the top 3 greatest wins from a British fighter abroad. It has to be. Lloyd Honeyghan going over there and doing that to Don Curry was a massive, massive upset. You just don't realise. It was up there with Randolph Turpin beating Sugar Ray Robinson. I mean, that's how highly regarded that win was. Don Curry was a special talent. But like the thing with Honeyghan was like a pit bull. And if you turned up against Honeyghan and you cut a few corners in camp, taking your eye off the opponent, not giving them the respect they deserve, not training like you should, and mate, Lloyd Honeyghan will eat you alive. And that's what happened. Don Curry went in there, thought all he had to do was look pretty and it'd be enough. And Honeyghan is, like I said, he's like a pit bull. He comes swinging bombs. And he's tough, and he's just constant for 12 rounds. He's a very hard man to get off you. And Don Curry just wasn't prepared that night for it. And
his career was never the same after that. It was never consistent after that.
That could do it to a bad beating could do that to fighters. It did it to Jeff Lacey. I've seen it to it's done it to Wilder. That's why I see Wilder never being that guy anymore, because that defeat mentally has took a lot out of him. And same with Curry. Jeff Lacey was never the same fighter after Calzaghe whooped his ass. Seen it so many times.
He was the same guy. He was the same guy.
When you put your young talent up there in there with a seasoned guy, and he gets his ass whooped.
Was he overrated though? I mean, was Jeff Lacey overrated?
He was overrated, but he was still good enough to be a world champion, and he was beating everyone else. The fact is, he never looked half the fighter again after that. It's like Calzaghe snatched his soul that night.
Be honest with you,
that weren't just a defeat. That was a terrible beating.
It was, and it wasn't bad enough for anyone to have to stop the fight, but it was bad enough to have long-term damage to where he couldn't. It was a psyche that got damaged more than anything else, because he still had the physical ability. He had a few shoulder problems, but he had the physical abilities and attributes still did the same thing, but that psyche was never the same. And sometimes with some fighters, when that aura of invincibility is gone, they can't ever get it back. Or they can't accept the fact that they don't have it and adjust to the fact that I might not win this one, but I can give my best effort. And that's kind of what happened to Jeff Lacey. But Jeff Lacey was good enough to beat anybody on this side of the pond at 168. I don't know.
This is the thing. I just don't think at the time the Americans just didn't give Calzaghe the respect and credit he deserved. They didn't rate him. They thought Jeff Lacey was going to turn up, go through this guy like a doorway, and take the belt back to America. And Joe Calzaghe that night. Do you know what Don King said? I remember saying what Don King said after that fight. They interviewed him about the fight. And Don King said, Joe Calzaghe took Jeff Lacey to kindergarten him. And I always remember that comment because he put it beautifully, and that's exactly what happened.
It broke up on the last part. He took him where?
He said, Dom King said, Joe Calzaghe took Jeff Lacey to kindergarten and back. And I always remember by the way he said it because he said it beautifully, and it basically that's how it looked to me as well.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just schooling of the highest order.
Yep.
All right, guys, sorry to cut you off here, but we have a bunch of people all over the place. We have Recognize the Matrix, who's joining us on Discord, and then we have Dee Jefferson and that boy good. I think it's Red Glove Militant. Guys, welcome to the show.
Hey, how's it going? I'm really liking this Kumite that y'all are having today.
Right. The Kumite?
Yeah, the Kumite. That's what it's called, right?
It's a Kumite.
It's the
Kumite. You're wrong. It's the Kumite.
Have you ever seen?
Wrong.
No.
Hey, caller, 1 minute. Have you ever seen Bloodsport with Van Damme?
No, I'm kidding.
When he goes to Hong Kong,
I know
it's the Kumite.
I know it's the Kumite, but yeah. I appreciate you. I appreciate you being patient with me, Stu.
The thing is, bro, I don't even know who's playing with me these days and joking with me. I just don't know who I'm dealing with.
No. I appreciate what y'all do. I took a little hiatus, but I've called in before, and I like what you guys do. But yeah, it's the Kumite from Bloodsport. I'm familiar with it. I just like to have a little bit of fun. But yeah, okay, I'm enjoying the show.
You got me. What's your? Have you been listening to our topics? What we're talking about? Do you want to pipe in with anything?
Not at the moment. Like I started listening when there was the whole argument as to whether or not Taylor was British or Scottish. I know we don't want to go back
move on.
Into that.
Please move on. Please don't bring that up again.
Kevin's still there. So.
It's just why waste your moment? You call in, you've got your moment to say your piece about any topic in boxing, and you want to talk about Josh Taylor being British and Scottish and stuff. He never fails to amaze me.
To the Calzaghe thing, I give Calzaghe 100% credit. You know, it's a lot of people like to talk about, well, he fought these guys past their prime, and he doesn't have control over what era he's in. I think he did the best that he could at the time that he was fighting, and I'm not gonna overpraise him, but I think he definitely deserves some recognition for his accomplishments for sure.
Exactly, Colin. You remember, right? Calzaghe gets a lot of stick for being a ducker and fighting guys past their best, like you just said. But Roy Jones ducked more people than Calzaghe ever did. He ducked Gerald McClellan. He ducked Calzaghe. He ducked Eubank Ben. He ducked loads of fighters, mate.
Steve
All right,
Collins.
Roy Jones is one of the best. I'm not saying Roy Jones wasn't a great fighter, and he probably could have won them fights, all of them. But he didn't take him. So if you want to talk about ducks, go back into history and look who Roy Jones ducked.
Rocky Johnny,
and then
Michael Nunn.
You also have to take a look at the history of the sport, right? So there's always been these passing of the torch fights where a guy who was past it fought, the new young lion. Ali, he fought why is his name the one that Mike Tyson beat the shit out of?
That could be one of many, bro.
Frank Bruno.
I'm thinking you mean Holmes. I'm thinking you mean Larry Holmes.
Yeah, Holmes. For some reason, I couldn't remember his name. So Ali fought Holmes. Holmes beat him, and then way down the line, Mike Tyson did the same thing to him. It's always been a part of the sport where the young guy, beats it's like a rite of passage almost, where you do, Danny Garcia did it with Morales. It's not nothing new, but the only thing that is new is this new age way of thinking of, oh, we can't give them credit for these guys at all. Don't get me wrong, you don't act like they fought them at their prime, but you got to give them some credit for beating the legends.
Yeah, but
where's Brotherhood?
Yeah, where's Brotherhood?
Let's get it.
I mean, where's H Money? All these guys.
I don't know where these people at, man. I want this smoke. Where's the Brotherhood? Where you at, punk? Nah, where you at? Don't run.
Hey, Bucho, you hear me? You guys hear me?
Oh yeah, we have recognize.
All right, cool.
All right. Well, we can start a debate, I guess. Let's just find a topic. Okay. Okay. 10 minutes.
GGG sucks.
GGG sucks. All right. All right. No, wait. You're gonna agree with Stu.
Oh man.
When are we getting mine and Jay's debate on it?
Stu,
Because it's
Stu,
long
Stu's
out a little bit, haven't we?
Stu turned his back on the aging Triple G for Canelo. I know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Turn
wait.
my back on it, mate.
Is
Okay,
Ryan
okay.
Garcia?
Yes, you want to go ahead and, if you and I want to lead it off, let's do it.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm ready to go because it's going to get too late. I'm going to get tired. And I'm going to.
All right. Let's 12 minutes. Wait, do we
What
do
are the
it like-
rules?
What are the rules?
What's the topic?
What's the topic?
For
Okay.
me and him, the topic's going to be Bo Lewis, who would have won and why they didn't fight each other.
Nice one. There we go. Let's do it.
Stu, I'll let you go first, sir, since this is more your show than mine.
What's
Or
the
you've been around
rules,
longer,
though?
is what I mean.
What's the rules, though?
What, the rules.
You guys are judges. You decide at the end of the debate who you thought won.
All right, Jay, you won.
Cheers,
I'm up
Mark.
first.
I'm
Stu
joking, Stu. I'm joking.
Mark's
won.
been paid off already, isn't he?
Yeah.
So I'll start off. So this is Riddick Bowe, Lennox Lewis, a debate that I've wanted to talk about for a while now because Jay believes that Riddick Bowe would have beat Lennox Lewis, and he's got. I don't know where he's getting his information from, but he's got some information saying that Riddick Bowe, Lewis was the one ducking Riddick Bowe. There was reasons why that fight, it wasn't Riddick Bowe's fault. Where I got eyes, they work. I saw Riddick Bowe throw his belt in a bin, sitting there grinning like a Cheshire cat. Look, you just can't erase that. You know, that moment. He told the world that he was ducking a fight because whenever a fighter chucks his belt in a bin, that is the biggest duck you can imagine. You can use promotions reasons, TV network reasons. You can fake injuries, and you can probably get away with them one. But to throw your belt in a bin to avoid a guy, and look, when you go back into why Riddick Bowe would have ducked Lennox Lewis, you have to go back to the Olympics, where Riddick Bowe was stopped in the final, I believe, against Lennox Lewis in the amateurs.
Gold medal round, yes.
Yes, he got stopped by Lennox Lewis. So Lennox Lewis has already got one over him already. So when you go into Lennox Lewis's trophy cabinet, there's a gold medal there, not a silver one, a gold one. And who did he beat? Riddick Bowe. So he's already got one over Bowe there, and it's a mental thing. I think. Look, there's no matter who these fighters are, the bravest guys on the planet. There's always that one guy that they get in with, and they're wary of, and they just don't fancy it, or they'll duck. There's just one guy out there. They might fight anyone else, but there's always one guy that they just don't fancy it against. And I believe Lennox Lewis was the guy that Riddick Bowe just didn't want any part of, and he was happy to throw that WBC belt in the bin instead of fighting Lennox Lewis, who Lennox Lewis deserved his shot as well. And then when you break down the resumes, I mean, I'm just going to get Riddick Bowe's here now because obviously I'm dealing with my phone.
I'm going to concede the resumes based off of how early Bo's career went down, regardless of the reasons and what Lennox Lewis eventually accomplished.
But if you do that on your section, then we'll take it from
there.
Okay,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, so
you can say what you like, bro. When it's your turn. But we're talking like see Riddick Bowe after 21 fights is fighting Tony Morrison, a Jamaican that doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. So this is where we are. Where after 22 fights, Lennox Lewis is fighting Donovan Razor Ruddock, a guy that had gone the distance with Iron Mike Tyson, the real Iron Mike Tyson, that killer. So this just Lewis was always a step ahead when it comes to. And then you look Tyrrell Biggs. I mean, Tyrrell Biggs is okay. You know, Tyrrell Biggs is Tyrrell Biggs. Tony Tubbs, another one. They're all like that. All like Dillian White sort of levels. No, actually, probably a bit lower than that back in them days because there was a lot of talent in them. But they were tough fights for anyone. But that was on the wrong end of big fights, well, and they're not world class wins for me. So these are the guys he's fighting after 23 fights. Then he fights Bruce Seldon after 26. We all know Bruce Seldon's fucking useless. And then you've got 29 fights. He's fighting Conroy Nelson from Canada. Everett Martin from the States after 30. I mean, 31. Pierre Coetzer from is it the Ivory Coast? I don't know where that country is. That's a flag I've never seen. So, then he's fought Evander Holyfield, which started where Riddick Bowe really started to become the big name. Do you know what I mean? But 32 fights. I mean, fucking Joshua gets stick about the people he fights from Johnny and stuff. But yeah, Joshua was fighting Klitschko after 17 fights. I mean, that's the levels. 32 fights, and Evander Holyfield is the only real world-class opponent he's been in there, and he won on a unanimous decision. A great fight, wasn't it? I mean, let's be real, that was a brilliant fight. And Riddick Bowe proved that he's a world-class fighter. I've never doubted that. But Holyfield was just a bit too small for Riddick Bowe. It was the size, I just think, kept overpowering him. They'd trade punches, and Bowe would be the one that usually came up on top. And in the latter rounds, Holyfield used to start to blow, and that's when because Bowe was very busy for a big guy, threw a lot of shots, and he threw beautiful combinations at mid-range and stuff. You know, very dangerous guy. I'm not doubting that. But you've got
so 1 minute. Like 1 minute. 1 minute.
Then you've got Michael Dokes. Michael Dokes after 33 fights, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get Lennox Lewis's resume. Will I be able to do that next round?
Yeah. We're going to do 5 minutes.
Okay, then, yeah. Well, I'll just go through this. I mean, 34, Buster Mathis Jr., after the Evander Holyfield loss, by the way. And I just want to, obviously, I'm going to cut it down because he fought 36 and won. He fought Herbie Hyde. Oh, I know Herbie Hyde from the UK. I mean, the guy was like a cruiserweight that had a chin like Amir Khan. You just tapped it and it fucking shattered. So I remember watching that fight. I was actually in prison at the time. When I was a youngster, I went and did a little bit of time, and I got one of the screws to record that fight for me. Herbie Hyde, Riddick Bowe. That's how long ago it was, and I remember Herbie Hyde just getting smashed all over the place. But that's 36-1. But when you start looking at Lennox Lewis's resume after that, I mean, well, we'll see when it comes to that time. Then you've got the Andrew Galata saga, where just got obviously beat Holyfield before that in the trilogy. I'm not talking too much about that. Then you've got the Andrew Galata. I will continue afterwards.
Yeah, so you had 6 minutes. We're gonna give 6 minutes to Jay, starting now.
Okay, so round one. A lot of what Stu says is completely correct, and I'm not going to dispute anything other than the points that were not made. A lot of people may not have followed, based off of may not have made the headlines. They both fought. Lewis's career went a little faster, fighting less fights, and they put Riddick Bowe with a lot of people on the way up, similar to the way they did Tyson. So he had a lot of fights with not as much substance in certain ways, and Stu's got a very good point there. But as far as Tony Tubbs and guys like that, some of those contenders on this side of the pond were more well known than who Lennox Lewis is fighting on the way up. So yeah, and plus I'm talking about the fact that I'm 18 years old at this time, so I really don't know the quality of competition that some of the people Lewis faced. I don't think that holds water, and I'm going to give you a few reasons why. One, they both fought Terrell Biggs. They both fought Terrell Biggs. However, Terrell Biggs had a win over, Lennox Lewis, that's right, in the amateurs, in the Olympics in 1984. And Lennox Lewis came back to beat him. Miguel Cotto knocked out Mahabd Abdullayev, who beat him in the amateurs. People have come back and beaten people that were rivals over the amateurs. As far as the knockout loss, I do remember Ferdy Pacheco being extremely angry for the fact they got stopped so soon because Bowe was never down. He didn't even wobble back to the ropes. He was stunned. He was hurt. But Bowe won the first round easily. That was still a competitive fight, and it got stopped. And that was the Olympics that the U.S. got screwed a lot with a lot of crazy decisions. Todd Foster, Roy Jones, Riddick Bowe. So that's my 2 cents on that. Leading up to the fight, Pierre Coetzer was one of the people you named. That was a title elimination fight. May not have been undefeated, but very tough guy from, I believe, South Africa. And Bowe beats him. Lennox Lewis ends up knocking out Razor Ruddock, who had more clout coming in. Bowe gets the first shot. He gets Evander Holyfield. This is where it gets dicey. So that Lennox Lewis now becomes the number one contender. Lennox Lewis demanded, on this side of the pond, we read 50-50. He wanted a 50-50 split with the champion. Bowe refused. So they went there. I don't know about the litigation arbitration going in with anything else. All I know is the fact that they couldn't reach anything. I do know the fact that Rock Newman put out 2 separate offers that Lennox Lewis's people declined on 2 different occasions. This is before he threw the belt in the trash. So when Rock Newman said we're going to move on, all of a sudden Lennox Lewis's people said, hey, you know what, we'll take that last offer. Rock Newman said, no, we're moving on. The orchestration of the showboating of throwing the belt in the garbage was all Rock Newman, and Riddick Bowe was just telling him what he told to do. I thought it was stupid myself, but that's what he did. After that time had moved on, another reason why they didn't fight was certain things got in the way. After the Michael Dokes fight, Rock Newman went on record saying he offered $12 million to Lennox Lewis, and their people turned it down. $12 million in 1992 as the number one. Well, no, by this time he had a championship belt because he picked it up out of the garbage. But it was a $12 million offer in 1992, and the bigger draw stateside was going to be Riddick Bowe, and he turned it down. Why? We don't know. Fast forward to 1995. They had a fight signed ready to go, except for a certain fighter named Oliver McCall knocked out Lennox Lewis in the second round. The fight was ready to go. All Lennox Lewis had to do was beat Oliver McCall, and he didn't. Fast forward to, I believe, 97. They were going to fight again. And this time, again, for Lennox Lewis's WBC belt, but a certain fighter got in the way of Andrew Galata. So these fights have been on the table with other obstacles outside of pricing being in the ring. My stance isn't as much as Lewis dodged Bowe as the fact that there were obstacles that got in the way from both camps. And then other fighters had their own 2 cents to get in the ring, like Oliver McCall and Andrew Galata. These unforeseen factors that we didn't know were going to happen. No one picked Oliver McCall to knock Lennox Lewis out to stop that fight from happening. Very few people thought Andrew Galata was going to be able to knock out, well, not knock out, but beat Riddick Bowe to keep that fight from happening. But those fights were either in negotiation or signed and ready to go and were knocked out by right hands. So I don't necessarily believe that one fighter really ducked the other, which is a misconception that I think Stu might have. But I don't think it was Riddick Bowe just dodging Lennox Lewis. I also don't buy the fact that the amateur loss with the other fights that are put out there, people can overcome these losses. And I don't believe that Bowe thought that was a rightful stoppage. I think he thought he was robbed in that fight. So I do believe he would have wanted his own revenge. I don't, having said that, price is the big thing that got in the way when they were both undefeated. And the one that wasn't going to negotiate too much, from what I can tell on my side of the pond, was Lennox. He wasn't going to budge, and he wasn't going to get what he wanted, and that's why they went their separate ways. And it sounds like I have some extra time left, but that's my first round.
All right. So next round, how many minutes? You guys went 6 and 6.
Well, 5 minutes will do.
5 minutes. All right.
Yeah, 5 minutes will do it. Look, I'm gonna get back onto where I was, because we came to the Andrew
You're going to
Galata.
quality competition.
We come to the Andrew Galata fight because obviously he'd just beat Holyfield and won his title back. Sorry, I'm just getting my phone up. Yeah, he's coming up to the Andrew Galata fight. He just beat Holyfield, and it was a good performance. I mean, we all loved the Riddick Bowe, Evander Holyfield trilogy. There's no doubt that that's one of the best trilogies of all time. So of course, Riddick Bowe is part of that. I understand that. I understand Riddick Bowe was a great fighter. There's no doubt in that. But we're talking about Lennox Lewis now. Whether you like the guy or not, I mean, he is top 3 heavyweights of all time for me. He has to be. He's probably. I mean, if I don't like to say it, I probably got him 1. That's how highly I rate this guy. But anyway, get back to Riddick Bowe fighting Andrew Galata. Now, Andrew Galata, go back and watch them fights. He got disqualified after hitting Bowe in the bollocks with massive uppercuts. And look, I've got no complaints about the disqualification. This is Andrew Galata, who was just absolutely brain dead on the night. He was beating the brakes off Riddick Bowe. Honestly, it was a good fight. Riddick Bowe had his moments, but Andrew Galata was chopping Riddick Bowe down. He gets disqualified. Chaos occurred. afterwards, I believe. And that one, or I can't. It might have been the second one. It's a long time ago. You go. I'm an old man now.
The first one was the riot. The first one was the riot.
Yeah, that's I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. And chaos erupted. Look, then they get it on again. Then they get on again. Look, Riddick Bowe got lucky in that one because he was ready to go. He was, and when he got hit with that last blow, mate, yes, it hurt because it would have hurt. Of course, it did. But Riddick Bowe made a lot more out of that than he needed to. I thought he probably thought this is his get out of jail card sort of thing because he was getting a pasting. So then they go to the rematch, and lo and behold, Andrew Gallotta. It was exactly the same fight, really. It was like a mirror image of the first one. And he gets disqualified again after he's got the fight in his hands, beating up Riddick Bowe. Whether you like Andrew Gallotta or not, I'm not a big fan of his because I felt he was a bit spineless at times. I mean, he fucking lost the fight against Tyson before it even started. Lennox Lewis, he was shitting his pants that night. So I just don't think he's one of them brave warriors that people thought he was, and that's probably why he was doing low uppercuts in the bollocks because it just gets his way. He's probably trying to find a way out of that war as well, even though he was winning. If you get what I'm saying, it was just very bizarre to watch a guy. I mean, one disqualification is enough, but two is just unacceptable. But yet again, Riddick Bowe getting smashed all over the place. Now let's go to where Lennox Lewis fought Andrew Gallotta. After this, by the way, after this 1 round destruction. Go and watch it. Go and look at Gallotta's face after he just took a combination off Lennox Lewis. I mean, he didn't know what the fuck had hit him. He was in shock. He looked like Curtis Stevens when Golovkin dropped him. You can remember that face he pulled. It was a comedy gold to look at, but 1 round destruction. Now, I know triangle theories are not always the way to go in boxing, but it gives you a rough idea, about where the talent is. And, a guy that, let's be real, Bowe would never have won them fights if Gallotta didn't get disqualified. Lennox Lewis goes and destroys this guy in a round, doesn't even get hit. Just goes through him like a fucking doorway. And this is my point. And I think deep down Riddick Bowe knew this, but I want to go to Lennox Lewis's resume quickly while I got a bit of time because there's not really a lot more to talk about Bowe's. After them Gallotta fights, he was just finished. Not even worth talking about him after that. But let's go to Lennox Lewis. So after that Bowe was fighting, nobody just disappeared. I mean, Lennox Lewis on his last fight, by the way, fights Vitaly Klitschko with 2 weeks' notice and stops him. I mean, no, who else has beat Vitaly Klitschko like that? Who else has done that to Vitaly Klitschko? Who else has hurt him, dropped him? I know Lewis didn't drop him, but Lewis smashed his face to pieces. 200 and some stitches, I believe. 220 stitches, seconds. Like that. I'm going to have to put the resume in my... Can we go 6 minutes? And let me just get this resume quickly.
No.
I'll concede. Let him do it.
All right. Then, yes, you get 1 more minute.
Let me just get him up then, because I've got to get him on his record.
Okay.
Let me just get his record up and then do it from there. Sorry, guys.
All right.
I'm saying a bit more than
let me know when you're ready.
I want to get my point across. Right. We'll go to, I've mentioned Donovan Razor Riddick. After that, Tony Tucker. Well, Tony Tucker, very tough fight for anyone. As tough as they come. Frank Bruno. Say what we like about Bruno. Won a world title. Decent guy, man. All right, he wasn't an elite, but decent. Then you obviously got his loss to Oliver McCall that he revenged in a bizarre fashion, by the way. But he would have beat Oliver McCall up anyway. Look, Lennox Lewis was prematurely stopped for me, and he had some clown in his corner called Pepe Carrera that should never have been in the boxing ring. He goes to Emmanuel Stewart after that. The rest is history. But then we'll go up to Tommy Morrison at 29. Tommy Morrison was a KO artist. All right, not the greatest, but very dangerous customer. Destroys him. Ray Mercer's tough as they get. I watched that fight. Very close fight, that, by the way. Ray Mercer's as tough as they come. Then he gets that bizarre win over Oliver McCall. Henry Okunwande, who was knocking everyone out, by the way. A very dangerous guy. A bit too small for heavyweights, but he was very dangerous. Good power. Got disqualified. Holding.
All right. Time's up. Now we're going to give Jay 6 minutes.
Let me know when to start. take it as good. Okay. Henry Akinwande knocked out Jeremy Williams, but I could have blown Jeremy Williams a kiss and he would have fallen down. That's not a remarkable knockout. And Axel Schultz went the distance with him twice, so he wasn't knocking everybody out. But he was, I do believe, undefeated. And Lennox just went inside on him where neither one of them knew what to do there. And Akinwande got disqualified for holding too much because he was the one initiating the clinches. Mind you, Lennox Lewis was not in any way, shape, or form trying to fight out of those clinches, for the record. Now, as far as competition and longevity, yes, Riddick Bowe was done a lot earlier. Reasons as to why, not a clue, other than the fact that he wasn't as disciplined as Lewis. And that is the reason why Lennox Lewis is much highly regarded of all times. And I concede that. I've never argued against that, which is not the point of this topic at all. It's 1992 that we're talking about, when the aforementioned Pepe Correa, who was a terrible trainer, was training Lennox Lewis, who kept just looking for the right hand, who wasn't using a jab, who was just polling and measuring fighters to try and throw the right hand, like he did against Frank Bruno, which is for most of that fight at the very end after he landed that lucky left hook. So, coming to that point, we're also talking about how Riddick Bowe was a better inside fighter. Lennox Lewis was probably a better puncher, punch for punch, but Bowe put them together better. I can see Bowe out-jabbing Lennox Lewis at that stage of their career. Because who did out-jab Lennox Lewis? Let's see, Ray Mercer, Hasim Rotman, and Vitaly Klitschko. And that's after Emmanuel Stewart. So it could be done. Because he wasn't much of a jabber before. I also see the body work coming in and the uppercuts coming up. Lennox Lewis is great with an uppercut if he's holding your head, holding you behind the head and hitting you at the same time like he did Michael Grant. Aside from that, it wasn't that much of a weapon for him. So at that stage, now, we want to fast forward to Andrew Galata? Yeah, I got you right there. I'm with you, Stu. I side with you on that one. I won't argue for a second. But in 1992, I don't buy it. I don't think it's going to be an easily one-sided decision for Lennox Lewis. I'm not saying he couldn't have won, but it wasn't going to be an easy walkthrough because Bowe had a chin, because Bowe could take it.
Yeah, but sorry, bro. Sorry, bro, but I never said anything about the fight happening in 1992. I just said about the fight happening at the peak of their careers.
Well, that would have been 1992 because
no, but that wouldn't have been Lennox Lewis's peak. I'm on about the peak Riddick Bowe.
It's Jay's time. It's Jay's time, Stu.
The biggest part of this debate is going to be the fact that their peaks weren't at the same time. You're going to have to acknowledge that because I fully agree the fact that later in the career, especially as Lennox was the older fighter between the two to begin with, Bowe was done at 28. He was washed up at 28. Lennox was not. However, he was not at his peak back in 1992 where Bowe was. So that's another problem with this debate if we have to go about that way because they weren't peaked at the same time. When Bowe was at his peak, Lewis wasn't anywhere near it. Now, it was not near because he wasn't with Emmanuel Stewart. He wasn't using his untapped skills yet, nor did it look like he knew how to because he was staggered against Tony Tucker, Frank Bruno, Phil Jackson, who's a cruiserweight, and he was all of us, and then he got knocked out by Oliver McCall. So his chin was already in question to begin with. The other reason, this is less to do about them who would have won, but another reason why I don't think this fight came to bout, they said many times over at Bowe's camp, they didn't want to do business with the WBC. And I think it's because they didn't want to have to deal mostly with Don King and Jose Suleiman. They did issue a challenge to Lennox Lewis to give up the belt and come over and fight for their belts, and Lennox Lewis didn't do that. Then add in the fact that everybody that Lennox Lewis fought after he picked up the belt were Don King fighters, and there's an a little element of truth to that statement. I think Rock Newman wanted to control the heavyweight division. He saw Lennox Lewis as an obstacle, yes. Don King is more of an obstacle, and they just wanted to do things on their way, so they threw the belt in the garbage for show. As far as the fight between the two of them, again, Lennox Lewis wasn't accepting offers that were being made. And as far as the fight between the two of them at the time, like you said, that was Lennox Lewis's peak. That was Riddick Bowe's. I can see my time.
So round three.
Closing
round
statements.
three, then we'll just do 6 minutes of back and forth and just closing statements and sort of thing. Yeah.
Good idea. Actually, 5 minutes. We gotta wrap this up. All right, 5 minutes.
Right,
yeah, back and forth, cross examination.
Yeah.
So how's this?
Mr. BBA, respectfully, can I jump off, please? Mr. BBA, respectfully. Respectfully.
Who's this? What do you want?
Respectfully, can I please get a minute?
What the fuck's going on here?
Hi, Slugger. Jump up later.
Are you serious? You've just brought Slugger in on our debate.
Yeah,
Seriously?
I don't even know. All right, go.
Come on, man. Seriously. Jay was saying about Lewis's chin, and I agree with him. You know, it's a known fact that Lewis had to protect that chin, and when he went to Manny Stewart, he became a master at it. Very difficult guy to look. Boring at times. I'm not going to deny he could be boring at times with his straight punches and lunging into the hold and just basically very Klitschko-like at times, wasn't it? But he could also go to war. He could dig deep, go to the trenches. He showed that against Vitaly Klitschko. The boxing went out the window. He stood in the pocket, gritted his teeth, and went toe-to-toe with a Ukrainian monster. And he got the job done. And this is a 37-year-old guy, by the way. Where was Riddick Bowe at 37? Couldn't barely string a sentence together. I mean, you've just got to see the resumes. I mean, I don't want to keep going down the resumes, but you've just got to see, I mean, look, young, hungry lion after young, hungry lion. Holyfield had Bowe, or you say about chins, but Holyfield had Bowe all over the fucking shop. He didn't even hit Lennox Lewis once and hurt him. No. But when Lennox Lewis hit Holyfield with a shot, I thought Lennox Lewis was very negative that night. I thought he could have stopped Holyfield. In the first one, especially, when he hit Holyfield with a big shot and Holyfield curled up like he'd never been hit before. And this is what I mean. When Lennox Lewis when he thought there was danger in front of him, he started throwing combinations, mate. Devastation followed. Andrew Galata will tell you that, you know, and Mike Tyson will tell you that. Vitaly Klitschko. I mean, look, just going through these names. I mean, Bowe ain't got any of them. Bowe's had a trilogy with Holyfield, or 3 wars, by the way. 1 he lost, and 2 wars with Galata. He was. I mean, let's be real. He got his ass whooped in both of them. Lost one of the Holyfield fights. I mean, these are the only fights we can really talk about. Lennox Lewis. I mean, just ask anyone that knows anything about boxing. Lennox Lewis is in anyone's top 10 of all time heavyweights. Riddick Bowe's nowhere near the list on these. Come on, man.
Right.
Riddick Bowe don't deserve to be on. And you could talk about ducking Lennox Lewis not taking this bid, not taking that bid. Lennox Lewis followed Riddick Bowe all over the place. Every time Riddick Bowe had a fight, Lennox was there, calling him out on camera. I remember it. And Riddick Bowe, he was sitting there like he fucking. He'd lost his tongue or something. His fucking ass fell out. You know, he didn't want to know nothing about getting in the ring with Lennox Lewis. Didn't want no part of it. Honestly, he didn't. And this is my point. It's just hard for me to see how anyone can think Riddick Bowe has done more in boxing, is a better fighter than Lennox Lewis. I just can't see it. I mean,
do I get to chime in, or do I wait my turn?
You can jump in any time, man. Now there's 2 minutes left.
No, that's it. Sorry, I forgot it was back and forth. Yeah, just go ahead, Jay. I'm done, man. Look, my point is
2 minutes. Go on.
My point is, if I've got 2 minutes left, I'll quickly break down how the fight happens. Lennox Lewis would have to keep this at range. Lennox Lewis would have to make it boring at times, but I just think Riddick Bowe, and in the end, Riddick Bowe is quite an easy guy to hit, you know, and Lennox Lewis, one of the sharpest right hands in the business, straight right down the pipe, clean anyone out if it lands clean. And you talk about the jab. I thought Lennox Lewis had one of the best jabs in the business too, a very solid jab that won him a lot of fights. But that Riddick Bowe, his best chance would be in the pocket, throwing bombs. But even then, Lennox Lewis has proved when he gets down on his gum shield, he can do that.
Yeah, when he has to hold you behind the head. Yeah.
Look, it doesn't matter, mate.
I mean,
he was allowed to get away with it.
I mean, this is the debate. We're going to go back and forth, and if you're going to hold behind the head, when Riddick Bowe holds you behind the head and hits you, you're going to go out too. Look, but Riddick could jab his way inside.
Did he hold Andrew Galata by the head?
No, I'll give you that one.
There you go. Did he hold Shannon Briggs by the head? No, he was. Look.
Well, that fight was stopped by Shannon Briggs missing a punch.
Look, Lennox Lewis.
That fight was stopped by Shannon Briggs throwing a wild shot and falling down. That fight wasn't stopped by a punch.
but he stopped it. But the ref stopped it because he was going to get knocked the fuck out. That's why. I mean, look, we could all see Shannon Briggs was getting his fucking ass whooped. So, and look, what? When did Bo ever fight?
All right,
Okay,
listen.
so round three's over, and I didn't get too many words in. So am I going to get a
you should have
response?
jumped in.
It's your turn now, man. Your turn now. Go ahead,
All
man.
right.
I'm done anyway. I've said my piece. There's nothing else to say. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. Jay, 2 minutes closing statement.
Closing statement. Look, I'm not going to compare who was greater overall at the end because we all know that that's Lennox Lewis. My point is, in 1992, when the fight was supposed to first happen, that it's not the way everyone thinks it is because the way half-ass writers have put it out there. There was more to it than Bo just throwing the belt in the garbage. I've stated Lennox Lewis could have said all day long, I want to fight, I want to fight, I want to fight. He accepted no offer, no offer, no offer. He made no offer, no offer, no offer. So it's not just Riddick Bowe when it comes to that. I don't care how many times you can pronounce a person's name. If you're not sending a contract, you're not making a fight. That is 100% case in point, making a fight. Lennox Lewis didn't accept. He did not offer. So that's the end of that part back in 1992. I concede in 1995 on, Lennox Lewis more than likely would have won. Riddick Bowe against Lewis that fought Ray Mercer, close, toss up, the one that fought Andrew Galata on. I concede the fact totally Bowe was done by then. And Lennox had a much better career. As far as beating up Vitaly Klitschko, Lewis got saved that night. And he knows it. And that's why he retired instead of facing it as his mandatory defense right after that. Because he knew at that stage of his career, I don't know, but at that stage of his career, he knew he wasn't beating that man. And I've heard interviews where Emmanuel Stewart told him the same thing.
Excellent.
Closing argument done.
All right. So great debate, guys. Everybody in the chat seems to be enjoying this. All right.
Well done, boys.
That was an awesome debate, man. I gotta say that was awesome.
That was a great debate.
Judges, are we
When
judging this?
when it's all proper and well moderated, hell yeah.
Good job. Good job.
Now people
Look,
want.
I knew Jay would come swinging. I mean, for me, Jay came with a good game plan tonight because I couldn't see how Jay could convince anyone that Riddick Bowe wins this one, but he put some good arguments ahead, and very good debate. I enjoyed it, but I still think, but it's not about who knows the most out of me and Jay. It's just about the fighters at the end of the day, and I think the history books basically gives us the answers on that one. I think.
I really do appreciate
it. You never know.
Yeah. So who are the judges?
Who are the judges?
You recognise Butcho?
No, I'm not going in. I'm gonna stay neutral here.
Yeah, I'm
okay. Well, we need.
I'll start off. We judge.
Oh,
right?
sorry, D.
Wait. Who starts off?
Is that D? Hang on a minute. Is that D?
Yeah, that's me, Stu.
Oh, D, you can be a judge then. Recognise and mark, please. We need 3 judges.
Who do you want to start off, Butcho?
Well, all I know is I concur with the judges.
All right, we'll start with recognize.
Hold on 1 sec. You could go to D. Skip me for D.
All right, D, go.
All right, great job, guys. Valid points. Both of you guys made some very valid points. If we're talking about who would have won the fight, just going on that, I'm gonna lean towards Stu. Like I said, valid points made on both sides. Just with me was just a little bit too much conceding going on on the other side. So I gotta give that to Stu. But still, very good debate. Very good debate.
All right, 1 for Stu.
Round 1.
All right, next, I guess recognize.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Great debate. I thought they both brought up some good points. The resume thing was a good thing, but to me, it wasn't necessary only when they made good points, and they both did when it came to the resumes. Now, I must admit that going in, not that I was a bigger fan than Lennox Lewis than Riddick Bowe, I was already kind of set in my thoughts about this debate. So I thought Jay had an uphill battle. I thought Stu made great points that I would have made in the argument in terms of who would have won the fight, who ducked who, and all that, right? So for the record, I think that in 1992, of course, I think Riddick Bowe beats Lennox Lewis, and it's not even close. I think he knocks him the fuck out.
Outstanding.
Now, later on in their careers, in 95 and on, different ball game, probably give the slight edge to Lennox Lewis over Riddick Bowe, because at that time Riddick Bowe was a little finished. But if you go prime for prime, 92 Riddick Bowe versus late 90s Lennox Lewis, I'll probably slight edge Lennox Lewis, but it could go either way, that fight. In terms of who ducked who, I still think that Stu made a great point, I lean towards Stu, although Jay brought up some stuff that maybe I wasn't aware about. But the only problem that I have with that is that American journalism failed their native son, Riddick Bowe, right? Because I didn't see that around back then. Maybe it was around in some little local paper or something like that, but it wasn't mainstream that I'm aware of. So it looked like Riddick Bowe ducked Lennox Lewis, and the premature stoppages in the amateurs. That's really nothing, because that's what they do. Riddick Bowe lost that moment. So even though I think Jay made a great argument, I have to give Stu the fight, because I thought Stu's points were a little bit more accurate in terms of what I could see and what I remember. And the points of the resumes were good on both sides, but to me wasn't necessary, only because I follow both guys' careers. And I thought that Lennox Lewis got the best of Riddick Bowe without fighting him when you just talk about their overall career. And so I gave it a Stu.
All right. So, well, I guess we have 2 versus 1, or maybe a unanimous decision.
Yeah. But I want to hear Mark's.
Yes,
we need to hear Mark's. We need to hear Mark's for the record. It's 2-0 right now for Stu.
Yeah.
Right. I think both gentlemen.
Go ahead, Mark.
I think both of you made very, very good points. Certain points that could have been expounded upon a little bit more. I need to say that, because that's why I'm leaning towards one other person. Jay, when you were bringing up the whole Rock Newman thing and everything, the one thing you never expounded upon was how that's not a duck throwing the belt in the bin. But there were specific reasons you could have gone into. And just because of that, in terms of the resume talk, like you said, you conceded yourself. You conceded the resume and stuff. I've always been under the influence that Bowe, 92 through 94, I thought he would have whooped up on Lennox. After that point, Lennox destroys him. Right? So, all in all, I felt as though Stu won it just based off of the belt, and it was the belt being thrown into the bin, and that was never correlated as to how that's not a duck. It was just said that Rock Newman did this or whatever, and it was for show, but it still doesn't tell us how it's not a duck. So I couldn't dump away from that looks like a duck, tell us why it's not. So I went with Stu.
That's great points, by the way. He really broke it down
debate.
perfectly. Look, Jay had an uphill task anyway, so I'm not going to sit here and gloat. At the end of the day, that was a tough battle, and Jay really brought it, because I think a lot of people. I mean, there's not many people that could have brought it like Jay did today. I mean, it's very hard to convince, especially knowledgeable people like Recognize and Mark, who know probably more about it than I do. So it's hard to convince them on Riddick Bowe on this one. I knew that'd be the case, but yeah, great battle anyway.
I think Jay got it to the point where, hell, you have people thinking, hell, yeah, maybe that was a good fight. Maybe that was 50-50.
He had me more convinced.
See, I forgot about you. Sorry, bro. I forgot about you. Obviously, you're a knowledgeable guy as well, and you all broke it down brilliantly. And look, I had a feeling to go that way because of them reasons. So go ahead, Mark.
I just want to say he had me more convinced with certain things he was saying. He just needed to expound on it, because I think he could have won the duck argument. That's why I brought that up to him, because I want him to expound on it further in the future, because he actually does have points he can go into on the whole belt situation to say who may have ducked it, or whether or not it was an actual duck, because there was politics around it. Well, all in all, it was a strong debate.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. And Stu, thank you for entertaining this one because we've danced around this one for a while. You
Hey,
and I.
mate.
So
There was the thing is, me and you don't throw titles in the bin like Riddick Bowe. We came to battle.
Yeah, we did. And for the record, I was never a Riddick Bowe fan. You wouldn't know it by the stance I took, but I was never a Riddick Bowe fan. But I remember watching when there were the ESPN documentary that they did on Lennox Lewis, and I remember Bert Sugar, like Recognize said, they didn't take care of their own son. He didn't put all the facts out there that I remembered from the beginning. Mind you, the offer that I had stated about the $12 million offer that Lennox Lewis either didn't answer or anything, that was from Rock Newman after the Michael Dokes fight. I don't know if I said that on the record, but that's where I got that one from, straight from Rock Newman. Having said that, that was like something, like I said.
All right. I think
put out of his mind and didn't try and keep it objective. It's like he went to the well, it was Lennox Lewis's show, so that probably explains why he did it. But anyway, we've already had the debate, and Stu definitely clearly won, and I definitely appreciate it, and I'm willing to listen to some more stuff or debate somebody else.
Yeah, this is why we call it the debate arena, man.
All right. Well, next debate. Well, people, Brotherhood hasn't showed up, and H Money hasn't showed up neither.
Are they battling each other? H Money and Brotherhood?
No, it was supposed to be D versus the Brotherhood.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that would be a crazy battle.
My cherry pick match didn't show up, man. I don't get the cherry pick today.
Yeah, and Johnny Boy can't make it.
That boy Brotherhood is
Let me update people also. Johnny Boy is not gonna be able to make it today. So
who was he going against?
He was going against Mark.
Oh man.
So yeah, he's kind of fucked everything up here.
Mark is like fighting Tyson Fury, bro.
Hey, all of a sudden he's going up against Mark. All of a sudden there's an injury pop up, and then Johnny's got an injury.
There you go, Stu. There you go. He got a Brotherhood messed around and sprang his ankle in camp. He can't show up.
I just want to let everybody, the contestants, know that we are gonna do a PD test and all that shit. So you
yeah. You definitely got to do that, man.
Yeah, pee on the cup.
Hey, fucking out. Hey, you better not give me a fucking test, and mine will come out worse than Nick Diaz's.
Hey, by the way, in the chat, Pigeon wants to debate Slugger Sam. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Ooh, Pigeon. Wait. Pigeon would slaughter him. He would slaughter Sluggish.
Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah, because Slugger Sam would be talking about fights on the cobbles and stuff. This is boxing.
You know what I mean? It's that you don't fucking listen.
But so will Pigeon.
Oh, let's jump on StreamYard, guys.
Time, bro.
You gotta listen to my points, man. I like the way Mark does it. Go ahead, Mark. do a pigeon, Mark. No, I guess that's a no on my request.
Yeah, he doesn't do requests.
Fuck
what was your request, Frank?
Do pigeons accent.
Okay, we can't have a show in silence. We gotta get something else going.
Nah, bro, I'm not having it, bro. I ain't having it, bro. Bro.
Don't know my style, man.
All right.
Don't know my style, man. £2 and little, man. What's all this cost? £2 and little.
D, I know.
We got 129 people watching. Let's get those likes up. But look, since Brotherhood ducked out, I'm gonna tell y'all like this. I say that Tank Davis versus Mario Barrios fight is foolery. So if somebody want to step up in Brotherhood's place, let's get it popping.
You're saying it's foolery?
I'm kind of 50-50 on that one. I'm not too sure if that's just foolery. It depends. Is he draining him?
Yeah,
it is foolery. You know what? I'm going to agree with it. It is foolery. What the fuck is he doing fighting him? Go fight fight guys in your weight class.
Hold on, guys. If I don't have nobody debating me, don't want to start giving away none of my talking points.
All right, but D, you gotta get close to your mic, man. I don't know where it sounds like you're far away.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, if I don't have anybody debate me, I don't want nobody giving.
No, I gotta debate you on a real. I gotta debate you on a real issue. I kind of agree more that it is foolery. I mean, this Tank's got to fight guys in his own weight class.
Yeah.
All right.
Handle his business there first, and then try to go up and weight.
Unless he can't make his weight anymore, and that's why he's making this jump.
You two could debate Clarissa Shields.
Garbage.
I took part in that the other day.
Okay, wait, D. You think that Ryan Garcia is turning into Tank Davis, right?
Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis 2.0. Let's get it.
Who wants to debate D on this issue? Because some people think that Ryan Garcia is actually on the right. I mean, he fought what's his name? The English guy. Campbell. That was a good fight. So, is he going in the wrong direction, people? Anybody wants to debate D?
Well, going from his last fight, I would say no. Now, if he's gonna go backwards,
that's the thing, though.
Plan?
Is D making a premature
If I can
judgment?
jump in this one a little bit on him. If I could jump a little bit this on we're talking about Ryan Garcia, right? The big stars that come have been him, Canelo, De La Hoya, and to a lesser extent Fernando Vargas. The aforementioned fighters, with the exception of Ryan Garcia, even though Canelo had a very glossy record as far as number of wins, they came on the scene quickly, they came on the scene young, and they exploded big time on the way up. Vargas fell shorter of the other two. Garcia, they look like they're just, lightly touching the gas and slowly taking their time. And they're not in any rush to try and get him out there for us to see him regularly against anyone, whether it's a big fight or not. And it looks like they're taking too much time trying to get the kid into something before he's in over his head, and it might come and bite him in the ass. That's my take on Ryan Garcia.
Tank Davis 2.0.
All right, Jay, you want to debate D?
If they're worried about him, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, who wants to debate D? It has to be 1 versus 1 because now we're just having
Listen,
like
I got to debate something that I really disagree with him on.
Go ahead.
I can't debate somebody that on.
Well,
I'm on
D, you were bigging up Clarissa the other day, right?
There you go.
Yeah, I think she's she's solid.
And think she's garbage.
I think if she's the woman, she's the face of women boxing. It's garbage because she's 11-0 with 2 knockouts. I don't care how many weight classes she was undisputed.
But see, that we can't debate. Hold on for a second. We can't. If you're gonna say you think she's garbage, and then say because your points about what you're saying, I don't think she's the face either. I don't think she's the clear quote or any of that either. So, if you're gonna call her the quote, he's saying if you're gonna call her the quote, she's better than everybody else. Then somebody could come and say she's garbage. I don't know. It may be an argument.
When you say the quote, you're saying the greatest woman boxer of all time.
Yeah. That's what I'm not with all of those narratives. I don't think that. So, but I do think her being garbage, that's absolutely ludicrous because it would be just like saying Canelo's garbage. Why? Because there's not the guys around him in those weight classes to be able to beat him. That doesn't mean he's garbage. That's the thing with Clarissa Shields. She's that much more skilled than these ladies. Her hand speed is faster, right? So she's not garbage. Level of competition may not be there, but she's definitely not garbage. And when you compare them to
if she's the face of it, I think women boxing is garbage.
Them to their constituents, then she has to be considered one of the better women boxers, not on the lower end.
Would Clarissa Shields would have gotten knocked out by Lucia Riker.
Well, again, we're talking about this era though, so I wouldn't have certain debates about talking about Clarissa Shields versus ladies in other eras, but you got to compare them to who their constituents, who they're fighting against, and what she's doing compared to these ladies. And you can't call her garbage, regardless. Like, we can say, if it was Ann Wolf, well, we ain't talking about Ann Wolf because Ann Wolf's not fighting right now. Right now, in this atmosphere of boxing now, she's not garbage.
All right, you know what? T-Tone in the chat, if you want to jump in and debate somebody about Canelo, I know you have Canelo as your number 1 pound for pound. That's something that I'm sure you can debate.
I want to debate me about Ryan. T-Tone one of
Oh
those
yeah. T-Tone, come on,
Ryan
come
Garcia
debate
2.0
G.
T-Tone. What you want? You want this smoke? Come get it.
That's right, T-Tone. You've been called out. So you better take the challenge, or you will be considered a pussy within the BDA community. But anyways, all right. Okay. So we can't debate the whole Clarissa Shields thing because you guys agree somewhat. I mean,
Yeah. There's
yeah.
some agreements there. I think that people are super inflating what she is in the state of boxing right now because they're leaving out the other women. I mean, Breakers, McCaskills, Taylor. These guys. It's ladies that's done things. More a higher level of competition that's surrounding them than what's surrounding Clarissa Shields.
All right.
So if she was doing it with the level of competition around her as some of these other ladies have at the lower weights, then maybe we could make that claim. But as of now, no.
All right. So let's move on. Any other topics, people? Come on.
I don't know, man. I guess nobody wants to smoke today, son.
Nah, man. What happened with the Brotherhood? What happened with H Money?
They know what happened, man. They know what happened. They didn't feel like they like that guy who walked out of the ring with F.A. Ajagu. They said, "Oh hell no, nah, he undefeated. I don't even feel like it today." They just turned around and walked out of the
You undefeated in your brain, bro. You ain't really undefeated. That's in your mind.
Okay, I got a question.
I have 4 matches.
I got a question that can lead to a debate.
It's in your fucking mind, bro. I think Brotherhood beat you in a debate. I heard him beat you.
Where?
You
he never beat me in the Kumite. When? In what debate?
You beat El Jefe, man. Come on.
You beat El Jefe, but you ain't beat Brotherhood.
I mean, nobody wants to debate me nothing serious.
Oh,
if the Brotherhood to beat me recognized on what debate? Because if you feel like he beat me on a certain debate, we can debate it right now.
I heard y'all talk. I heard y'all talking about something, and I thought I agreed with him more than I agree with you.
Yeah, but you gotta remember it, and we can debate it now. So I can just go ahead and mash you up on whatever you thought you agreed upon.
Listen, man, and your woman boxing point. This was my point. If she's the face of women boxing, it's not good. She's 11-0 with 2 knockouts.
It's terrible.
She's garbage.
I mean, it's. I don't think. Okay, listen. I'm gonna say. Hold on. We have T-Tone. T-Tone, go ahead.
Hello.
T-Tone, you lower your the YouTube feed. Lower the YouTube feed, man. All right, go ahead. What the fuck's going on?
I don't know what the fuck.
All right, I'm hanging up. You, T-Tone, get it together, man.
Wait, does
Jesus
T-Tone really
Christ.
made that up? He like came in with that song.
Hello.
Yeah, there's music in the background. Come on.
Damn, T-Tone.
Don't do this to me, T-Tone. Don't do this to me. About the women's boxing. I mean, with 11 fights and you're undisputed, I don't even think it's worth any of our time to start like getting into judging these fights and evaluating the skills. There is no skills. You know what I mean? Like, come on, 11 fights.
There's some guy in the chat yesterday. Talking, oh, well, Clarissa Shields was getting 1,000 people on a live stream just talking about a fight, and we have 1,000 losers. I mean, come on, that's what they were, 1,000 losers on a Saturday night. If you're sitting in on a Saturday night on a live stream about Clarissa Shields, then seriously, evaluate your life quickly.
It's like going to the bronze gloves and then trying. Oh, he's the best bronze glove champion of all time. Yeah, it's like, what's the point? Like, it's not even an achievement, to be honest.
I mean, it means nothing. It's like being a women's champion is about as relevant as being the under-15s world champion.
Exactly.
How many of you guys, Stu? Have you ever seen Ann Wolf fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, don't get me wrong.
I get that feeling Ann Wolf would have killed this girl.
Yo,
from what I've seen.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to fight Ann Wolf.
That's the same thing in men's boxing. A lot of guys from the past would have killed these guys, right? So I mean, it's the same thing, bro. The level of competition competition in this era. It's not like the guys in this era would have mashed all of the guys up that we talk about.
But why she only got 2 knockouts though? Okay, you followed her more than me. I'll be honest, right?
No, I don't follow them
give a
a
shit.
great deal, but I probably do.
But why she only got 2 knockouts? Why she only got 2 knockouts in 11 fights?
Okay, so let's address the knockouts. Let's address the knockouts then.
All right.
So
hold on, D, before you continue, because T-Tone is on the line, and T-Tone, go ahead.
Yeah, T-Tone wasn't
we'll
bad.
talk later. We'll talk later. T-Tone, go ahead.
Hey, heck yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? You want to
Hey,
debate
it looks
D?
like Box ain't showing up.
No, I know. Box is listen.
D's calling a call out, huh?
Yeah, Ryan
that's
Garcia.
right, Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia.
2.0.
I heard him say my name. Hey, no, G. Hey, let's go to our when we talked last time. You gave JoJo 3 rounds, and let's finish that debate.
What are you talking about?
Right? Let's talk about that something that happened.
I'm talking about Ryan Garcia is a
when you gave JoJo 3 rounds when JoJo won that fight.
Hold on, Tito. Ryan Garcia, because you don't agree with this. So that's what I want to debate with you, because I want to put this debate. Your boy, your little golden boy, is a clout chasing ducker, and
No, D, let's go back to what we were talking about last time I talked to you.
JoJo.
I don't know what the hell T-Tone is talking about, Bucho. If I did, I would definitely address it.
You gave JoJo 3 rounds in his fight with what was his name? In the draw fight.
In the what?
Against the Russian guy.
The draw.
I don't know what T-Tone.
Come on,
I don't know what T-Tone talking
like you don't
about,
know.
Bro.
Don't
bro, you telling some accusations.
You gave JoJo 3 rounds.
Bro.
D, okay, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying.
Yeah, all right, Mobuto. How are we gonna have a debate on that? I didn't give.
Okay.
I mean, he accusing me of giving JoJo only 3 rounds. We're gonna debate that.
I'm saying JoJo won. You said JoJo got 3 rounds.
Okay, well, listen. Okay, we gotta stop this.
Yeah, really, bro.
All right, everybody,
Let's debate
please.
a real topic.
Hold on.
You agree with Ryan, don't you?
All right, hold on.
Speak your mind twice.
T-Tone, you're gonna have to debate something else, because apparently D never said that. You can go, but if you can find a clip, then
Bucho, you was there. What do you mean? You don't remember that?
Nah, man.
Recognize was there.
I passed out. I was probably drinking.
Say the truth.
I was having a glass of wine.
What was the question?
Apparently, D. Okay, hold on.
He said that.
Remember when we were talking?
That I said,
and D was giving JoJo 3 rounds.
Oh my God.
And we look recognizing, and you even said that you JoJo won that fight. Remember?
I had JoJo winning. Yeah, I did think he won that fight.
Yeah,
but remember when we talked about
somebody
it,
won a fight and telling me that I gave him only 3 rounds is different.
Oh,
I'm on with that dumb shit. I said
no, and then wait, and then later you changed it to 4.
But I didn't say anything about
you changed it to 4 after we talked.
Oh,
right.
T-Tone, come on with this dumb shit.
We gotta move on. T-Tone.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like,
hey,
what do you?
Look, I was waiting for I called, but we were supposed to have a different debate, but D called my name, so I had to, talk to D.
Hey, T-Tone. Hold on, T-Tone. I got a debate for you, T-One. I got a debate for you, man. I got a debate for you. Hold on. I got a debate for you. So, anybody on the panel, do you think that in the Chavez versus Taylor fight, do you agree with that stoppage?
Take this one. Against anyone.
I agree with
the stoppage. Okay. Anybody disagree with the stoppage?
This is a good stoppage.
I'll disagree with it if it starts a debate. I usually
no. Jay.
I'll debate.
No. You gotta believe.
I can play devil's advocate.
You gotta believe in your position.
I believe it was a good stoppage due to that he didn't respond to Richard Steele at the moment that he needed to respond. It
was a good stoppage.
Man.
Honestly, it was a good stoppage. Nothing else you can say.
He broke his face.
I'll tell you why I'm going to have to stop here and agree with everybody else, because this is a debate that's probably going to go between me and Johnny one day, and I can't say all the stuff that Johnny's going to regurgitate and then talk against it right now. So I can't make myself a hypocrite like that. So, I can play devil's advocate, but if it's a debate that I think I'm going to have with somebody later, it does no good.
Okay. Then we're gonna move on. Titone.
Yeah, can I
You
bring up
have
2
hold
points
on,
real
hold
quick?
on,
Pucho. Okay.
hold on.
Okay, move on. Move on.
Titone, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have Canelo as your number one pound for pound? Do you have him as the number one pound for
Hey,
pound
look at
boxing?
that. I'm bringing some pop to the show.
Yeah.
What you think? Yeah. Hey, now you want to go around and like toss around all the debates with me? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Let somebody debate Tito.
Who do you say is pound for pound?
All right. No,
Who do you
hold on.
say is doing more for Canelo? Give a name. Give a name. Go ahead, D. Give a name.
Canelo's my guy, you idiot.
All right, Titone. I got one for you. I got one.
You gave a name.
Titone, I got one for you, man. What? Ryan Garcia. D wants to debate you on Ryan Garcia.
Let's go to this one.
Yeah, let's go to this one, man. D, state your case, please.
All right.
About
Ryan
what?
Garcia. Oh my God. Tito get it, man. Your boy Ryan Garcia is a clout chasing duck, and he's a Tank Davis 2.0. The dude is not doing.
Man, what do you mean?
Damn, bro.
Tito, hold
That's
on.
not how we do the debate here.
Titone. Hold on. So, Titone, D's gonna have
At
3 minutes.
21?
Titone, please keep quiet.
Give Tito the floor first, Pucho.
Titone, you have 3 minutes, and then D has 3 minutes. Okay. So your
Okay,
time.
D can go first.
Okay, D goes first. 3, 2, 1. Go ahead.
All right, now, Ryan Garcia is ducking. Okay, when he calls out Tank Davis, this is when the ducking started. Tito, Floyd Mayweather already told this kid what he have to do if he want a Tank Davis fight. Fight Rolly. So right off the bat, no matter if you're on Tyson's show or whatever, the man who's going to make the fight, the only man that's going to make the fight, told you what you needed to do. It doesn't matter if Oscar sends him a Fugazi contract, none of that. You don't fight Rolly, you don't get the fight. We know how Floyd Mayweather does. So that was just a reason to start the ducking on Devin Haney. And then he says, well, no, wait. I have a bigger fight with Manny Pacquiao. Right? Now, you had supposedly a legitimate challenge and a real fight with Tank. And you were only ever offered a damn exhibition match with Manny Pacquiao, right? But you say that's a bigger fight to further duck Devin Haney. Now this kid is about to fight Javier Fortuna, which happens to be Devin Haney's mandatory. Well, wait a minute, Ryan. You're Devin Haney's mandatory. Now, why would a mandatory fight a mandatory? For less money, because the Devin Haney fight would definitely make more money. And then there's no world championship title on the line. It doesn't make sense. But let's rewind though. You fought Luke Campbell for that title shot. Why not take the title shot? Right? Clout chasing Tank, that wasn't going to work. It wasn't going to work for me. You were never going to get that fight. Manny Pacquiao, okay, I called that a hoax a long time ago. Why would Manny Pacquiao entertain fighting you in anything more than an exhibition? But an exhibition match does absolutely nothing for you when you have a title shot in front of you. Well, if you rewind back to what Floyd did with Tank Davis a lot of times, you know, he put these names on the line to get people excited, and then he handed us Javier Fortuna versus Ryan Garcia. He's a clout chasing duck. Tank Davis 2.0. You can let him have the floor. I'll start there.
I was gonna say, how much time you got?
All right, you got 3 minutes starting now.
Fight.
Hey, G, that's probably about the 34th time you practice your Ryan junk speech, but I'm just gonna come at you as a regular, casual boxing fan and put the truth, man. Hey, Ryan, he's young. So what? Hey, he's on the social media. Just don't even look at that, man. Just look what's happening in the ring. You know, he's knocking people out and he's entertaining. And man, stepping up and fighting Campbell, that's a killer fight, man, for a young guy. Hey, Reynoso must have confidence in him But, Reynoso's, not stupid too, so we're going to see what happens with Ryan. And look it's every fighter's dream at that weight class. When Pat calls your name, are you kidding me, man? That Ryan, you're going to talk junk about Ryan not wanting that fight? You know what? It could have been an exhibition or it could have been a real fight. But it's Pat. Any fighter would take that, man. So, that's junk talk too. So you can't call Ryan Tank 2.0. Who did Tank beat at 21? Who did Tank beat at 21? If there was a whole lot more to say, I'd say it, but that's all that I really got to be said. So is my time up?
You got a 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Well,
you want to
end
it?
He's not the same as Tank. In 3 more years, you can make that argument, D. Okay, go ahead, D.
All right, D, let's start shutting this up. 2 minutes.
Fight.
D.
Fight.
Fight. Here I am. Here you go. Listen up. Listen up.
Argument with Bill the other day, but let me tell you something. Devin wants to fight. Devin wants to fight everybody, right? I want to fight everybody, but he didn't. That's the fact. Yeah, but never did. Yeah, and we do need.
The fuck is that?
Right? You box Luke Campbell.
Well, hey, that's an opinion.
Listen up,
like going back and forth that we stated our cases.
Hold up.
You should say you want to lock,
hold
you
on.
can't call Ryan
Hey. Hold on. D, go ahead.
Fight.
Ryan made a list 2 years ago who was going to fight in public.
You're breaking the Kumite rules here.
Tank was number 1 on that list.
T-Tone, it ain't your time, man. Can it? Listen, what that was, before you interrupted, T-Tone, it was Ryan Garcia telling Eddie Hearn this. If I don't get Tank, if I don't get Manny Pacquiao, yeah, Devin Haney makes it makes sense. That's the fight we take. But if I get Pacquiao, you'll respect it. Hearn said, I'll respect it. But if you don't, then it's Devin. He said, there it is, right? Well, it's not Devin. It's Javier Fortuna. But yet we're still making excuses about how Ryan and Reynoso and them might think it's too early. Well, let me ask you this. What the hell has Devin Haney proven? Because by the way I see it, Luke Campbell's much more valid than the damn Gamboa. And that's all Devin Haney's done. So we can't go crying and running behind a rock talking about, oh, this might be too big of a fight. Too big of a fight how? He beat a better opponent than this guy has already faced. So it makes no sense to say that this is too big of a fight to duck it. I'll concede time.
All right. T-Tone. Well, okay, that's it. So you each had 3-3, 2-2. What do we do here? I don't want to do an anything goes freestyle round because I don't think it's gonna escalate. So what we're gonna do is 2 minutes. T-Tone, 2 minutes, closing arguments, and go.
Fight.
Yeah, hey, well, D wants first, but yeah, I'll just close it out with this. Man, Ryan Garcia's young. And Ryan Garcia's got the numbers that are watching him. The casuals are watching. They're the numbers, man. Hey, and you can say he's ducking Haney. No, hold on there. Ryan made a list 2 years ago who he's going to fight. And, man, Tank was number 1 on that list. So, and then when Pat come up, anyone would take that Pat fight. Man, to be with the legend, man, come on now. We'll see. We see what happens with Ryan. You can't Tank 2.0. Man, where was that talk? You couldn't have said that to Tank when he was 21 because he didn't fight nobody. Ryan fought Campbell. Ryan fought Campbell, man, when he was 21. Tank didn't do. He still ain't fought nobody. In 3 years, then you can talk junk, D. Hey, I think that's it.
All right. 2 minutes, closing statement for D. Go.
Fight.
Yeah, man, it's really simple. I don't want to hear nothing about Ryan fought Luke Campbell, Tank 21, and all of that nonsense. Listen here, man. If you're calling out fights you know you're not going to get, once again, right? If you're calling out fights you know you're not going to engage in, once again, Tank Davis and Floyd, right? If you're doing these things, then you're moving like the guy was moving. If you have all of this supposed talent, if you have this big fan base behind you, what we expect in the sport of boxing is for our fighters to fight the best opposition, not the rest, T-Tone, okay? So Ryan Garcia, once again, the best fight for him is Devin Haney. This is another guy who hasn't proven more than Ryan, but he has a belt. A belt that Ryan fought Luke Campbell for. You keep bringing up the Luke Campbell fight. Well, he engaged in that fight for a title shot, which he is not taking. He's taking another mandatory to that title shot. It's a duck. That's the type of stuff Tank did. He's not fighting Oscar. He's not fighting Shakur. He's not fighting Devin. No. He's fighting Leo Santa Cruz's and going up to a ridiculous fight with Mario Barrios. Tank Davis 2.0. I'm done.
What's that got to do with Ryan being like?
All right, no, it's over. Tito, it's over, man. Tito.
It's over, Tito. Put a fork in it. You're done.
All right.
Good debate, gentlemen.
Good debate. We go to the judges.
Nice debate. It was pretty good. A little better than I expected.
Yeah, hurry up. You're wasting my minutes.
All right. Judges.
Yeah, who's the third judge since Dee can't be a judge on this one?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'm the third judge. I'm the third judge.
Slugger Sam wants to be a judge.
No, Slugger Sam. No. Let Jay be.
Fuck off, Slugger Sam.
I'm serious. I will be honest. I'm not gonna troll. I'll be honest.
Whatever.
All right. Well, let's give him a chance. But if you start fucking like bullshitting, come on. I'm gonna be disappointed.
I promise I'll behave. I promise, Speedy. I would never disrespect.
Bucho. This is Bucho.
I would never disrespect.
This is Bucho. But go ahead.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead. You're
first. So you want me to go first?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Mr. Jefferson won that one. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Mr. Jefferson got that one.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
You have to explain yourself, man. Oh my God, terrible.
Slugger,
get it together, man.
Hey, listen, Virginia boy. I'm doing you a favor. Now keep your mouth shut.
Okay, I appreciate it, Slugger, but you got to give a reason why I won.
Yeah.
You can't just say I won, fam.
I don't know. You seemed more convincing. Listen, the other guy was just talking like from emotion. I don't know what his name. You were talking from emotion. You sound like a fat guy, but Dee Jefferson was speaking facts.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Sam. Oh, okay, Slugger Sam. We're gonna move on. Who do we have? Recognize the Matrix. Go ahead.
Hey, we could do a. This was a tough one. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. This was a tough one because I didn't expect much from T-Tone. And Dee Jeff talks a big game, so I thought he was going to blow him out. It didn't happen that way. It got close. The fight was getting closer. T-Tone was passionate. He was swinging to the body. I thought his points were more, how you say, they were more lively, where
90 seconds
is more of a, I got this, fam. Don't worry about it. I got it. You know, it's no problem. He believes too much in his own hype, right? He's reading his own messages saying that he's the best ever, right? Nobody's saying it but him. He's just the one saying it, and he's reading it. So because he was lackluster and T-Tone was passionate, I gave it a T-Tone.
Is that even
T-Tone won? T-Tone won for me.
Hey,
it's official. You suck.
All right. Well, great point. All right. So it's
hey, do you know what you can do, man?
Yes.
You can do round 2 and let them debate on what Tito wanted, which was Diaz whatever his name is.
Jojo Diaz.
Hey, what about the third
Well,
judge?
wait,
guys, come on. Let's
finish the judging. It's 1-1.
All right, hold on. It's 1-1. It's 1-1. The tiebreaker judge will be Mark. Unrivaled. Is he there?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Very good debate, gentlemen. Very good debate. Heard a lot of points. Some of which didn't defend the initial statement, which was that he's Tank 2.0. Just around the Devin Haney situation, you could say that he's stuck in Devin Haney. I don't agree with that whatsoever. But the fact that he's looking for competition, for example, like Tank is by pulling people up in weight divisions, etc., that would make him Tank 2.0. And I didn't see that point be made. Whereas T-Tone, he mentioned the idea that he's coming off of Luke Campbell, a former world title contender, a legit lightweight, a top 10 lightweight. The Tank wasn't coming off of a win over a top 10 super featherweight or anything like that. Whereas Ryan's doing that at lightweight. Tank didn't even do that at lightweight when he went up to fight for a world title. Gamboa wasn't even ranked inside of the top 10. So I didn't see that backed up. All I see is this dude's ducking one guy, so now he's equivocal to a dude who's done 15 things. So I feel like Teton won the debate.
Well, there you have it. D is no longer undefeated at the Kumite. Teton won.
Oh man, that's priceless. Well, I'll say this.
You took an L, D. You took an L.
I'll say this. Good job, T-Tone. Good job, T-Tone. I did start off the debate, though. I do remember saying he ducked Haney. I did start off the debate saying I didn't just say he was Tank 2.0, but I mean I get you guys. So it was I initiated it with he ducked Haney, but good debate, T-Tone. Good debate.
All right. We had H Money, but he left. H Money, if you're listening, come back to the on StreamYard. Come back. Go ahead, Mr. BA.
Yeah, I just dropped in because I didn't know you guys were still judging. That's why I interrupted. Sorry about that. Yeah, very lively debates from what I'm reading here in the chat room. Also wanted to say that, yeah, man, a lot of people signed up. How many people have actually shown up for the debate?
Well, we're missing Johnny Boy, as you know. H Money showed up, but he left. And Brotherhood, we haven't heard from him.
Brotherhood got called out. He confirmed it last night or last evening, and he's not here right now.
Yeah, we have a phone call, though. We have a phone call. 646, you're on the air, 646.
Hello?
Yep. Who is this?
This is Rob from New York.
Oh, okay. What's up, man?
How you doing, guys? What's going on?
What's on your mind?
What's up, Rob from New York?
I've been listening to this on the way home from work, from the subway all the way home. Now I'm here, but yeah, I'm a big fan of your show. I mean, I contribute whatever I can all the time. I'd rather listen to you guys than any other channels. I don't know. It's just the panel is really good. I mean, I appreciate your show.
Thank you.
I guess I don't have like much of a debate, but if there's anybody that wants to debate, I've always like, because I bet like on unboxing. So I always I guess what I wanted to say is like, if there's anybody that wants to debate that Bud Crawford is going to expose the shit out of Errol Spence, and that's the reason that this fight is not happening, is because even deep down, Errol knows that Bud Crawford is going to daddy him. Like, not only beat him, but after that fight happens, everybody's going to
sun him.
Like, what?
You think he's going to sun him?
Yeah, it's not only son him, but I think Bud Crawford is going to beat Errol Spence so bad, it's going to be like almost like when Wilder, like when the view is suddenly revealed from Wilder, you know? So if there's anybody that wants to talk from Spence's side, that thinks Spence has
I'll debate you on that.
I'll
debate you.
All right, but
I'll debate.
We have a problem though. I have to restart the phone lines because they are basically now in over.
No. I mean, he could jump on the StreamYard.
You can jump on. Can you jump on StreamYard?
What does that mean?
But you know what? I'm in a work site, man. So I don't know. Sometimes I get interrupted.
Yeah.
Jumping on StreamYard means that there's a StreamYard link in the chat on YouTube. You would see a StreamYard link. You click on it, and you join to be able to join the backstage program.
Okay, there's StreamYard link.
I'm posting it. Like I just posted it.
It's in the live chat on YouTube.
Yeah,
the live Bucho, I can reset the phone lines. That way you don't have to do it, and the guy can just call in later.
All right, click on the StreamYard. Thanks, man. Mr. BDA, yeah, I'm gonna restart them anyways, but it's gonna take. You can restart them on your side, huh? Well, just do that.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, do that just in case he doesn't understand how StreamYard works. All right, so he's gonna be jumping in. So who's gonna debate? Rob is recognized.
I believe so.
Okay.
What are you guys debating? What topic?
Spence versus Crawford.
Yeah, Spence and
Thank
Crawford.
you for using Blog Talk Radio.
Okay.
Goodbye.
From what I understand, Rob believes Crawford will destroy Spence, and that's why Spence and him aren't fighting yet, because they're not going to fight it, because Spence believes that he'll be sunned by Terrence, and Frank disagrees.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I mean, I'm going with Spence on that one. So if no one else wants part of it, I'll take it.
We got a lot of people, man.
I got Bud.
All right, guys.
Still got a lot of fucking energy today.
Yo, we have. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know who wants Spence. All I know is me and Recognize are picking Spence. That's all I know who's going to take.
Rob is
I'm
speaking.
picking Spence on that fight.
Rob speaking Crawford. Viking, is that who's this? Viking Burial.
Yeah, Viking. That's Rob. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we can start. We have H Money as well. H Money, you there?
Yes, sir. Salute to everybody on the panel. Bucho, BDA, Mark on Rival Boxing, D. Jefferson, Brian Harkin. Recognize the Matrix. Shout out to Viking, Brian, and Brian Harkin.
All right. Listen, H Money, we're gonna start a debate here, but you can jump on the next debate if you want. So
who am I debating, by the way?
Well, you were supposed.
You're meant to be debating Action Jackson on Sergey Kovalev, but
Yeah.
Jackson, if you're in the chat, let us know.
Yeah.
No show. Okay, that's an easy win already. A body first round knockout. No show. Duck move. Stop ducking me.
All right. So we got H Money who's pumped up there, but we're gonna start a debate right here with Rob and Recognize the Matrix. Who wants to start?
You can just call me Viking. Yeah, it's good.
Viking. Yeah.
So I'm debating who?
Recognize.
Okay, Recognize. All right, what's good, bro?
Let's make sure you're both familiar with the rules. Bitcho, what are the rules for the debate?
Well, each contestant gonna get 4 minutes each opening statements, and then we'll decide how much time we're gonna add for the next round. So let's start with the first round. 4 minutes opening statements. Who wants to begin? You begin, Viking, because you started the whole thing.
I guess I just want to lay the foundation of the debate, right? Since I started the whole thing.
Okay, well,
I guess my debate is basically that, Bud Crawford is gonna beat the living shit out of Errol Spence, and that's the reason that he's making it harder and harder, and he's pretty much pricing himself out. So I just want to hear what the arguments are like for Errol Spence being like this top dog that's selling all these tickets, and he's strong and too good, whatever. That's the base of my argument, I guess.
Okay. So Recognize the Matrix.
I mean, listen, it's hard to debate people's opinion. What I would say is that I don't think it's as easy as the way Crawford fans are making it out to be, that Spence is ducking them. Now, I don't like Spence outside the ring when it comes to dealing with Crawford and some of the things he's said in the past. I think that shit is whack. So I don't really know how to debate somebody's opinion that he's gonna. The reason he's ducking is because he's gonna get his ass whipped. First of all, anybody who listens to me knows I disagree with that. I think if they fought, I think Spence beats him. I do agree it's a 50-50 fight. But other than that, how do I debate you on your opinion that the reason they're not gonna fight is because Terrence Crawford is gonna sun him, like you said?
I guess what I'm gonna do, Recognize, is I'm gonna try to keep it as less opinion. I mean, I'm gonna try to put forth as to why I believe it. I'm not gonna try to go too fan hard on this and that. I'm just gonna say this is why I do believe this, and then we can just agree.
All right, you got 4 minutes starting now.
All right, so my main thing with Spence is Spence has he's been very, open up. I mean, I get it. I think here's the reason I think that people like Spence. People like Spence because he has weight on guys, and I'm not saying like he weight bullies people and stuff like that, but like he has very limited skills in a game that that needs very, very high skill, right? And oftentimes like some certain people, like we saw with Wilder, they get so far ahead in the game that they think that they're like almost god status because they're knocking out all these cab drivers, and their opponents are like a roster for a cab station, right? And then when they meet certain opposition, everybody's like all of a sudden shocked, and then that creates like this kind of commotion in boxing where fans on that side can't even deal with that, so they come up with all kinds of negative like excuses that creates a whole new negative like vibration that people just end up fighting months and months on for. So I think Spence is going to be one of those cases. Now the reason I believe that is because Spence has made it vocal he can't hit the speed bag, and he said, I never really figured that out on an Instagram story. I never really, figure out how to hit the bitch, the bitch and speed bag or whatever. Not only that, there's no video of Spence ever hitting the slip bag. I don't think Spence has ever spent enough time, or his team has, like the technical skills to kind of teach him how to do those high level training stuff. You never see him. Even with the mitts, you never see Spence like, it's not like the Pacquiao where it's like, you see a training video and like, no matter who this guy is, this guy can fucking hit the shit out of those mitts, or this guy can really, like there's some fighters, like some Mexican fighters you see, they're so fast and they hit the combos so well. Like for example, in the Mayweather gym, certain fighters, just the way that, Mayweather Senior holds the pads and teach them how to hit combos, the different reflex, training that he does with touching the elbow. As soon as somebody touches the elbow with the pads, you're supposed to throw a hook, or like touch them with the check hook, or like because you already know that somebody's touching you with the if somebody touches you with a punch on the elbow, that means their head is in a certain place, so you just have to throw it. So like he teaches them technical aspects of like those reflexes that like only some old school fighters know. Spence doesn't know shit about those. You never see like a crazy training video where you're seeing like, you can never show a Spence training video and be like, this guy is top level. That has never ever happened. He trains with a bunch of guys in a hot ass gym. Yes, he can make weight. Yes, he looks ripped. Yes, he beats these top level fighters, but the way he beats these fighters is always the same. He has this like country ass strength that he overpowers them. He just like winds them and grinds them down. Kind of like a little bit like Robert Duran, but Robert Duran is like, decades and like levels above him because he has so much other technical stuff. But like his fighting style is similar in the sense that he touches shoulders and he has to be close enough that he can like hit left hook, body punch. And then when he knows that they're that close, he can throw a hook. And he has like enough strength that he can wear them and tear them down. And eventually they break down. Kind of like Mikey Garcia. He might not have like the flashy combos and stuff like that, but eventually he's going to catch him. And he might get like five shots in the face, but when he catches them, just because of his brute strength, he can wear them down like that. And they're not going to be able to withstand. So technically, and I've seen like Ellie's video. Ellie's, it's so hard to find that video now, but I have seen a long video of like a conference where I just want to close this with it, where Spence was walking around and he admitted that he doesn't even train. He doesn't have a conditioning coach. He doesn't have a nutritionist coach. He just he relies on his whatever his camp he has for all of those. So he's not only doesn't even have a nutritionist, he doesn't know how to do any of those technical stuff. He's not prepared for what Bud is about to bring. But I don't want to overtake my time because I have other things, but I want to say that in round 2. But go ahead.
All right. 4 minutes, recognize, and let's
fight.
All right. I might not take 4 minutes. So I'm going to start off. All right. So I guess we're debating who would win in the fight, right? Because that's basically what I heard from him, was him breaking down the fight. So can I do the same? Can I break down why I think Spence would beat Crawford? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. So Okay, so when you look at Terrence Crawford's career, he has a history of getting tagged up early, and he does it from the orthodox stance, whether he's fighting a guy who's orthodox. It's mainly against guys who are orthodox, like Yurokis Gamboa, who was piecing him up for the first 4 rounds. So he switches lefty. You see the same thing with Kell Brook. Same thing happened, right? And so when you see that he switches to southpaw, that's his getaway. Well, he's not going to be able to do that against Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford is a stronger man. Okay, Earl Spence, he's not going to be able to do that to because he's a southpaw, and so he's going to just have to deal with fighting righty or take his chances going lefty. And if it's lefty versus lefty, then I'm going to take Terrence. I'm going to take Earl Spence because Earl Spence uses it. He uses the most important punch because he uses the most important punch, which is the jab. I'm sorry, guys. I'm at a work site right now. So, hold on, man. I'll talk to you later. So he uses the jab more. So from the jab, he's going to win that battle, right? He's not only that, he would be the strongest guy that ever fought Terrence Crawford. Victor Postol was piecing him up. If you go look at that fight, when they were fighting, okay, he had to resort to holding. He got pieced up by Yurokis Gamboa. He got pieced up by Kell Brook for the first 2 rounds. Okay, he was getting pieced up by him. I don't think he gets away with that with Earl Spence, who's a jabber. He's a jabber.
You're saying
hold on. Recognize your time. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So we're debating boxing styles. Okay, we're debating boxing styles. Terrence Crawford going up against Earl Spence is all wrong for Terrence Crawford. He starts off orthodox. He switches to southpaw when he's getting tagged up, which is just about every single fight. Right? He starts off orthodox. He switches to the left to the southpaw. He's going to be doing that against a southpaw. It's not going to work.
All right, that's it. All right, round
100%.
2. Okay, we're round 2. We're gonna start round 2 here. So I'd say what? Closing statements. 4 minutes.
I guess. I mean, I agree that Aaron Spence is like the biggest. The most strongest fighter that Bud would have ever fought. I'd like to argue like some of what he said, but I guess in the second round, I'd only like to argue like why Bud would beat Errol Spence.
This is your second round. This is second round.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Whatever the gong goes, I can. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'll restart this shit. 3, 2.
All right. I'm gonna say this really fast, but because I want to get this points across. Because the reason that I think, now for example, the first. Fighting is mental, right? 90% of fighting is mental. Before you get in the ring, when you get in the ring, like when you're training for an opponent, that you think 100% in your mind that you're going to beat this motherfucker. You're going to beat the shit out of this motherfucker. You're not scared of this motherfucker. You're not scared of him in the parking lot. You're not scared of him because of his fight. You're not impressed at anything, and you think you have it in you, and the skills that you have is going to fucking pummel this motherfucker. And Terrence Bard Crawford has proven this visually in person. When Terrence Bard Crawford faced Errol Spence, and Errol Spence had a team of people, and Bud was just walking around with Bob Arum from going from venue to venue in that stadium, that video that everybody saw. Bud pulled up to Errol Spence's team. He stood chest to chest with this guy. He stood up in his face and like, I'll beat you up. And he held Errol Spence's fat. Like, this is a guy that, they're supposed to be like the two kings that are fighting. This dude held his fat and he said, I'm going to beat your fat. And Errol Spence was like trying to look away. He had his whole team behind. He was just trying to look away. Nah, you're not going to do that. And Brody said, you know what? I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Da, da, da. And then Errol Spence said, no, you're not going to beat it. Da, da, da. So bet 100,000. And Bud was like, no, we'll bet $1 million. I'll bet $1 million. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And in Twitter, that has happened multiple times. There is no, there's no questioning that Bud has the mental, he has a stronger mental. Bud is so mean. he might get hit and he might come up with a game. You know, he might come to the ring and not have a game plan against certain guys because he only trains to train, kind of like Mayweather. But Bud is more exciting because of his style, in the sense that he's very vulnerable because he doesn't train for these fighters. They hit him and they hit him. Of course, he has the skills to, like, you know, bob and weave these punches, but he doesn't want to do that because he will adjust in the later round. He was getting pieced up by, you know, Gamboa, you know what I mean? But when it came time to turn up, and when it came time to really be focused, and when it went time when Bomac like slapped him up and be like, yo, we got to get this guy out of here. He adjusted his game plan. He adjusted everything to. Gamboa looked like he was dying in there. He looked like a fish out of water. He beat him so hard. When he fell down, both of his legs was flapping in the air before he fell down. And when he beat Brook's eyes, it was like Brook was getting jumped by 5 guys. Errol Spence was getting pieced up by Brook. He was getting hit with everything. If you watch round 4 of Brook versus Spence, there is nothing that Brook threw that Errol Spence, like Brook could not even miss. That's how. And with
1 minute. 1 minute.
With Porter, you can't even, like, you know, with Porter, Errol Spence went life and death before with Porter, and this was before the accident. Brook beat Porter super easy, unanimous decision. Not even, you know, like Porter did what he did, but nothing bothered Brook about what Porter did. And, you know, like, the way that Spence went life and death with Brook, I mean, besides that knockdown, I mean, even if that fight was a draw, everybody would have agreed. Everybody only hangs on. Everybody, I know I got 15 seconds. Everybody only hangs on to the fact that, you know, he got hit with that thing and dropped. But, you know, the fact remains that Errol Spence wins all of his big fights in decision, and they're all have those moments where it's like he goes life and death, where he gets. I just need another 10 seconds. All the big Errol Spence fights, all the big ones, besides the fact that, you know, like way down where he was knocking people out, it's either him getting pieced up and eventually, like, you know, the same thing. This is Errol Spence's style. Hook to the body, hook to the body, hook to the body. And when they're in closing, when they're super in the phone booth, then he's just like, you know, like he just like does that crooked hook, but he's so strong, he'll wear them down and beat them down. But with Brook, you saw when he's in finishing mode, if the punches don't land and if his head is moving and his hand is already halfway into a straight, he will turn that into a hook and he'll finish a fighter like a freaking, like a human with, you know, who's bleeding and the shark is smelling him. There is no telling what Bud will do to finish these fighters. He will completely modify his abilities to get these guys out of here, no matter how close any of them.
Time. You're right. I give you like an extra fucking.
You're in a 4th round right now in a 3-round fight.
Okay, sorry.
Recognize. Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to piggyback off of his extra time real quick. So he said that he notices that Errol Spence is always winning his big fights in decisions or late round stoppage. That's because he fights better competition. That's my opinion, right? So if you look at who he's gone the distance with, he's gone the distance with in his big fights with Sean Porter and Danny Garcia, 2 guys that are top level ex-champions at welterweight. Okay, these are ex-weight champions at welterweight, and he beat them. So what I would say to that is the reason why Terrence Crawford is having an easier time and winning by knockouts is because he's fighting the lesser competition, guys who he's naturally bigger than, right? So since he's gone up in the welterweight division where he's fighting guys more his size, he's fighting subpar competition. Kell Brook didn't fight at welterweight for 3.5 years prior going into the Terrence Crawford fight. All right, so this is a guy who got his face broken by both Triple G and Errol Spence going into that fight. All right, he looked drained. That's my opinion. He looked fucking drained. He looked smaller than Terrence Crawford in that ring. So this is a older, broken down Kell Brook. Okay, an older, broken down Kell Brook who's fighting Terrence Crawford in the States. Errol Spence went to the UK, beat him in the UK. So Errol Spence having tougher fights means he's fighting better competition. He hasn't fought a Sean Porter. He fought Kavyaluskas. Kavyaluskas dropped him. Okay, I like that fight, and I thought it was one of his biggest wins. But he had problems against a guy who lost to a journeyman in Sugar Ray Robinson. Not the Sugar Ray Robinsons of the 30s and the 40s or the 60s, whatever. This Sugar Ray Robinson of today, okay, who's a journeyman, who more likely beat Kavyaluskas in that fight to earn a draw. This is the same guy that dropped Terrence Crawford. What the fuck do you think Errol Spence is going to do to him? That's all I got to say.
All right. So, do we add an extra round or do we? I think that's enough, man, to be honest.
I think they've been saying the same thing enough that we can go off of this.
You're right.
Yeah, we have an idea. Yeah. We have an idea.
Yeah.
So
All right, we'll go to the judges.
Since he's there, may I be a judge?
Yes, sir. Jay, you begin. You start. Go ahead.
We all know my stance on this argument on which side I go on, and it's definitely not the one that Recognized took. However, I do have to give points within the realms of how this goes. And the caller, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, but
Viking.
You made many points after the bell, which doesn't count. And I can't acknowledge those points since they weren't within the time frames. Having said that, you made good points. You made solid points. You made many points that I like to agree with that I could have expounded upon. However, yours, with all due respect, sound a little more like a casual, whereas Recognize did not, and I have to lean towards Recognize on this one.
Okay, that's Jay's opinion.
So Mr. Recognize. No, I think that Recognize the breakdown that he gave about Spence and Crawford switching into the southpaw when he gets into trouble. And part of the debate that was good stuff. That pretty much to me, validates his point about why it's gonna be, regardless of who would win or not, that was a good part of what sold me on his argument. So Viking, I mean, you did a great job too, fam. You made fair points about Bud Crawford. But yeah, I'll get that to Recognize.
Yeah, can I throw my 2 cents as a judge too? I was thinking the same thing.
Well, I think it's Mark. Mark is the official judge for today, but you can give us your take after the official decision. You can jump in, Gonzalo. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't. Good debate. I didn't really grasp what the caller's point was, to be honest. I was listening carefully. It didn't seem like he was making any points. It just seemed like he was just hating on one dude and supporting the other. Because of that, like, Frank actually gave stylistic reasons. The other dude was just like, this guy doesn't train like this, so he's going to lose. It didn't make any sense, unfortunately.
Okay, well, that's some harsh words from Mark. So we got a unanimous decision over here. Recognize wins according to the judges.
Okay.
But it was a good debate, actually. I really liked it.
No, but
I had to fight my fellow New Yorker. I don't like fighting my peoples.
No, I can already tell you from New York, but like I'm just saying, like if in the years that this fight does happen, and that's the way it does go, and like Bud does dominate Spence, or like Spence dominates Bud, then like we'll already be solidified, and then we're gonna be like, I debated this, I was wrong or you were wrong, so whatever.
It's the Bucho.
Not really. Hold on. Not really, because if your points were because Crawford was to move like this and use this type of stance and break him down or whatever, then I could be with you, right?
Well, because
if you're saying because Spence, Spence doesn't hit a speed bag, that's not the reason why he lost.
No, but like, what other fighters that's at this level that everybody's parading for doesn't know how to hit a speed bag? Jack
properly. I think hit a speed bag.
Jack Johnson
speed bag is not that hard.
Back when Jack Johnson
says he doesn't know how to speed bag and he went 98-0.
All right, I want to hear Gonzalo because he wanted to say something. Gonzalo, go ahead.
Yeah, to hit a speed bag, it's really not that hard. But I'm gonna say a few points. What I think.
Why does he not hit
Spence
the speed
is just
bag?
not a bull. It's not just a bully. I've seen him hit the mitts, and he's very educated, where he can continually keep hitting the mitts and transition from righty to lefty, and fight for the whole training session with his trainer Derek James, without skipping a beat. And that takes skill because he can hit you hard with both hands. He can belt you with the right and he can hit you with the left as well. To transition and have balance hitting with both hands is not that easy because if it were, everybody would be doing it. When you saw Danny Garcia fight Errol Spence, Danny Garcia's a righty, so his jab hand is the left hand. He cannot really hit Errol Spence with the hard left hook to the body. He's known as a hooker, but he was only throwing a right to the kidneys. Now, if you only want to damage somebody to the body, you got to hit him with the left to the liver, as Errol Spence. Errol Spence can hit you with the left to the liver and a right to the kidneys. Danny Garcia is known as a hooker, but he could really only throw a left to the kidneys as his jab hand. He could never really throw a power punch to the body. So what I'm saying is not just brute strength; it's the ability to keep your elbows tight and roll and throw power punches to both sides of the body. And Errol Spence can do that. Now he's naturally a southpaw, and Errol Spence, when he switches to lefty, they say, "Oh, he don't make mistakes." Yes, he does. And when you have two lefties fighting each other, which rarely occurs, and that's why it's so difficult, you might have a righty facing the lefty, and you have two righty facing each other. But when you go lefty against lefty, don't tell me that this versatile fighter and Crawford is going to totally wash out the naturally left-handed fighter that's already strong and can transition from right to left as he's boxing moving forward. A puncher that punches hard with both hands can make a little bit more mistakes and trade punches when he got a good chin. Because he can shift, he can transition to his body weight to throwing power punches with both hands on the fly. And that's why I'm saying he got a good chance because he hit hard.
All right, Viking, some closing statements, I guess, because
the only closing statement I would like to make is like I like to say this super fast. Like I should have spent more time like actually talking about like how Bud was gonna beat the shit out of Spence because that was my main point. But I spent more time like talking about like how like how I came to this argument. But because it's too long for like the 4-minute thing. But anyways, I'd like to say I think that the way this thing will be more clarified because Brook was definitely not like the like the triangle theory people. Brook didn't help with the triangle theory because obviously people have loopholes that they can run into. Like, oh, he had both his eye sockets broken, so Brook doesn't count. But like people won't talk about like the fact that Brook is the only common top opponent between those two guys. And Bud beat.
I didn't say Brook didn't count. What I would say is take into consideration the Brook he was fighting, and take into consideration
I totally understand. I mean that's a valid point. Brook had like both his eye and then his punch resistance is not the same. I mean, I do think that he came in the best shape of his life. He did say in his British accent, I came in the best shape of my life and all that stuff, and he looked amazing. Like he still looked like the chocolate brown Brook. But Bud just like got him out of there. Like and Brook looked like he was looking at the ref for help. But I just want to close with the thing that I think the thing needs to happen is that Porter needs to fight Bud Crawford, and the only way we'll find out how good Bud Crawford is better than compared to Errol Spence is when Bud Crawford, which I believe with a strong conviction. Bud Crawford will stop the shit of Porter because nothing that Porter does that everybody thinks that this is guy he has a head like a linebacker, his chin is steel. None of this thing will last because I think Bud is on such a higher level. He might get hit for 5 rounds and he might even get dropped like against Kabiaskis, which I think was a clear drop. I think Bud will find a way to adjust and overpower, overmean. Over, like whatever, mentally, physically, whatever way he has to do, he will stop Porter, and Porter will walk out of that. Porter will walk out of that defeated.
All right.
Mr. Bucho, can I say something?
Yes, G Boogie.
Thank you. Viking, I think that your points were valid, but it was after the bell, like one of the panels described on there. You could have talked about more about the technique of the stance of how Gonzalo was talking about how Spence, how he is and his structure, his combinations and stuff. But they tend to forget also Spence never
is off. He's always off balance. And see, with Bud Crawford, you could have touched on some of those points and the angles that he could have threw in there with that to actually further validate your point.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little bit lost. I'm gonna be better next time. I mean, Bud has more knockouts than Spence has fights, you know. But yeah, you complete your sentence. Yeah.
All right, I want to thank One Foot Out the Door for his contribution. The super chat. He says, "Grab some popcorn." TX Bulldog Boxing. Thank you for your contribution. He says Ryan Garcia said he will never fight Devin Haney, the mandatory. Okay. TX Bulldog Boxing again. Thank you for your contribution. He says the guy Spence with more belts is docking. Ha ha ha. So okay, good point, TX. But I don't think it's about the belt solely. But I get what you're saying. Okay, so
listen, Errol Spence is a pretty educated fighter. He's educated. He does everything right. He does it consistently, and he hits hard with both hands. I get it. Crawford is very versatile and can expose somebody that makes many mistakes. But really, Errol Spence keeps it tight. He don't make a whole hell of a lot of mistakes. Can he be hit? Yes, but he got a good chin, so he's always gonna come trucking forward. It's not like he's gonna get washed. That's
yeah, but if people think that Crawford's gonna fight Spence like he did Kavaliuskas when he's open and just throwing these bombs, I think you're mistaken, man. Look at the Postal fight; it's gonna be something like that. He's gonna be tighter. He's gonna be more cautious, but still, I think I have Spence. But anyways,
you still think that you have Spence?
I still have Spence winning, man.
You think what do you think is like the catalyst? Like, do you think Spence is stronger or like because I mean we clearly haven't seen a one punch power from Skins. Like we can't really with Spence it's so hard to say like he's gonna win because of this. But like, what do you think is gonna be like the thing that like like Spence has over Bud? Like, is it gonna be power or like pressure or
I
like
think
strength?
both have power. That's a good point. Crawford, I think his power is underrated. To be honest,
Crawford has that power that it's like like he doesn't have like a power like sleeper, like he can't put you in airplane mode, but it's like he's gonna have that power like you don't want to get hit next time with that shit again, so it's like they're gonna flinch and run away just to not get hit with that.
Yeah.
And he's gonna just keep pounding and pounding with that same shit. He knows when you don't like something, so he's gonna just keep on like hitting you with the same
but the
shit.
southpaw, the Crawford turning southpaw and switching stances, I don't even think that's gonna be relevant. I don't know. That's my opinion. I don't know.
See, I do. It's like this. Because how many shots can Crawford deliver with power when you have somebody constantly coming that's on top of you? Because Errol Spence can throw all his shots very mauling, very with power that he'll take the life out of you, like he did. Danny Garcia is a tough dude. Danny Garcia is really tough. Until this day, I still think he is. He lost the decision, but you could see in the expression of his face, he was beating the life out of him, and he was discouraged. That's why they admitted the way they did when they lost. That they got beat by the better man because all his punches are thudding and they're hurting. Now, how can Crawford react with those really powerful fucking shots throughout the whole course of the fight if he doesn't get him out of there early? That's what I'm saying.
Well, Gonzalo, the reason why they admitted they lost to the better man is because everybody at welterweight who's at the world class level is better than Danny Garcia.
Okay. Yeah, but the toughness you can't really underrate. The toughness you can't really underrate.
He may be tough. He's tough and he's got skills, but he tries to just do counter punches and he doesn't put the real full 12-round work in, which he has to do to beat these guys. He's never done it. He's never shown that he can really hurt the top guys because he never really solidly buzzed Sean Porter. He never really solidly buzzed Keith Thurman, and he never really solidly buzzed Errol Spence. So he's not.
He was trying to go to the body.
Hey guys,
Jay, I'm going to bury this point home. He was trying to go to the body. He was trying to go to the body with Errol Spence, and he can really deliver. He's known as a hooker. Could he really deliver a really hard shot to the liver? No, he couldn't. He was hitting Errol Spence to the kidneys. Wow. Errol Spence was throwing hard shots to the body with both hands. And that takes skill because you have to have good balance. And Errol Spence does. And he keeps his elbows tight. So, the shots are powerful. They're thudding like Regis Prograis punches, but with the two hands, right and left, Errol Spence. That's what he does.
But you're not putting
and Danny Garcia couldn't keep up with that.
You're not putting it to bed because Danny Garcia hasn't shown he can do that to any real top level welterweight yet
and he's not going.
I'm not. The only thing that I'm saying, Jay, is that it takes skill to hit hard with both hands. When you're in the same position without changing stance, and you got your both feet fucking buried on the canvas, when you can throw a right hook, then gain leverage to throw a left simultaneously, or in tandem. Or that takes skill. Not too many fighters can do that because you're naturally stronger with one hand, and you have a natural stance that to be able to do 2 power punches. It's not that easy, and that's why he was head leagues above Danny Garcia. I was impressed.
You're saying that he's got the same power in both shots based off of his balance. Okay, I can acknowledge that. I think Bud does too, based off of who he's fought. Even though it's been lower competition, he's still shown at the lower weight classes he can do the same thing from both stances.
Yeah. But at the same position,
can only do it, and Spence can only do it from one.
I just think that Bud should just take the 40% and just let it rip, and then next time he's just kind of like, I don't know. It's just
but
like
he doesn't see it that way, and I'm not saying he's necessarily wrong. That's the problem.
Well, see,
I'm not saying he doesn't see why he should take 40%.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. He's just so mentally you know what I mean? Like that mean attitude when you can beat the shit. At least you believe that you can beat the shit out of this guy. That it's just like such a disrespect.
Earl Spence is a bulldog, bro. He's nobody to be 100% confident. I got this. Like, you better come on your fucking P's and Q's, because if he makes one mistake, Earl Spence will hurt him bad, real bad.
But the thing is, I think that, this is my question to you. Like, if Errol Spence gets dropped, right, and he gets embarrassed, do you think Errol Spence is gonna have the same mental as Bud? Like,
that's a good question.
Well, who knows, man?
I think
I don't know that, but I've seen him in tough fights, and I've seen him in tough fights and turn it around. Porter was piecing him up. Porter was definitely piecing him up, bro.
Yeah, like you see round 4 of that fight, like Porter was landing everything, except Porter just don't have that.
Porter's because he's a good fighter. That's why. He's a good fighter.
Yeah, but the point is, Spence is an even better fighter, right?
I mean, you don't have to be great. I mean, when you're good, you're steps away from being great. You're just one good performance away from being great.
All right, I want to hear Brian. Brian, go ahead.
As very simple, I'm going to be the voice of reasoning. Why are we talking about a fight that is so far away from happening that it looks like it won't?
Well, I mean, it's a debate. Yeah, I know what you mean. But I mean, it could happen. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I get your point.
Again,
all right.
All right.
So, guys,
it's about a year away from being out of possibility. If it doesn't happen within a year, I don't think it's going to happen.
How old is Crawford going to be?
He's going to be 34 in a year.
By the time he fights him, he'll be 40.
Yeah.
You know what's weird though, Jay? I remember about 2 years ago, right, when we were in the second year of Crawford Spence. I remember people saying we're about a year away from it being a possibility. It's like AJ and Wilder, you know what I mean?
And
like Eddie Hearn in 2017, he was like next year. Then 2018, he was like next year. Yeah. And then it'll be next year. It's the same thing. It's turning into one of those. I think instead of it being a year away from being a possibility, I think we're about, I don't know, minus 2 years away from it turning into Khan versus Brook.
Yeah,
let me just ask this one question though. Like, if Terence Crawford, because Porter is still in his prime and he's still as good as he was when he fought Errol Spence, right? He's
the same age as Crawford, if you want to call that prime. They're the same age.
If Bud stops Porter in a way that you've never seen Porter stop, or you never imagined somebody could stop Porter like that.
He does it legitimately. I'm gonna be super impressed because I don't even think that's gonna come close to happening. But go ahead.
I'm a Bud fan, and I feel the same. Right? I think if he wins this on by the decision, I don't see him stopping Porter, and that's nothing to do with Bud's skill set. I just think Sean Porter's built in a way that he'd be hard to beat, or he'd be hard to stop.
I think Porter's going to give.
Would you agree that Thurman beat Porter in a lot more, like definitively than Spence beat?
I don't know. That's the thing. 646. I don't know what they call you, but
Viking. Yeah, go ahead.
The thing, Viking. Okay, so look, I don't know that. Sean Porter has never been, even the clear loss that he had to Kell Brook, that was still a very competitive fight. Sean Porter is super strong, bro. He's a super strong guy. And I know people be like, well, what does that have to do with boxing? You idiot. That has everything to do with boxing.
Exactly.
Strength, bro. You gotta be able to match that or counter that. Okay. And so far, there hasn't really been anybody decisively to do that. So I give him a chance against everybody. When people were saying that Errol Spence was going to smoke him on this panel, everybody was like that knows boxing. Were like, are you fucking crazy? Like that would be impressive if he does knock him out. Same thing for the same thing for Terrence Crawford. If he knocks him out somehow, legit, then yeah, that's impressive.
I'll be impressed.
Yeah, although Porter doesn't hit really, really hard, he's strong, and that's important because if he's pressing you and you can't find the spacing because he's always on you and you can't get the separation to land your punches, his strength starts playing into his hands because he starts landing his punches. Now he's bullying you, right?
All right, I want to call out H Money. H Money, if you're listening, come back. We have Jackson. Action Jackson ready to debate you. All right, H Money, jump back on StreamYard.
I'm real fast. I just want to say, as regards to like Porter and Crawford, I just really want to say this. I genuinely think Sean Porter gives that man the hardest night of his career so far today. If he actually wins that fight, I think it'll be the hardest fight he's had in his entire career.
I agree with Mark. I
personally think that you cannot, like, you know what I mean, like you know, Porter is strong, and he has a lot of pressure, but Porter fights the same fight with everybody. It's just that some fighters can't handle him in a lot better way, but some fighters can't handle him in the way that he fights. But
Did he fight Ugas the way he fought Spence? Because I didn't see
people thought he should have lost.
Yeah, I get that. Most people thought he should have lost, but at the same point, he didn't. He didn't.
I think
most people are in there judging. I didn't think he lost the fight. I thought he won the fight.
And you could also, I mean, and then one of the judges, even in the Spence fight, it was a majority decision. One of the judges gave it to Porter. You know, if it wasn't for the knockdown, God knows what would have happened. I mean, it's just like, I don't think I don't think the decision against when he fights Bud, there's going to be a question that Bud won. Bud is going to beat him definitively, and I think people are going to say something else.
Mean, here's the makes a lot of mistakes, you know. And Crawford can knock him out, but that doesn't mean that he's going to do the same to Spence. That's the weird thing, man. Sorry, Jay.
All right.
No, you're good, and you're good because this is more about Spence and Crawford than it is about Porter. Porter's just going to be the gauge that most of us are going to evaluate that fight on. But there's something that's going to come down to mental toughness, and I've gone on record on this show many times before. Bud's mom's been on record saying she used to get kids in the neighborhood saying, "I'll give you $10 if you can beat up my son." He was raised getting beat up and beating people up. He's mentally tougher. Not as far as like a boxer's concerned, but as a person, he's mentally tougher. That's why I don't think he's going to fold against either one of them. That doesn't mean he's going to win. I think he's going to win. But when it comes down to who's going to dig deeper, who's tougher, who's not going to fold, who's going to say, you're going to have to beat me in order to beat me against Porter or Spence, that's why I'm going with Crawford.
Why, Jay? Because the mother used to give him $10 when he was a little kid? That's why he's tougher?
Hey, she also said no one collected that $10.
I get that. I get that. His mom said that.
I don't necessarily believe that, but go ahead.
But
I mean, Bud has been in Spence's face. You've seen Spence's eyes when Bud has been in Spence's face. I mean, Bud is not playing around. Come on, you cannot take it away from Bud. He's not fucking around.
Look, I agree. The way Spence handled it was kind of garbage, but he was not scared of him, bro. I read body language. It's really good, and he was ready.
He ain't scared. He like, okay, Spence is not scared because Spence is like, you know, like, of course, it's like the top tier level. I mean, guys like that. I mean, you're not. This is your life. Like, the boxing is your life. You're not scared of being outboxed or like outbeaten by anybody. So you're not scared. But I'm just saying, like, Bud is like one of those guys. It's like he just has that mental, like, you know, like, no, you're not better than me. I'm better than you. You know, and if Spence gets hurt or like gets caught with something, or like if he's caught stumbling, or like you know, when he was out of balance, like in Porter fight, Bud is like a shark. He will finish you off, or until you're finished, he's gonna keep throwing. And Bud doesn't care about getting hit a couple of times to hit.
Oh, that's gonna be his downfall. That's gonna be his downfall. He doesn't get kicked.
You see, when he starts doing
anybody he's ever fought before.
When he starts, if he does that with Spence, yeah. It ain't Benavidez hitting him back. It ain't fucking a Shock Hellbrook. It ain't like Amir Khan. Spence is better than them by a lot.
And you're right. And most importantly,
even like looking at the highlights
Mark,
of
he's
Spence,
stronger than those guys. He's a lot stronger than those guys are.
There's nothing. There's no paper trail that Spence proves that, like, you know, like even his highlights is mid level.
There's no paper trail that Terrence Crawford beat Spence or
I'll be perfectly honest. There's no paper trail of championships that Terrence Crawford's even world class.
Paper trail.
What do you mean?
You might think that there's no special effects to Errol Spence because what you see is what you get. You got a guy that's tight on the elbows. He turns his punches. He's coming forward. But I'm more confident in what I'm getting and what I'm seeing that a versatile fighter is not really tested and is known to have a little bit of a vulnerable chin. That if he goes in there and tries to do too much, he can get hit by the very, very educated fighter in Errol Spence.
And he's not going to do that. I think he's going to fight smart. He's going to respect him. He's going to respect his presence. Once they're in the ring, nobody can jump in. Fair fight. Let's do this. He's going to feel his presence, and he's going to know I can't afford to make a mistake because this dude could fucking knock me out.
Imagine Crawford.
Oh yeah, and that changes the dynamic of the fight.
And he starts throwing.
No, Bucho, go ahead. What was you saying?
No, nothing. I was just gonna make a stupid joke.
No, go ahead, make it. I mean, a joke is an argument here.
Well, I was just saying, imagine Crawford goes in there, guns blazing, and fucking hurts Spence. I mean, can he hurt Spence? That's a question, though.
It's gonna hurt Spence. I mean,
to the body, yes.
This is the only thing.
To the body,
yes. Spence better not come in there thinking it's a fucking game and it's one of these like Brooks or whatever. You know, Bird, if he does go up to that thing, because he's so fucking angry and repressed and just like bitter about like everybody putting him down. When he comes to fight Spence, if that fight is signed 40%, 30%, 20%, whatever you give him, he's coming in there to kill him. Like that's his thing. That's his legacy. You know, like he's coming in there. He's the underdog. Nobody celebrates him. Everybody hates on him. He doesn't even do interviews to all these like channels because he thinks everybody is hating. I saw one of these LDBC channels that was trying to do a interview with him, and apparently Bud told him, "Nah, you guys be hating," you know. Like, so it was like he holds all of those bitterness in. So when Bud, if that fight is signed, Spence better come in ready because Bud is gonna come ready. That much I can guarantee.
All right, I want to thank Mr. E. Thank you for your contribution. He said Pac versus Spence or Crawford, one of these three. All right, I think that's the fights he wants to see. Oh, he wants to see Pac versus Spence or Pac versus Crawford. Okay. Jason Bourne, thank you for your contribution. He says, recognize, beat a cherry pick. All right. Well, that wasn't a cherry pick. It was a good debate. It was a good debate, man. He's just joking around, Jason Bourne. We have Guerrero de la Info. What's up, man?
De la Info.
Hey, BDA, recognize what's up, man? What's up, fellas?
Bucho. But what's up? What's on your mind? Do you want to debate anybody?
BDA, don't worry about it.
Well, listen, I just joined, so all I got was the the Pacquiao versus Spencer Crawford bit.
Yep.
And with that, I have to favor Pacquiao over both of those guys.
Oh, man.
I favor Father Time.
That's a hard one, Jay. Even though he's getting older, I give the young guys. I give the young guns. I give the YGs the edge.
I'm a huge Pac-Tard, so I can't even
I love Pacquiao too. That's the thing, man.
If the YGs win, the YGs win because Father Time's coming knocking on the door.
Yes, agree. Prime Pacquiao. I'm not even. I'm doing it with my eyes closed. I'm like, yo,
there's no fucking question.
I'm doing it with my eyes closed. I'm like, hey, bet what you want, bro. Let's put it down.
Yeah, but we're talking about a 40-year-old Pac. Even though I'm like a Pac-Tard, it's just like kind of hard because it's like stylistically, whatever Pacquiao had stylistically, none of that has deteriorated. You know, so it's like it's hard to say that too. It's not like he's not conditioned. It's not like he's not fast. It's not like he doesn't have the power. It's not like he gasses out. So it's like, what really are we talking about the aged Pacquiao? Because he's still able to maintain all of those things that he had. You know what I mean? I guess it would be the punch resistance.
I always thought that even he could reinvent himself and fight like a Mexican guy. He's fought so many of them. If he decided not to jump around and stay flat-footed and march forward, he got a good chin. And he's a left-hander. He could shoot shots to the body and become a pressure fighter. Would it work for him throwing 300-400 punches a fight? I don't know.
I technically agree with you because I think Pacquiao just like kind of changed to like the Bernard Hopkins phase, you know, just like do enough and just like try to outsmart these guys and just do enough to win and just get that check and go home, you know, and call out the next big guy. You know what I mean? Like not go to war with these guys like he did with Turman, trying to like knock him out, like knock him down, you know, like go toe to toe, you know, just like do enough and try to outsmart these guys, like just play safe and like get those belts and get those names. Like you already did enough. You already have like so much blood on the fucking ring. Like, you know, like you're a legend. Like you don't need to do that anymore. Like you don't need to prove that much. Like don't let these people pressure you into thinking like, oh, you got to be a champion in 50 decades. Like, no, you're going to get hurt.
You know what? You know what benefits Pacquiao a lot? What he did? He was a power puncher in the lightweights and the lower weights, but he decided to work on his boxing skill to be able to fight bigger guys that he was always keeping at boxing. A power boxer. Now, he's increased his boxing ability so much that he can still punch. If he decided to fight, let's say, like Canelo, where he's not bouncing around, but he's moving his waist from side to side and picking his shots, man, he can still be effective, I think, because he's really a great boxer now because he's learned that, right? Because he was facing bigger guys and carrying the power to face these guys, but he wasn't going to go punch for punch with those guys. So he really increased his IQ.
So Gonzalo, my thing is, I don't think that his IQ got replaced. It's the fact that he was finally fighting at a weight when he could show you all the athletic dynamics that he had. Those lighter weights, I think he was just hurting himself so much that all he could do was come forward flat-footed. By the time he got the lightweight and welterweight, he had enough bounce in his legs because he had the body fat, the energy, and everything he needed to be able to show us what he could really do. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, but still, you got to be wary because you're fighting bigger guys, and that's gonna, a little bit of fear. A bit of fear and a little bit of a confidence because he's a good fighter. A little bit of fear that you got to stay on your toes, on your P's and Q's. You don't want to slip up, really. So that excels you, right? That makes you better as well.
My take is that he would have been able to show us those same things down there if he would have had the energy to. I think weight was so much that he didn't have the legs to do it with.
He did show us it. He did. That's when Pacquiao was on the warpath, right? In 2007.
Not at 130, not 126. That's my point. That's what I'm trying to say. Is that those lighter weights, I think he had the athleticism to do it. I think he hurt himself so much making that weight that he didn't have the legs to do it. By the time he got to 135 and 147, 2007, like you're referring to, he was fighting bigger guys, but he was showing us what he could have done the whole time if his body would have let him.
I think that like like he just needs to adjust a little bit more. Like obviously the Marquez fight and getting knocked out like helped him a little bit like adjust and like focus more on like like the fundamentals of boxing. But I feel like sometimes though Pac does like take it a little bit like take himself a lot of like he takes like certain things for granted. Like with the horn, like this is not the same Pacquiao that like this is the older Pacquiao. This is not like the Thurman Pacquiao where he was like like focused and stuff like that. So if in those fights, like with Errol Spence or any of these top guys, like he doesn't take it too seriously because he's gifted, but he's not gifted like Mayweather, where he can just calculate people and like he can see everything in slow motion. He can just walk out of there scot-free. No. His style is
have
different.
all the drugs pumped in him.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, so it's like he better be slick.
Which one are you referring to on that one?
It's like you can't.
Pacquiao's not like gifted in his own life because look, if Mayweather was so gifted, is he fighting now? Is he the oldest welterweight champion in history? No, it's Manny Pacquiao. He's a defensive fighter that's able to see a little bit more when it comes down to fighting inside of the pocket because he rejects fighting inside of the pocket. He's skirting around, on the outside of the fire zone where he's not really going to get clipped. He's a safety first fighter. So it's not really gift because gift doesn't always compare. Like it comes in different shapes and forms. And Pacquiao, the things that he's been doing throughout his career is a whole lot different than what Mayweather has done.
And Gonzalo, to your point, real quick, to your point. Remember, I heard you come up with this term. I've heard other people like the way you put it, the negative and the positive fighters, right? For Pacquiao to be a positive fighter, which is a fighter there's a lot of offense coming out of him, for him to still be relevant at this point of his career all these years later is way more impressive than a negative fighter like Mayweather, who went undefeated, who his job in his mind to win a fight was to avoid confrontation. In other words, that's how he won fights avoiding confrontations versus a guy like Manny Pacquiao who was there to create confrontation.
That's right, recognizing. You know what? Mayweather's a Pacquiao fan. Guess why he was in the Thurman fight, sitting front stage, like the movie Rocky. You know, when they're watching Apollo Creed or one of the guys. You know, I gotta defeat that guy. You know, because he is impressed. He's thinking to himself, how is this guy gonna fight a Thurman that's really mobile, dexterous, can move on his legs from side to side, pivot, got good movement? How is Manny Pacquiao gonna beat him? Because I surely don't feel that I could do it at this stage in my life when those two fought. I'm saying that's why he was front row. He's very.
I thought the reason he was front row.
He's just like, he still has that gift where it's like, you know, like when fighter has like those mid flashes where he's like, where they have like those gap, like certain like millisecond of gap where they're slightly vulnerable. He just has so many arsenal of and angles of punches that he can still catch you and drop you with like, you know, like those counters that nobody does, you know, like those short, like tiny T-Rex arm counters that he does in those milliseconds.
Let Mark talk for a second. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I just thought he was
3 times. Go ahead, Mark.
I just thought he was front row because, you know, every time Pacquiao wins, it makes him look better. I never thought I thought that was the reason.
That is the reason. That is the reason.
He always does that shit. No, the same. He does it with Canelo too. Oh, Canelo keeps on winning. I gotta beat those guys too.
Yeah.
Oh, and then he said it right after the fight too, and it hurts way more. He's like, "Yeah, I beat this guy easy." You know, it's like, oh man, it hurts so much more because it's like right when the guy is shining the most, you just like take a little bit from his shine, and you don't even have to do anything. You just skim off the top of that guy's win. You know what I mean?
Canelo will put him in the fucking grave. Canelo will put him in the fucking grave now.
Oh fucking hell, bro! Jesus, right now, yeah. But he's too big. Floyd can't make 168.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Obviously, they couldn't fight, but
Canelo is like
let's be honest. He might choke Floyd Mayweather to death this time.
Since we are like talking here, and then I don't hear the judge. Do you guys think that BJS is going to be the hardest fight Canelo's fought at that weight level? Because I think that is true.
I have no idea.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
I don't trust Billy Joe. I don't trust him.
You don't trust him as in like he's not always going to come in the same condition? Is that what you're saying?
I don't trust him because of his own words. He's already making excuses how he's going to lose this fight.
Oh, that's Billy Joe. Though. That's just talk, you know.
So I don't trust him. Yeah, you're right. It could be bullshit. It could be total bullshit on his part. I wouldn't be surprised.
It's hard to put any faith into Billy Joe. It's hard to put any faith into the man. This is a man who doesn't instill faith into anyone. So frankly, I don't know. I think stylistically, he's a southpaw. He can box well. He has fast feet. He could be an issue for him. But then again, he could come in out of shape and get absolutely wrecked and lay down after a couple of rounds because he doesn't care.
He could pull a Bruce Seldon and just show up for the first soft spot he could find and take a payday.
Exactly. He really could.
If the same Billy Joe that fought Lemieux came in though, like, you know, focus 12 rounds and 12 rounds be able to like do the same thing and just totally dominate and move around in his feet, you know, like use the whole ring.
Yeah. Even then, Canelo's better than Lemieux.
Yeah, so he's not going to be able to do that. Like what Mark said, he's not going to be able to do that per se. I see where you're going with that. If he can frustrate him like he did Lemieux, which I assume is your point, then what can he do? That's the question. He's not going to be able to do that. Not to the extent he did to Lemieux. Not to that extent.
Plus that what he did against Lemieux was good. I don't think it was a masterclass. I think that Wayne was a little overrated. But at the same time, you know what? He's not going to get the credit if he's on the back foot trying to do that against Canelo. If Canelo holds the center of the ring and he's not fighting, it's going to be like, all right, come and fight. And if you're not fighting, that's going to reflect negative on the scorecards where the judges are not going to give him the rounds, right?
Yeah, but that's
they might if he wins the show. They might if he wins the show. If he does like he did against Lemieux, which we know he can't do it for 12 rounds like that. But if he's able to like make a miss like that at a safe range and pretend like he's a bullfighter and that kind of stuff, I think the judges will buy into that. Now, what's he gonna have to pay the price for that? Because that's gonna piss Canelo off, and then what's he going to do to offset what Canelo's going to come with him after that?
Yeah, I think it's just so tough for Billy Joe to stay that focused and not like mentally affect him in a little way. Because Lemieux is one thing, but Billy Joe's the only thing is like with the Lara. Canelo already said like leading up to this fight. I think last week he said that he's a way better fighter than when he fought Lara, because Lara was running circles around him. I mean, of course, Lara he beat Lara like unanimously, and all the people like to make a fuss about it, and it's not that way. But Lara still was moving around, landing 1-2s like you've never seen anyone land on Canelo. It was landing him flush and moving around and frustrating him. But I think Canelo's better. I hope he's better. I think he's better. But like Billy Joe can still move, and he still has those heavy hands. He doesn't have like the airplane mode, like power, but like you can at least see like how he's able to mobilize and like take away power from a fighter like Lemieux.
He's going to have to frustrate and box him. That's all.
Do you guys think Canelo, he really conserves his stamina. He conserves his stamina and he paces himself, but I think he'll do a lot better against Billy Joe Saunders, because Billy Joe Saunders doesn't hit really hard. And against fighters like Callum Smith, they hit harder in Triple G. He's having to brace his body to where if he got put against the ropes and he's having to brace his body against Triple G, when you tense up your body, you retain a lot of the oxygen. The oxygen's not flowing through your body, so you're zapping your energy. But when you have nothing to really brace your body against, that you're gonna retain, you're not gonna cut the oxygen to your bloodstream. Man, you can really pick up a little bit more of the pace against. He can do that against Billy Joe Saunders. I believe that's one thing.
The only thing that I see in Billy Joe Saunders that he can do is be able to box him and frustrate Canelo, because he's not going to have the power advantage. Canelo's going to walk him down, and he's going to try to trap him in corners and then be able to assault him. And then whenever he has the opportunity to walk in through the middle and throw some body shots, because that's Canelo's forte. He got that left hook body shot. Yeah. Perfect. You know what I mean? So Billy Joe, I guess that's why he said what he said, in my eyes, that he said, "Oh, I'm just there to lose and stuff." Maybe he was being sarcastic or whatever, but he feels that maybe that even if he outpoints him, he's not going to get the decision. So it is what it is.
All right. So Slugger, go ahead.
I think first of all, OG Boogie, it's about time we speak face to face. But I'll add on to that. You know what? I think, I don't know if he's being sarcastic, but I think he's being honest. I mean, at this moment, who at 168 or 160 can really beat Canelo? If one of those 175 pounders came down to 168, that's who's going to beat him. But I would probably give Benavidez a shot, but I don't even think Saunders is joking around. I mean, how is that even a joke? Like, he's really there to get his ass kicked. What else is there to happen?
So he shouldn't be in the ring then, is what you're saying.
No, he should be in the ring to get a paycheck. I mean,
that's different. Paycheck is paycheck, but like in terms of a competitive fight, he shouldn't be there.
I just want to see BJS and Benavidez. I mean, I just want to see how that Benavidez handles like somebody.
Believe it or not, Slugger, I respect that. That's me and you agree on that.
But is Billy Joe Saunders go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
Sorry, BDA. Go ahead. Sorry, bro.
I was just going to say, like, Billy Joe Saunders, he knows that he can't KO or stop Canelo. So his only way of winning would be a decision. But even that's impossible, right? Because now you're going against the judges.
We're going to hold him responsible if he comes in there and lays a dud, right? Like we don't see no effort. I mean, I just want people. I just don't want people to pretend like they didn't hear him say. Basically, I'm saying if he comes in and turns up a fucking dud, he doesn't do shit. That we will remember that he came into that fight.
Well, what can he do? Recognize. What's his style?
Not say that.
No, but what's Billy Joe Saunders' style, like boxing wise? I mean, you look at the Lemieux fight.
Yeah, he's a southpaw who likes to fucking use the jab.
Who likes to move around.
Fucking on the back foot, basically.
Yeah, that's all he can do. Basically,
he's a herky jerky back foot and slapper. That's what he is.
I mean,
He's
you looked
smart.
at the John Ryder fight, but that was a long time ago. I mean, that's not going to happen, a fight like that.
Look, if he comes in to win, Bucho, he comes in good shape, mentally focused, everything. You can give Canelo a lot of problems. You know, I know a lot of people like Canelo,
I think so
but
too, because
footwork.
Billy Joe
Hold on. Footwork. He's not that good. He is just not that good when it comes to the footwork. So you can beat him. You can beat him with angles. You can beat him with a lot of ways. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
Let me ask you guys this question.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, BD. I just want to know.
Bucho.
Like, to me, this is really sorry, Bucho. Sorry. Like, I find this really interesting. Why is it that? Well, for this is my opinion, but the pound for pound king Canelo fights 3 times in 5 months, right? November, February, and then May. But then fucking Mr. Russell Jr. fights like one time every 10 years. What is this, man? No. But I mean, like, listen, like that's actually, I'm just saying, man. I kind of like Canelo, man. Like, literally, the pound for pound king, like, is fighting every 2 months, and then everybody else is fighting whenever, you know. So I mean, fuck,
Well,
man, just kind of
listen,
shows his work ethics, right?
He's doing the Triple G. He's following the Triple G blueprint because that's how Triple G. One of the reasons why he became so popular. Not only was he stopping his opponents, he was fighting consistently. I should say
He's fighting 3 times a year. Yeah.
Yeah, come on, man. These guys don't want to put in the work, but they want all the fame and the glory and the money. Come on.
Yeah.
So when a lot of guys get towards the top, a lot of them only fight twice a year. I've gone back and looked over many different fighters, from De La Hoya to Pernell Whitaker to Trinidad. A lot of them only got to like get 2 fights in a year. Once those fights got to be really big, because more than likely due to promotion and needing to generate enough money to get the guys paid. But Triple G was he was just getting, I won't say on the way up, but he was just starting to get to those paydays while still fighting 3 times a year. Some guys can do it, some guys can't. Depends on how much money you generate also. If you're getting 20 million, 35, 40 million a fight, you're not fighting 3 times a year because it's going to cost so much to put one of those things on.
Jay, does he also what about who you're fighting? Because yes, Canelo is going to fight 3 times in a span of a couple of months, but let's be honest, he fought Gildrim. Like, does that even count? It's like somebody in the chat said, this reminds me of Julio Cesar Chavez when he used to fight like basically cab drivers in Mexico in between fights.
Look, to be fair, right? He fought a guy that he gave 3 weeks notice to, or 4 weeks, right? 3 or 4 weeks notice to, Callum Smith. He fought a made-up mandatory. That was a requested mandatory, Canelo's part. Yildirim, his sparring partner, a guy coming off a loss and who already been knocked out. And now he's fighting a Billy Joe Saunders. Now I'm going to hold him to this. If he comes in there and doesn't do shit, I will remember that the guy said, basically, I'm just there to collect a paycheck.
Yeah. All of you guys except Recognize. What's up, everybody? Can I get in here for a second? Thank you. All of you guys except Recognize are fucking insane. You're doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. I remember when we were going into the Smith fight, telling you guys that the fight is going to suck. Everybody on the show, not everybody, but most everybody was saying what good of a fight it is, what big of a chance Callum Smith has. And to say anything otherwise, I mean, there was just going to be like emotional outcry and people getting into their fucking feelings and sucking Canelo's dick. Now, and I told you guys the fight's going to suck. The guy's not going to come to win. And that's exactly what happened. Now you're looking at Billy Joe Saunders trying to like figure out a way in which he wins this fight. He doesn't win this fight. He has no chance to win this fight. Even if he actually came to try to win this fight, he's not fucking good enough. He lost to. Now, let me say this: the guy lost to Akavov. You could say, oh well, he wasn't. Whatever he wasn't. He lost to Akavov. Probably lost to Ryder, and arguably lost to Green fucking Eubank. Okay, so he's not even good enough. If I know this, he knows this. And if he's getting paid all this money, he's gonna come in and lie the fuck down or run all night and lose a decision or get knocked the fuck. If he tries to win, he gets knocked the fuck out. This is a shit fight. There's nothing like there's no need to sit there and deliberate and try to find a way in which he wins. I mean, whatever rocks your boat, man. And I'm just a dickhead. I apologize if I insulted anyone, but that's just my piece.
No, nobody. I don't think anybody's speaking Saunders.
No, you insulted him a little bit, just a little bit.
I don't think anybody. Well, I mean, I didn't hear anybody say that Saunders has a chance of winning. He's the underdog. He's probably gonna get. That's why I asked. That's why I asked Recognize. I mean, I asked Recognize what I mean because he Recognize was saying like that he wants to see Saunders try to do something, but the way I saw it is if he tries to do something, be more aggressive, he's getting knocked out. So he's gonna have to run. Therefore he will resort to running. And therefore, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. He just said that he's going to lose the fight. There's no way he can win the fight. Well, of course, because he's going to be running. But he has no choice. If he goes for, he
can't knock Canelo out. We all know
exactly.
He can't knock.
That's what I'm saying.
It's very unlikely that he knocks him out, and he can't get a decision. This is a shit fight. This is a horrible fight.
He stopped Yildirim in almost the same. He dropped Yildirim in almost the same way that he did Trout, right? Like he shows that jab, and then when they like kind of counter that jab because he's throwing the jab, he throws that right, and it's just like it just catches him so perfect. Like, I mean, everybody's a huge Canelo fanboy, but he's developed like so many skill set. It's just like it's kind of like he's so many levels above.
He's harder. He starts now. He looks like Mike Tyson. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know
what. Get him out of there. He can
Something's-
outbox him. He's just like I don't know.
Okay.
It's just
Yeah.
so hard.
I'm sorry, guys.
What
I
if
gotta
Eddie-
go. This is getting ridiculous. You guys have a good night.
All right. Well, yeah.
Hey, what if
I'm
Eddie
going
Hearn?
to join him on the way out. I think he's right that there's nothing Billy Joe Saunders can do. We can put the game plan out there of what he could do to win, but he's absolutely right. He doesn't have the skills to do it, and that's why he's not going to win. On that note, thank you for the Kumite. Shout out to Stu for hands up. Great debate and a win. Recognize. Good to see you again. Mark, you too. You guys have a good night, and I'll see you on the next one.
Jay, remember you lost by inches. That's all you lost by inches, tiny inches, a tiny inch. Right?
So let me
Take
just ask you guys.
it easy, man. Always remember, as Frank said.
let me ask
Frank
this
said,
question.
so it matters.
Yeah, let me ask this question because I don't know.
I was going to close
I don't
out with that. 1 inch can be a good Saturday night. We'll talk to you later.
Gotcha.
All right, see you, man. Let me just ask this question because I don't know if this has been confirmed on any boxing news, but does Callow Plant have any plans on wanting to unify all the titles with Canelo or whoever the winner is?
Yeah.
Canelo Saunders.
He said right here on Fox, so we'll see what happens after the Saunders fight.
Hey, look, wasn't David Benavidez set to defend against Andy Yildirim before he lost the belt and all of that? Wasn't he already the mandatory to that belt?
He's got a title eliminator coming up, D. Doesn't he?
I don't know, but Canelo fighting his sparring partner seems like shit to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shit fight, but I'm just saying if he was already mandatory to the
Yeah,
belt.
you could say that Benavidez was supposed to fight him, or whoever was supposed to
I mean,
fight
he was
him.
already
But
the mandatory to the belt.
Canelo was licking his chops. Canelo was licking his chops because he's that kind of guy. He's a bully. He loves fighting guys that he knows 100% he's gonna beat. All right, that's why he fights the way he does.
Fine recognized. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying if he was already the mandatory, he couldn't have ran the hand selected him because he was already the mandatory.
Yeah, but it's a shit fight. No matter how you see it, right? It's a shit fight.
It was a bullshit fight. I mean, you fight Callum Smith, you take a bullshit fight, then you fight the next champion. It's not his fault that these are the champions. They're the champions. Who else is there? They're the champions.
Hey, how come no one's talking about the possibility of Eddie Hearn cashing Canelo out in this next fight? I mean, he's a Brit, like Billy Joe. Billy Joe's undefeated. What if he tells Billy, listen, do your thing, like Lemieux outbox him or whatever for 12 rounds? You will get the decision. What if he tells him that verbally?
Because the way Eddie, I'll give you the reason why. Because you can't put any faith in Saunders that he'll do anything after that. He could just fucking retire and it would have been a waste, whereas Canelo could come back over to Matchroom in the future after the Undisputed fight.
Actually, yeah. Is anybody excited about Canelo versus Billy Joe Saunders?
I mean, only if it's real.
I'm not really excited for the fight.
I'm excited for Canelo to get that belt.
I'm just interested in the fight, really. I don't see where Billy Joe Saunders. I keep hearing, if Billy Joe Saunders comes in as this, to me, it's like to me, it doesn't matter which Billy Joe Saunders comes in. He's not gonna win the fight.
No.
Like, I don't care if it's the best Billy Joe Saunders. He's not gonna win. So
Yeah, but if he
What if
tries,
what
what
if
I'm
he gets
saying is, if
lucky?
he
What if he
comes in
gets
there.
lucky? And,
Let
what
me
if he
just say
gets
this real
lucky and
quick,
pulls
Slugger. Let me
Buster
say this quick.
Douglas on him?
So I'm
Recognize, go
saying,
ahead.
hold on.
shout out to him.
What if the point is, you don't want to hear a guy saying how he's going to lose before going into a fight. Now you're right. More likely, you're right. He probably beats him anyway. But I don't want to hear that from a guy that Canelo's licking his chops to fight. Just licking his chops like, I want to fight this guy, because it's almost like a bully mentality. I want him to fight a guy that's going to look him in his eyes and says, yeah, I'm coming to beat him. I'm coming to beat him. I ain't scared of him. I think he's beatable. That's who I want to see him fight.
Is he playing
Well,
possum?
You get that after he
Could be.
finished this division, because I don't think you're gonna get it from Billy Joe Saunders or Caleb Plant. So you're gonna have to wait to get that fight, because those are the next two fights he's shooting for to clean that division out.
Hey, is it the only way you can beat Canelo at this point, to maybe make him lower his guard? Oh yeah, he's gonna kick my ass. Fuck it, I'm gonna lose this. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Benavidez says that he can do a bunch of stuff, but I feel like Benavidez, he has like a longer reach than Callum Smith. But like, I don't think that. But the thing is, like, Benavidez doesn't really use his reach like like Kovalev or those guys. Like a lot of his power shots are like in the phone booth range. Like he has to get really close to like hammer to the body, and he wears you down. And like, I don't think he uses his like his reach long enough that it would be a problem for Canelo. I think on the inside, you guys like Triple G that have like airplane mode power. Canelo stays right there and just like slips those punches and counters. Like he's not even running away. Like he doesn't even care to run away at this point. He can see those punches coming in slow motion. So I don't see what Benavidez could do that Triple G can't do.
You know Benavidez's excess skin on his stomach from when he was a fat kid, and he's got that little pouch on his stomach. Canelo's gonna give him a tummy tuck in that ring, bro.
Oh. No, that's fine. No. Fuck that shit.
Even if Benavidez tries to fight in the phone booth, he slaps too much. He don't have the proper distance to be able to catch a Canelo coming in to utilize his reach.
Yeah.
And then Canelo, he's like the Hulk now. He's hurting all these boxers. I mean, if it's real, then
if it's real.
No, but I don't know, because
I agree. But I'm gonna live in reality and say that that's not. It's a good chance that that's not possibly real. But look, I will say this: if Benavidez, and I've always said this, Canelo is much stronger than these guys. I don't know how, but he is. When
Nobody
he gets in the
knows
ring,
how. Like, how is
these
this guy
guys.
with short legs? That's
Hold on, man. Let me just finish my point, man. If he's strong, as soon as he fights a guy that is as strong as him, and it comes down to boxing skills, there's a good chance you'll see Canelo collapse and lose those kind of fights.
Strong. I just think he's really good at boxing.
Well, we have a guy on.
He ain't gonna be lifting 300 pounds.
Listen, he's strong, bro. He is.
He became.
He is astronomically strong.
Be real though. He's not. Have you seen him lift weights?
Nah.
Who cares? I've seen him punch. Like,
yeah, he punches hard.
But to be
fair, I see when he punches his fighters, when he punches the guys, they're like, I don't want to swing back.
He's a Super Saiyan.
Okay, that's it.
He's a Super Saiyan now. Oh, by the way, we have somebody called on somebody on StreamYard called 25-0. Devin Haney never fought anybody. What's up?
What's up? We got any Devin Haney fans in here?
Dee's a big Devin Haney fan.
Who?
I don't know. Who said?
All right, guys. I gotta make space for the next one. So, hey, recognize, man. It was great talking to you, Bucho, man. Keep doing your shit,
bro.
man.
All right, thanks.
Hey, where you from, Viking? Where you from? You don't have to say exactly where, but what borough you from?
Bro,
Brooklyn.
Where?
Brooklyn.
Oh, Brooklyn. All right, shout out to Brooklyn.
I see Jab Judah on my ring, in my gym all the time. Let me know if you ever want to talk to him. Cause if I see him next time, I'm gonna let you know. He's
all
super
right.
nice.
Oh yeah.
Cool, man. Yeah. Take
All
care.
right, man. I'll see you guys, man.
Yeah. I used to be a big Sub Judah fan back in 2000.
Yeah.
Hold on for a second though. With this 25-0, what is it that you wanted to debate about, Devin Haney? Because I'm a female fan, but there are a lot of bullshit narratives about Haney. So
I don't understand how he could be 25-0 and not fight anybody in the top 10 or the top 5. Like, how are you?
Because he started out in Mexico. What do you mean, man?
What?
Because he started out in Mexico. What are you not understanding?
Abdulayev was in the top 10 when he fought it.
Wait, who?
The great Abdulayev.
He was in the WBC's top 10, D. He wasn't in any other top fucking 10.
I mean, he was in the top 10. Though. He's in the top 10 for the WBC ranking.
But it just baffles my mind that Devin Haney is even a thought. That, you know what I mean, in that division. I don't understand it.
Look, he got a shit resume. I agree with you, but he got talent.
He's 25-0.
But got talent.
No, but let me ask this guy a question. You don't consider him top 10 though? At least you don't put him top 10.
I know that he has he does have boxing skills. It just baffles my mind that come on, man.
I'm just asking, bro. Like, would you at least say he's top 10? I'm just asking.
He's probably 15, 20.
15.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
In 135, I disagree with that.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, 25-0. Whose records or resumes, I guess you said, because he hasn't fought anybody, are that much more impressive than
Teofimo, man.
Okay, well, that's one guy. That's one guy.
Nakatani, Lomachenko, Coleman. Come on, man.
He just named a few, yeah. A lot of people got better records than him, though. Let's be honest.
Ryan Garcia got a better.
Ryan Garcia got a better record than him.
I'm going to defend Ryan Garcia, and I never thought I'd say this. Ryan Garcia's got a better win than Devin Haney has.
Campbell is
Nakatani has a better win.
Yeah, Nakatani probably has a better win than he does.
Yeah, he knocked out Verdejo.
Who was whipping his ass at one point in the fight.
I'm not knocking Devin Haney's skills.
Well, which of them got the WBC title? How about that?
Come on, man. You know how Devin got that title.
Yeah,
bro. Look, I'm a Teofimo. I'm over here capping for real, bro. I can't do no more. I can't do no more.
Wait, but Devin. No, wait, hold on. Lomachenko dogged Devin Haney because he didn't want to defend the WBC belt. That's why they made him a franchise champion, right?
Nah, I ain't like that, man.
Look, man, if you ask me who I like more,
no.
If you ask me who I like more, I like Devin Haney over Teofimo. But Teofimo's he's the undisputed champion. That's it. I don't care about anything else. I like Devin Haney more. You know what I'm saying? I like him more than Teofimo. But yeah, he's not the champion.
Why do you like him more? Why do you like him more?
But
because Teofimo's a fucking asshole. I don't like that dude. I don't like his father. I think he's a piece of shit personally. But but I'm not gonna say he's not the fucking champion. I'm not gonna say he has a weaker resume than Devin Haney. I like Devin Haney. I think he's a respectful person. He could be a bit of a troll, but he's got work.
Why don't you just be honest with this? Is it that the champions all come from Brooklyn and that Queens has got nothing? Is that why you don't like them? Be honest.
Listen, Slugger Sam. Listen. All right, you stay in Canada where you belong. You let Queens and Brooklyn dudes handle their business. All right, you stay in Canada where you belong.
I'm fucking with you, bro.
I know. I'm messing with you.
Hey, so nobody disagrees with this guy with the name of 25-0. Devin Haney never fought anybody.
I kind of agree with him, yes, but at the same time,
I'm not saying that he didn't find anyone. Come on.
Here, top.
No, you're right.
The top, he is a top 10 fighter, right? He's probably about 4 or 5. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you that he's a top 10 fighter, but he's probably number 10. He's like that low.
No, he's in the top 5.
Come on.
Look, if you want to say Teal's,
I think his boxing skills, right? I'm not a fan of Devin. I'm not his biggest fan, but I think he got good boxing skills. I think he's a very good boxer, and he just needs that one opponent to get over. And I think he,
I think he just needs that one.
I don't deny his skills. I don't deny his skills at all. But I'm just waiting to see that once he has to challenge himself, man. He's not and maybe and everybody's saying, people are ducking him.
Here, I think everyone on this panel agrees with you. He does have to challenge himself. What's next for Devin Haney? I think everyone agrees on that. So
I hate Linares.
Linares is a good fight. I think that's a good fight. I'll take it. I think it's a good.
I'll take it too.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. I still have Linares in my top 7 at lightweight, so that's cool.
I think Devin Haney beat him too.
Yeah, that's.
I think Haney would beat him. I'll pick Haney to beat Linares.
Oh no! I pick Haney to beat him too.
Yeah, I do.
I think it's a good victory. I think it's a good victory. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a good fight.
We can see the talent. We can see the talent. I mean, 25-0 Devin Haney never fought anybody. Do you see the talent that Devin Haney has, or are you not convinced yet?
I've been saying that. Yeah, I recognize his talent, and I see him. He's a great boxer. He's got great defense. He's slick. He's good.
Yeah, he's a very good boxer.
All right.
I don't think for the top guys he has the power to carry over. If it was him and Teofimo, I don't know.
That's the only thing that he's. That's the only thing that he doesn't have. In my eyes, he doesn't have power.
But I think he's a very good boxer. I think he can win a lot of those fights on points with the top guys.
I mean, that Gamboa fight. I don't know. That's what started to bring up a lot of questions. I think for a lot of.
Here, the thing is, the man's still young. He's still growing.
What is he like? He's 23, 22, 23.
Well, he's 20. He's 22, isn't he? He's still growing into his man strength. Next couple of years, he may bulk out.
Can I ask everybody? Can I ask everybody what gloves do he use, Devin Haney, when he goes into the fight?
I don't know. Let me check.
I think he's an Everlast guy.
I'm pretty sure it's the same one Mayweather used.
The Grant?
I think it's the Grant.
Oh, is it the Grant? Right? Okay, yeah.
He's the Grant.
So
Grant.
Yeah. My thing is, if he used the Grants and he still don't deliver the power, and then he broke his hand, so may he have
bad punching.
He's had two surgeries already, so maybe he does have brittle. Maybe he does.
Yeah, when you got 2 surgeries already, there's a good chance that your power is going to be more or less, at the very best, it's just going to be what it is right now.
Yeah, maybe he does have power. He's just not, maybe he just can't throw
those grabs.
Wait, which hand did he have a surgery on? Which hand?
Remember Roy Jones used to say, "I have bricks." Remember Roy Jones used to say, "I have bricks as hands," because he broke his hand once, and he realized that he could still knock you out.
They're very thick.
He got big. No, he used the word bricks, right? I've seen Roy Jones in person. He doesn't have astronomical hands, but what I noticed was he has strong hands. His hands were real strong. And a lot of that plays into it. When you keep breaking it, you start losing that grip. You know that grip that you can make with your fist?
Yeah.
You start losing that. You start losing that feeling.
Yeah, I mean that's a question. That's something we can debate. Where does power come from? Because I mean George Foreman, he focused on the hands. Look at the hands. Look at the big hands. It's like, I don't know. I found it funny at the time, but maybe there's something to it.
Look, fist size could mean something, but it's not everything, right? Yeah. Look at I'll give you an example. Look at Tyson Fury's hands. He's got monster hands. A lot of that has to do because he's just a big man, but he's not like the hardest hitting heavyweight right now. He could hurt you. I mean, you could go ask Deontay Wilder, but he's probably not considered. A lot of it has to do with technique.
Oh, yeah, number one.
How fast you deliver the punch.
Number one is technique. I mean, come on. If you
wouldn't number one be bone density? Wouldn't you guys agree on that?
I think that second tendons. I've heard about Morales mentioned something about that. His theory was like the tendons are stronger or some shit. I don't know. But Could be, yeah, bone density is one. And then I guess hands. But to me, I don't know.
Conversations like this.
Anyways.
You said what? I said I enjoy conversations like this.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
I mean,
Clean
technique
your
is number
ears,
one.
Slugger Sam. Clean those ears.
No, he didn't. He didn't come in. He didn't come in too clear. It was like
I heard him
really
the
low.
first time. How come you couldn't hear him? What's going on?
That's right.
Man, that's because you got like some high tech speakers and shit, bro.
Bow to me. Right.
All right.
You're right. I'm not gonna argue with you about that. I got the best stuff.
Oh, you really do. You really do. You're not even clowning.
Nah,
I got the best stuff.
Yeah.
Hold on. SSB in the chat.
Dee Jefferson the other day told me I only got $6 in my bank account. I don't even want to talk to you.
Oh yeah. But I was gonna.
I don't want to talk to you.
Hold on. SSB28 in the chat says Wilder is skinny though. He doesn't have the thickest bone density.
No,
why are we talking about Wilder? Why always come back to Wilder?
Oh, the power, the right hand. Like,
even though he has skinny legs, his power is generated from his twist of and his snap at the end of the right hand. And look at his back muscle,
like a whip.
His lats.
It's like, yeah, his back muscles are crazy, bro.
That's what I noticed about boxers. They're not like a lot of these boxers in the lower weight divisions or stuff like that. Like they're skinny. Their chest is not deep, right? Their pectoral muscles, but their backs. That's where the muscles at. The muscles.
That's just like look at Mark Breland when he fought. He was a skinny frame, tall individual, but when he generated his power, it snapped out through the back of his, with his back muscle after it come up from the torso up, from the foot pivot up to the torso and snaps into the end of the punch. It's coming through his big ass lats.
Right. Yeah. You turn it, the snap, the speed is power. I remember Roy Jones' trainer used to say that. Speed is power. He said that before the Ruiz fight. What people understand is
if you move,
and Roy,
if you
I
move
used
your
to hate the way
hips,
Roy talked.
If you move
Remember
your
when you
hips
would break down a
the
fight?
way,
What Tito has to do is beat Tito.
One at a time. One at a time. Recognize then Slugger. Go ahead, recognize.
No, I was just gonna joke on Roy. Remember? And okay, Roy, give us your breakdown of the fight. What Tito has to do, all he has to do is beat Tito. And he'll win the fight.
Great insight. Oh man,
that's pretty good. I like that. That's pretty good.
Go ahead. By the way, hold on. Precise makes a good point. Number one is accuracy. You can't even land a punch. What the fuck's that? Who cares? All right.
Well, accuracy is important.
Accuracy is number one. Sorry, Slugger. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's true. But no, I was gonna say I mean aside from like I said, bone density and all that other shit, I think the best way to definitely generate that power punch is, if you turn the hips the same way as if you were like chopping wood, kind of like how George Foreman and Muhammad Ali used to train back in the day. Like when it's almost like you're trying to act like you're chopping wood, right? The same way. And that's how you really get a good punch, man. Is you move the hips that way, right?
The best. I think it's even better than chopping wood is taking a medicine ball and throwing it against the wall and picking it back up. You know what I mean? Like doing that turn move. Yeah, that's
the pivoting from the hips, because you technically, if you're really generating the punch, it comes from the bottom of your heel when you generate it straight up and it turns from the hip. Your hip is given that extra additive, and then it coming through the motion of your lats all the way, snapping it to your to the end
it's
of
like a baseball
punch.
player, right?
Yes.
A baseball player.
Exactly.
Yes.
The hip motion. How he
it's just like
uses his hips.
I'm going to give this analogy. It's like a Muay Thai fighter. They say they have the hardest kicks. Why? Because when they do it, they on the toe and then they twists the back of the heel to the target, which is in front of them, and then it whips the hip over to swing it like a bat, like how you just mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the point of contact, he should be at 100% of his power.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why you ever see when Canelo, especially now when he hits the heavy back, he goes, "Ha!" He does that fucking loud noise because he's putting all that fucking what he's doing is he's practicing all that twist and for it to explode on the end of the punch so it could become it's like second nature to him. And that's what he's doing. So he doesn't have to like think about it really. He just sees that opening and he goes for that shot. And so he's getting the most out of it. So remember, not only accuracy, it's how much you commit to that punch.
Yeah.
But that can be dangerous.
How much so Canelo commits to a lot of those punches.
Look at
guys like Canelo commit
look
to a
at
lot
the
of those
Jacobs
punches.
fight. Was it the Jacobs fight? Canelo was like he threw the punch, completely missed because Jacobs was out of range, or he went out of range, and Canelo was just standing there, like he swing like a maniac. I mean, I guess that's an opportunity if you want to take it.
Yeah.
If you want to take it, but yeah.
But BA, real quick. I just want to say thanks for having me on, man, and talk to you guys another time. All right.
All right.
No worries. All right. Peace
Nice talking to you, Slugger Sam. Sounds normal.
He's on his medication.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I like Slugger.
Yeah. That's why when you throw for example, a big left hook that's loaded up, you gotta come back with another one, right, with the right hand or something. Because that
Yeah. You know what I hit though? You see when you see Adrian Broner and he's in the ring and he goes ha 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 when he's throwing his punches. Like those are soft as shit.
See, a good analogy on how twisting and pivoting and throwing your shots, like what Customato did with Mike Tyson. That's why he had power on both sides of his thing. Not only he was a freak of nature, you know what I'm saying, for his age and stuff, but he taught him the right technique to be able to switch on the fly, to pivot in every step that he made, whether he went southpaw or orthodox. He was already set to be able to launch another combination.
Yep. And did you see the twist Mike Tyson got from the heel down up to the hips, up to the waist, right up to the upper freaking body, to the shoulders? Like he put everything behind every shot. Like even when you see him, like you see a 17, 18-year-old Mike Tyson, he's doing bagging on. Like you just see the freaking movement. And it's not that he hits hard, it's just that he's committing everything to every shot. It just brings the impression. And that's why he was able to knock out so many guys, because he trained how he fought.
Yeah, his fluidity was matching his ability.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
repetition.
There's a lot of guys. Yeah, there's a lot of guys who don't train how to fight.
The repetition will get you to do that naturally in a fight, in a boxing fight. The more you do that, you don't have to think about it. It just comes to you. You see the opportunity to do it, you do it, right? So that's what these guys are great at. Now, what makes these guys really ultra great is when they're consistent about it, right? Like we start breaking down them compared to other fighters. We're like, God damn, every fucking fight he commits to those punches. That I don't think I'll be able to do that even if I train as hard as he did. You know what I'm saying? So that's something to keep in mind. Is these guys do this shit like they've done it.
I recognize
that punch that Povetkin hit White with. I guarantee you, he practiced that 1,000,000 times. He did that move 1,000,000 times in his life.
Recognize to go off of that is like what Bruce Lee said. Since this is Kumite, I'm going to bless it with Bruce Lee quote. He said, "Never fear a man that throws 10,000 kicks. Fear the man that throws 10,000 kicks accurately."
Right. That's 100% right, man. Yeah. Yeah, because he knows what he's doing, right? He knows
Is that
what he's
the
doing.
quote?
I don't know if that was. I don't know if that was a quote, but it makes
I
sense.
thought the quote was, "Don't fear the man who throws 1,000 punches. Fear the man who practices one punch 1,000 times."
Exactly.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. That sounds more accurate. But yeah. There you go. Like that's exactly, because he's
Same
done it
concept.
so many fucking times in his lifetime. Listen, that's why when you put a boxer and you put a guy in a street fight who's been in the boxing gym for a long time. I know from experience. The street dudes don't know what the fuck to do if you could keep it hands. I'm saying if you could keep it upright, striking. They're like, holy shit. I don't know what to do with this guy. I can't fight this guy. He's too fucking accurate and fast. So obviously when you get to the pro levels, that's where you meet resistance. As you go up and you're competing against guys that have the same mindset as you.
And Mark, thanks for.
Go ahead, G.
I was just gonna say thanks, Mark, for bringing the terms out for me. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Right. So the guy who practices that one punch 1,000 times, he does another punch 1,000 times. You get it? After that guy's a fucking deadly weapon.
Yeah, repetition. Right. I think the best boxers have repetition. I think in their training, in their routine, just from a young age to until their end of their career, I think repetition, is the best thing for a boxer. Because
for anything.
It's about not just adapting, because you do have to adapt to certain things. But the guys who are the most successful at this repetition are the guys who do the simple things constantly.
Muscle memory.
Yeah.
Yep. Just like Dee said, muscle memory.
Muscle memory is important in boxing.
Just like Recognize said.
I think much as anything else.
Just like everybody said.
I got a quote on muscle memory from Mike Tyson. He was on some podcast, right? And he was talking about like him versus Ali, right? And how when you get into the last moments of a fight, the last 3 rounds, you're on muscle memory, you're doing whatever. But Ali is sat there focused on every shot, just bam, 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 and he couldn't live with that. Muscle memory you can be repetitive, but at one point it can cost you because you'll lose focus by doing things on autopilot.
Yeah, that's why I do say at times you do have to adapt. There are certain situations where you do have to adapt, but muscle memory is important, especially when you're dog shit tired and they go do it again. That is very. I think that is important, especially when you are exhausted and you go through the same thing again. You go, why am I doing this again?
Pride is a motherfucker too.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Right.
You got to swallow pride.
And that's why I say also you have to adapt. There are certain situations where you have to adapt, and that's why it's also good to have an array.
And I don't think Spence Jr. has. I'm joking.
For different situations.
And I don't think Devin Haney has that. I'm joking. All right. Now, maybe we should end the fucking show. It's been like 4 hours. Fucking Kumite, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened
with Devin Haney. I haven't seen that from him yet.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen it from a lot of fighters.
Let's
to be
put
honest.
it like that. I haven't seen that consistency. I should see from a 22-year-old with 25 fights undefeated. Yet I haven't seen that consistency. Winning, yes, but that consistent performance where he's great, or where people saying he's great and he should be at this level, I haven't seen that from him yet.
All right. Well, with that,
Bujo, I'll say this. You can sign me versus up against Johnny again for the
good
next
show, BDA. Good show, Bucho.
All right, Mark. I'll do that. We'll do another matchup episode. But guys, thank you for joining us. We will see you next time. Hopefully with a better Kumite. It was a good Kumite, but I want it to be perfect for next time. So thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time. Take care.
Peace.
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 I forgot to thank Viking Burial for his contribution. Thank you, Viking. Thank you, Jason Bourne, Mr. E, TX Bulldog Boxing, One Foot Out the Door, Mr. E, Chet Collins, OG Boogie for a very juicy contribution, Slugger Sam, who else donated? Chris K, Jaguar, and Steve Brown. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you everybody for joining us. I see Tony Yayo is in the chat, says play my song, man. I don't have any Scarface songs. Maybe next time. Take care, guys.